Welcome to the second Deltacast. Thank you all so much for being here. Do we want to go through introductions real quick, just through call order?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that makes me first. I'm Andrew Cunningham, a Deltarune YouTube man, and now game developer as well. Currently sprinting toward getting a video out for Deltarune before I have to dive roll back into the game dev captain's seat. Thanks for having me, everyone.
Everybody go play Ram.
Yeah, I gotta play that at some point. Anyway, I am Dorked. I also do a lot of Undertale, Deltarune YouTube, so I have tried to cover some other topics more recently, like some video game leitmotif stuff, some Kingdom Hearts, and some Sonic the Hedgehog, and I'm hoping to do a big Persona video on Goro Okechi, she, her. I also am the creator of the Undertale webcomic Inverted Fate, and a very long Persona fic called The Crow Cries at Midnight, and I like crows and cats a lot. And thank you for having me.
Hello. Well, hello. My name is Mollystars. You may know me for having made a video series that lasted around 10.5 hours long, discussing Deltarune. I'm a bit of an internet freak that likes covering things that I like a lot, and I make a lot of other things. You may know them, you may not know them, but you probably just know me for Deltarune. And I am currently preparing for the next video that I'll be covering of the game. Also, I apologize for being a bit slow because I had a hard time getting up today, but try my best.
Excitement.
I'm good. Okay, I am MysticSlime. I do a lot of, challenge videos on Undertale and Deltarune. The last shorts, been dabbling a bit more into video essays recently as well, but, just a little bit of everything. Mainly just Undertale,
being uploaded
Deltarune.
On your channel, I don't think we did.
True.
Yeah.
Well, other people...
Maybe they don't know who you
think
are.
about all the other fans who are like, I have to
Kirby.
watch MysticSlime right now because, everybody else is in there.
Make sure to click that subscribe button, hit that like button.
I mean,
And
if we're
subscribe
gonna
to
be
everybody
plugging
else
in
in the
on
call
our
as well.
channels, then...
If you don't subscribe to MysticSlime right now, I'm gonna pass him in sub count in like a week.
Wow.
Honestly, I thought you already did.
Yeah, and by the way,
I am
my
small.
videos are all much better than Shayy's, so definitely just watch my videos instead.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
I think this call was just like a secret ploy to get Mystic and Shay to fight. Like, we're just watching.
Deltacast Civil War. There's a steel chair into the stage of the podcast right now.
I'd ask my cat who she thinks would win, but she's sleeping right now.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Shayy vote to me.
Fair.
It's late, go to bed.
So is it
Alright.
my turn now?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
so.
Alright. So I am Shadow of Roserade. I am also a Deltarune YouTuber, though very tiny. I've done a couple of Deltarune video essays and other such Deltarune and Undertale related videos. I have a lot of scripts and other things that are coming up soon, and hopefully, including the Kara video that I've promised for like almost 3 years now that still is not ready, and his recording is already over 2 hours long, but it's still getting edited. Yeah, and I'm recently, or I say recently, it's been like a year and a half at this point. I've been the director of an Undertale fan game project called Cooking with Kindness. That's where a lot of my focus has been going on recently. I also do a lot of fanfic writing on my AO3 and other such projects like that. And I think that should be about everything. But you can see the game on Game Jolt. That's it.
I remember doing Sham on the podfic for that fic.
You did. You still haven't uploaded your part though, because Deltarune
really?
came out. Yeah.
I thought I did upload my Sham lines, what?
No, you did, but I haven't uploaded those parts
Oh, yeah.
of the podfic.
Okay.
Crazy realizations in the Deltacast.
Absolutely.
voice.
Drama.
Oh, it's my turn. Hi, everybody. My name's Shay. You probably know me. You've probably watched one of my videos, but I make a lot of funny videos about Undertale and Deltarune, and I also speedrun the games, and I've been getting more into making some longer form video essay content like that Undertale review I've been cooking in the background. And by that, I mean I haven't touched the script for it in a month because Deltarune came out, so I've been a little busy.
Ain't that the mood?
Also,
Hey.
some guys at a company told me to sleep one time, and it went viral.
It was great.
Have you slept well recently, Shayy?
Yeah, I haven't, you know. I took the advice. It was late, and I have been going to bed, so.
That's wonderful.
Life-changing.
First time
I had
Shayy
to
ever slept.
I had to unpack my brand new mattress, and it's very comfy.
Oh, well, welcome viewers. I'm Vivat Veritas, and I am also, funnily enough, a Deltarune content creator, token Australian, and I make a few different types of videos, but I'm most well known for my strangely popular videos about It's Raining Somewhere Else and the place where it rained. Big rain enthusiast, big sans enthusiast, I guess, by proxy, and I'm very excited to be here. I have zero other projects to plug.
Right now, my place is the place where it's raining because it has been going all morning.
Oh my
Going
goodness.
here too. Hasn't
Say
rained
hi
in
to
my
Sans
place
Days
until now. But
My
Sans
place is the
here.
place where I wish it was raining because it is steaming hot today.
Well, can't win them all.
It's raining somewhere else.
That's right. Oh, my bad.
It sure is.
Reference.
Not here.
I'm pretty sure for like the past month here, it has been just almost non-stop raining. It's been great.
You're stealing all of Shadow Fro's Razors of Rain. Sounds like it.
Please, I need it. I'm dying.
If I
Okay,
could
introductory
Harsh loud.
podcast topic. Can the night generate rain? Never mind, we're not doing that.
Yes.
Well, actually, it's really quite simple.
There's a couple of evidence points that we could look through.
The night could probably throw rainbows in the sky for all we know. We know so little about the limits of the night's powers.
I mean, of course it could. It's famously a lesbian, as we know.
True. The night is boundless. It can go toe-to-toe with Goku, and that is my firm belief.
We should probably start with the actual
First impression.
Yeah,
segment.
first-
We're gonna
first
just go on
impressions.
this.
First
Epicologic
impressions of the chapters. I just want to say that I thought this would be like a whole like monster of the week kind of like thing going on with like, oh okay, we have, you know, it's king, then queen, and this is the secret boss each time. And then chapter 3 happened, and it's like, okay, well, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Roaring night!
Yeah,
Gosh.
God.
It kind of is like that.
Yeah.
My immediate impression was just that, like, well, shit. It's like, I don't know what theories have been taken out or not, but, like, we were all thinking too small. We were all thinking too safe, and we didn't have the imagination necessary to conceptualize what Toby was cooking here, which is the best way to be, I
It
think.
feels like we were
Absolutely.
presented with a
I don't know about
painting.
y'all. I had Death Knight. I was a Death Knight believer for years.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The Death
I
Knight
was
is like,
a,
you know.
yeah, I was gonna say I was a multi-nighter. I considered Des and Carol as candidates as well as some others. So I'm just sitting here like, hey, this is why I didn't put all my eggs in one basket.
Am I the sole sad Alvin Nighter in chat, I guess?
I Alvin Knight was like my pet theory, you know? And I'm sitting there, my reaction to chapter 4 was like the meme where you're poking the guy with the stick. I'm like, come on, do something.
Shout out to Oberon
That
Smog, everyone.
was me as
Had a
well,
good
Who
one.
honestly.
knows? What if Alvin put on some antler
Bronze
like
smog.
headband? We don't know.
What if he worked out really hard to get that waistline?
And he doesn't talk as the knight to not give away the fact that he doesn't have any unique voice blips or a dialogue portrait which will give him away.
There was
But
There
his
was
sermon
so
was
much.
banging, so.
it was a banging sermon, man.
I have
Yeah.
to say,
It was-
like, yeah, the sermon was great, but also just, like, the fact that the chapter opened up and we were already getting hit with the, oh, darkeners aren't real, we're just objects, here's all this, and Susie learning that so quickly, that really took me by surprise, just because I thought that would be a plot reveal that comes later, but no, we're just jumping right to it, and then we see
Same.
Friend.
God.
During my
Can I
first
just
playthrough...
say...
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, can I just say, I don't even know where to begin with my first impression of the new chapters, because there was so much, but I did want to say with regards to the beginning of Chapter 3, I remember playing it for the first time. I only played it with myself and, like, some of my partners, but I remember seeing the fucking chair from the sweepstakes, and I screamed so goddamn loud.
Oh my...
Oh yeah.
That was
yeah.
insane to open with. That genuinely was. I loved it.
I
I
don't
think
think
that's
anyone
like
If
the
I-
quintessential like Deltarune fan insanity moment is like, if you don't know the game, you open that and it's just a cutscene with a chair in it. If you're one of the weirdos, you see it and you're like, oh, it's the chair, the chair. Oh my god,
it's the Gaster chair.
One of my favorite reasons that I recorded and uploaded my perspective is because just that moment of you get chair and you get flashback excerpt and you get the darker than dark and you get friend, and it's we're like a minute into this chapter. What on earth?
And honestly, when that happened for my first playthrough, I literally had to stand up from my desk and go to the balcony to just stare outside for a minute. It was too much.
Yeah, well, and I think the fact that it seemed to be Susie's room and Susie's chair, and not something Gaster related, was definitely a big surprise. It's we all thought it was Gaster's lab coat or something,
Gaster's chair.
But then we see this empty apartment room with a kaiju poster and a really beat up looking bed in a single chair, and it's not only is it really interesting texture to Susie's circumstances, but also just I wonder if we'll get more context on her living situation in future chapters.
We did get some more in this chapter, chapter 3 when she was talking about always moving away. That's a lot of stuff that we only got slight hints at during the sweepstakes.
But a lot of Susie in these two chapters.
Oh yeah,
shout out
quickly
Susie.
became
She's
the goat in these last two chapters, even more so than in the previous ones.
Yeah,
the one true protagonist at this point.
Yeah, there was a video that came out before the chapters. I don't remember if I actually watched it, but there was a Susie is the protagonist video that I really ought to give another look now that we have more proof that, Susie is being set up to be the true hero of the story.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that...
really... Oh, sorry.
No, it's ironic, because I'm going to say, I feel like this is something that Vivat would have something to say on, because considering you did the Curse of Protagonism video.
Yeah, it is. My brain was chugging, that's for sure. I think it's... I should really actually... That video of mine, I kind of often forget what I say in it. That it's really interesting how passive you feel, especially in Chapter 4. There are these big conversations between Susie and Ralsei especially, and these big moments of exposition and with Gerson as well, and with the old man. And it's just you really are just standing there watching it. It's a really unique feeling.
Yeah, Chris is all to the left.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, just in the beginning of Chapter 3, in that one glass scene with Susie and Ralsei, where Chris is just awkwardly over on the left side of the screen, not paying any attention, not paying attention in the cutscene. It's really funny.
I will say though, I do like that Chris hugs Ralsei if you say something nice to him. We don't tell them to hug Ralsei, they just do it, and that was kind of the final death knell to the Chris doesn't like Ralsei interpretation.
Yeah,
Rest in peace, Bozo, you will not be missed.
Yeah, I think something... Oh, sorry, you go, Andrew.
I'm saying it's I don't know if that was the interpretation was that Chris was going to forever hate Ralsei for a vendetta beyond their comprehension. It shows, if nothing else, that Chris has warmed up to Ralsei because, they've known each other for longer than a couple hours, which is nice.
Yeah. Well, and I think seeing this vulnerable, more honest side of Ralsei not only endeared Chris to him, but I think as a player base, a lot of people who were skeptical of Ralsei before have finally just come around to him. I know that I definitely felt much more attached to Ralsei in the new chapters because a part that really stood out to me was the controller swap part and Ralsei getting to
that was so good.
The first player,
peak.
and what an amazing moment for him to have some more agency and autonomy, even if it was just in a video game.
The writing in that scene was just pitch perfect.
Yeah, it really goes from this kid is conniving and weird to oh no, this kid is he's a disaster. He's just completely fraught and has no idea what he's doing or how to handle any emotion ever, and that's why he acts like this.
As it turns out, the other two characters being complex, kind of, not necessarily strictly good or evil teenagers who are kind of hiding something, as it turns out, the third member of that group is also the same.
Yep.
There is something interesting to be said, how, especially in Chapter 2 and Chapter 1, because a lot of people got the impression, myself included, that Toby was going on doing a sort of meta thing with Ralsei and Chris being sort of paired up together, being pushed together by the player. But I noticed almost instantly, like in these next, or aside from the pushing buddies joke, like that never really came up again in these two chapters.
That's a good point. Yeah, there wasn't really any. Like, as was
it
pointed
makes
out
me
earlier,
feel like maybe that wasn't like an intended thing on Toby, and Toby sort of course corrected on that, because as a reaction, maybe, I don't know.
Like the hugging
That's sort of
that
the
was
impression
mentioned
I
earlier
got.
was like from Chris doing that. Like that was the only time that kind of level of affection was shown from memory, at least. And Susie, I guess, making quote unquote Chris hug Ralsei, but yeah, it was never in the player's hands, which I think is interesting.
I think some of that is also just because the focus kind of shifted where Ralsei is concerned, because there's a lot less, like, focus on Chris and Ralsei just as, like, a duo, and more focus on them as a trio, and especially fleshing out Ralsei and Susie's friendship, because that was something that you really felt in both chapters.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that, like, Chris can't meaningfully be supportive to Ralsei, because they can't, like, do things, usually. Like, they don't seem to have very limited ability to do that. And so when, I kind of think it's almost, like, supposed to be symbolic when Susie goes through that whole, the healing training arc in Chapter 4, when Ralsei is saying, I'm only healing the outside, but Susie, you managed to heal the inside. It's like, damn, is
Most
Susie
heavy-handed
the
symbolism I've seen in this game so far.
That's
It's
a great
hilarious.
observation.
Writers who use subtlety are cowards.
Yeah, because, like, until Susie gets involved with Ralsei, he's never gonna make any emotional progress trying to talk to Chris while they're possessed. Like, that's just not gonna happen. But Susie's actually seems to have been shifting his worldview somewhat.
Yeah, well, she's just, like, such an active force in the story, whereas Chris, by nature of being controlled by us, is a reactive character when we have control of them. Like, I would say even when they remove the soul, you could argue it's still reactive, because in, like, the big Chapter 4 segment, they do that as a reaction to us looking at the guitar, and let me just say, going into that blind was incredible. Just having the soul floating around and getting to go all stealth game, it was an amazing sense of discovery, and just hearing that phone call in the kitchen was just chills.
Without reservation, that was the peak scene of both chapters. Peak scene of the game so far was the Holiday House segment.
Oh yeah,
that part completely took me out, because like I was genuinely wondering like what would happen. Like I feel like at some point I was wondering like, yeah, we were probably going to just be left there without Chris for a while. I didn't think it would be literally just us floating around in the vents like that. But
some
it's
kind of imposter.
Yeah.
No.
Weird that you could read all of this as just an Among Us reference.
I mean, you could, yeah.
Thanks, Among Us.
But, like, in terms of just gameplay, it's just such a unique thing. Like, that format is just bizarre. It's like a Night Trap homage. It's like you're gonna play as like a disembodied manifestation of your influence on the game, not the protagonist. And you're gonna have this like voyeuristic window into how the characters act when you're not around. They're all just doing their own thing, and they don't think they're being observed. Like, that's so unique, and it wouldn't normally fit into an RPG format like this. It's like, that's just Deltarune doing its thing, I guess.
Yeah, well,
very
and
much-
And yet, despite being a mandatory part of the game, there are people who insist, no, guys, Chris is us, not the soul.
Oh,
people
gosh.
who insist on
I
that.
refuse
I
to
don't
believe
even
there are
know how
people
it's
that still say
possible
that.
anymore.
Gosh.
It's like okay, at that point, okay, Chris is us, then tell us who was on the phone. You
I
were
can't
there.
read, I'm a Deltarune fan.
I can't
It's
see.
not even
I'm a
reading at this point,
Deltarune
it's just
fan.
looking. There's nothing
honest-
to read, it's just pictures on the screen.
I will say, one thing I noticed while watching someone stream the chapter blind yesterday is that the text boxes advancing automatically actually makes a great deal of sense, because when we're just the soul, we can't really directly control the UI or interact with anything, so the fact that the text boxes for like the phone call and for Susie and Noel's interactions and all of that just happens on autopilot, I think really adds to the feeling of you're no longer in control now that you're not inside of Chris, and all you
Hold
can
on,
do
actually-
is...
That's good.
Okay.
Hopping off of that point, actually, would that imply that the menu is tied to your vessel, specifically Chris, then? Because, like, if you can't open your menu when you're in soul mode, and you can't do that in battles either when the soul is out, so...
I mean, it is
I guess
Chris's
that's
menu, so
Yeah,
Well, I
That's what
guess that's a good point.
Well,
Yeah, you're just using it.
well, if we want to go into the weird route right now, because that's one instance I can think of.
Oh yeah,
you
great
gain,
example.
You gain sentience
Um,
back, but only with
because
Chris.
because the one time that like you can have control over the menu is when Noel asks, "Oh, can I like say something more?" And then the fucking like choice pops up to
so-
proceed or please don't.
Yeah,
Can I
you can
just
actually
say-
move back into the box.
So vulgar.
Can I
That's
just
so
say,
smart, so cool.
using the proceed choice box to get out of the vents was like a top 5 moment
Just
in the game.
absolutely
It was so
That was
good.
like, how
So
did he
smart.
think
Absolutely
of that?
insane.
That is
I
so
just-
creative.
Chicky Tony.
I just want to say, like, I didn't even realize initially when I was playing it that that's what happened. But I ended up accidentally, like, aborting the route because I didn't fully realize the soul was in the room.
Oh no!
Once I did, and it clicked for me. Because some of us were mentioning, like, oh, most of the theories were purged, basically.
Oh.
It's funny because I'm in a position where I don't think most of my beliefs on the game were purged, but they were emboldened. And
Oh,
I
that's
say
cool.
that because that fucking choice, the proceed please don't and the soul appearing, that is literally what I was talking about the whole time. So that wasn't even evidence. That was just that's fact.
Confirmation.
That's it. It's
Yeah,
confirmed.
yeah.
That is
yeah.
real.
That
And
is right.
Once again, proving you're the smartest theorist of all. Thank you, Molly.
Yeah, well,
I don't know how
True.
I was so messed up over that. I still
The
am.
smartest play is to just not make theories. That's what I did.
Exactly.
And I was
That's what
correct
I
on
did
everything.
too.
Yeah.
Speaking of
Analyze.
things
We call
being
it thematic
actually
analysis here.
correct, I remember when I put out my Gerson video, I had speculated that perhaps Alvin had kept his hammer the entire time and it wasn't buried in the grave. So when I saw
Holy shit.
Gerson in the church dark world, I was like, oh, am I onto something here? Because I had two frames of mind. My thoughts were either maybe Gerson wasn't dead and was just in a dark world somewhere, or traveling the dark worlds, or his hammer wasn't buried and we might see him in a dark world as revived Darkner. And so, what do you know?
Smog.
Yeah, I think, well...
Again, it's a
clearly
shame we
there-
don't have Jaru here for this one.
Yeah, clearly
Yeah, it's a shame.
Destiner Gerson has been arrived at from multiple vectors here. I think the way that it actually happened, though, still leaves all of the questions of the why completely unanswered. Like, okay, we know
yeah.
that Alvin had his dad's fucking dead body in a jar in
Yeah.
his desk, but like,
Why?
real why? Like, did the
That's
Night
kind
Queen
of
do that?
strange.
Like, that's really
Yeah.
fucking
Is this-
suspicious.
Is
I
this
have
our
a
cue to talk about Night Gang, weird Doom cult conspiracy territory
Yeah.
now?
I have
I mean,
my
we could.
board up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
we
it's
haven't really
Alvin,
talked-
basically. I'm just kidding.
I mean, like, genuinely, my first kind of, like, instinct after seeing, like, probably, I think it was after chapter 3, either chapter 3 or 4, of, like, was kind of what you were talking about earlier, Doc, with the multi-night, of, like, I think it's possible that there are multiple people who are, quote-unquote, the Knight, and the Roaring Knight isn't the one who's creating the fountains, they're just kind of like a vector of the Dark Fountains themselves.
Interesting.
But then, like, after they do the bit in chapter 4, I'm like, oh, that's probably not right, but it's still in the back of my mind there a little bit.
I feel
Well,
like
I was
the-
thinking something along those lines.
I think the
I-
better way to look at it now is that we don't have a multi-night, but we have a divorce between the concept that was back in chapter 1 and
We
2.
have a lot of
Everyone
divorce in
thought
this
the
game.
night is the thing that makes the fountains, that sort of makes the night the night. But now we know that what makes the night is being called the Roaring Night and being one specific entity, and
Exactly,
anyone can
yeah,
make fountains, including Chris and maybe
Susie.
maybe even Carol on the way
Susie.
back from work. Maybe fucking Alvin makes the Dark Four fountain. Who knows? It almost doesn't actually matter that much.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
There's also the... Oh, go ahead, Shay.
I think multi-night theorists got like breadcrumbs because it wasn't, there is only just the one night, right? But it wasn't like, we got breadcrumbs in the way that there is dialogue. If you go back in chapter 4 to talk to King, where, fun fact, he never actually even met the knight. Fucking
You're right.
So
Jebel.
funny.
Jebel
Yeah,
told
that
him
was
all about
totally
it. He was
I-
just being the knight's hype guy without
Oh my
even
God.
meeting him. He's being a
Also,
fanboy.
That shit
Also,
drives me
is that
insane.
the confirmation that the Knight is like the source of the Shadow Crystal and it was never Gaster anyway?
That
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 seems
could be-
strongly
I-
implied.
I think the conversation about the shadow crystals and if they come from the night is a whole big thing, which
Yeah.
maybe we kick down the road slightly. But I just want to say on that topic that like Yeah, I never had any strong knight takes. I was sort of like leaning Chris Knight / multi knight, and like those aren't literally true, but I feel like every expectation that I would have had with those concepts of how the knight works essentially have been met regardless, because Chris at a point functions as the knight. They are the knight's like ally, an underling even. They function in cahoots with the knight, and also there's a whole gang of people who are allies with, so it's like everything you would want from multi-knight theory, except like you just literally defined the knight to be, no, it's this shadow thing.
Yeah,
There's
it's very
at
much
least
like
one head honcho who's like directing the operation.
Yeah, the way
Which
I
is
kind of,
either Carol, I assume Carol, right?
oh,
It could be Carol, it could be Des. Like where I'm at with the Roaring Knight's identity, I'm like 50-50. I think you can make a compelling case and a compelling story with either Des or Carol, and I trust Toby, whoever it ends up being, will deliver something really good, because you've got the angle of like a mother who's like totally desperate to reclaim the life she had before. Her husband's dying, her daughter's missing. Just like super duper desperate.
I think both of them are, like, regardless of who's the knight, I think both of them are obviously involved.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Be upfront, they're both
100%.
involved. I am in fact 100% zero on Death Knight. I am all in on Death Knight.
Absolutely.
Same.
I am also all in on
Yeah,
Death
I
Knight.
think
I don't think Carol
I
has
don't
the
think
aura
Carol
farming
Holiday's
potential.
hitting the fold
Yeah,
arms
it's
back,
like-
back
Yeah.
walking
I
up
was
the
gonna say that,
stairs. Have you seen some of the unused sprites? There's the one where the knight gives the like the "come at me" kind of like finger like
Sick.
Jesus.
provocative.
There's one I
taunt.
saw.
Yeah.
There's one I saw of the knight where apparently if the knight blocks an attack, it just does a fucking peace
Peace
sign.
yeah, the
That'd be awesome.
peace
Yeah.
sign.
It's not
I
even
think
a
that-
peace sign.
I'm not
it's
even
like the
sure if that's
fucking-
supposed to be a peace sign. I think that's like how like characters
Like-
in Street Fighter tech,
It's like
Oh,
that
the like
anime
hand
shit.
wave
like when they
where
parry,
they
they
have
put
their
up their two fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
I know
honestly
what you're
surprised
talking about.
I'm honestly surprised the knight doesn't have a flipping you off unused spray.
See, I think there are a lot of things, like, visually that do kind of support Death Knight. For instance, her room has star imagery on the walls, which does fit with the star attacks. And there's the
she
whole...
uses Asriel's attack.
Yeah, well, that too. I think Death, if the Knight is being set up as a thematic parallel to Flowey.
Our best friends.
It seems
And I
not
had-
unlikely.
And I had a thought about the voice in the code, and, like, if it is Death, what if the voice in the code is a flashback that we're getting chapter
I
by
was thinking that
chapter?
had to be the
That's-
case. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking
really
as well.
up with that, because you can't like be lost in the darkness and then also just like run throughout the light world, just like chilling. Like I was definitely wrestling with that.
I think
Yeah.
like there is something weird about that, yeah, because that's the main thing about Death Knight that gets me is if Death is the knight, then what is it with the unused script? Because I still don't have a better candidate for who that could be.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
It could
It's
not just
maybe
the
the
unused
Forgotten
script.
Man.
I think
It could be the Eggman.
Eggman.
Except the Eggman speaks in all caps, so that's kind of...
Oh yeah.
Someone else we know. I think like because that was my like number one priority when thinking about Death Knight. I thought I think the first option to explain that away is what people have been talking about, of it's kind of a flashback or whatever, much like a flashback excerpt, if you will. And the other one I was thinking of was like maybe Death is still trapped in the dark world and the Roaring Knight is kind of this like weird not like her stand, but like this weird kind
I
of
mean, with the way it's posing.
yeah, this like fucked up manifestation of like a broken person kind
What
of.
if it's, like, kind of something that's consumed her, like, her mind is lost,
Yeah, exactly,
but her
exactly.
body is
Yeah.
corrupted.
Which
Yeah,
would make sense why it looks like a Titan, because then it'd be like the darkness, like in which he takes forms of Titans, is like consuming her and taking her
Like
body or
darkness
something.
consumed them.
Yeah,
I think the
agree.
bottom line is that we lack the mechanical knowledge and like the metaphysics to declare like what exactly the nature of the knight is, and if it is
Agreed.
Death, how did Death become
Yeah.
whatever the knight is. But like
Yeah.
the point you have to
That-
reconcile with Death Knight is that we've had Death poised until now as this sort of like distant figure. We have
lost
this
girl.
mantra of find her as like a goal that clearly I assume that Chris and Carol are following to some degree, whatever their plan is, and like if she is in fact this, aura farming shadow guy, then like, okay, who are you finding, and what sense do you have to find her?
Yeah, like Carol and Chris are already, like, they're opening the fountains, presumably. The knight is there. Well, then they've already found her, right? So there has to be something more.
I think
So
there's
I'm gonna take it
definitely
that
a
maybe
layer.
it's more like a you need to find out what happened to her kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I like that idea.
Very similar to another RPG that may or may not be similar to Deltarune that Toby Fox may or may not have commented on in 2014.
Moon Remix RPG Adventure is a fantastic game that has a lot more relevance to the
definitely what I was
Deltarune
talking
fandom.
about.
Yeah, well, like,
Yeah,
I
definitely
played
that
Moon
one.
recently, and, like, I don't want to spoil too much because it is a game that is worth exploring, but it does some really interesting ideas with the concept of, like, narrative and predestination, as well as like player and protagonist relationships and how you connect with the world. But another thing I thought regarding Des and potentially being like lost is it could be that finding her is very much a metaphorical find the real Des, save her from herself. And even, we don't know when the knight first emerged, if the knight was maybe stuck in the darkness of the shelter for years, maybe all that time in a dark world just fucked her up so much that that's what she became.
Born in the dark.
I think that's a relevant point to bring up, because we have like no clue how everything ties together before we enter the picture, because like we hear Toriel say that Chris sometimes does this when they're in the bathroom, and we have other things that are, like, just stuff's not adding up from before we came in, where like there seems to be this grand ploy, but we aren't in on it, so there's definitely a lot we're not quite seeing.
Yeah, and then
we've made pretty little progress on that front.
And then
Yeah,
Asgore in that truck really did a number on her.
Where does that come from?
I don't know.
I think so. Molly mentioned that first.
It's because she's
idea.
a deer. Like,
Yeah, I think it's because it's just deer in headlights, and like Asgore clearly played a major role in whatever happened to Des. But I don't, obviously I don't think it's him running. I don't think anybody really thinks that it's him running over with a truck.
That GIF specifically, I believe, was just like, drawing over a scene from Open Season.
From Open Season, yeah.
Because I've seen other versions of that GIF.
Yeah.
But-
Okay, that makes sense.
Deltacast pack, we all have to use that GIF in our next video.
While we're on the subject of Asgore, though, I saw an interesting take in my server that perhaps the black shard Asgore has was from an encounter with the knight, where he did well enough to break off a piece of the knight's sword, and maybe he was trying to protect, say, Chris if something went wrong, but he just wasn't able to completely fix the problem, and so now
can
he
I have
has
a moment?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, no, it's related to what you were saying. It's directly related, but like I feel like I gotta get this out of the way up front, because like
Go for it.
I am like, after thinking about chapter 4 for like a little while, I replayed that sequence. Asgore's in the bedroom talking about the black shard. My immediate conclusion was that Asgore, he says, I'm going to go to this, I have to look again. He goes up to the room. He stands in front of that weird black katana, which like it's partially obstructed, but you can see it's a black katana. And then he's talking about how beautiful the black shard is. Is the black shard not supposed to be the katana? That
I
seems
always
like the most
assumed
reasonable.
it was meant to be, at least, if not that, on the corkboard or whatever. I think it was him seeing it as he came in and commenting on it. I personally didn't read it as it being his personally. I think
I can't imagine Asgore with the katana.
I'm starting to wonder if he I'm thinking he took it he wasn't supposed to take it, but he did.
Well, that would
I'm gonna show them all what really happened. I'm gonna take destiny into my own hands, kind of thing.
Which is
Poor Asgore
really
needs to get some agency, so I really hope that's the case.
I hope that Asgore stops being tortured at some point.
I feel bad for him, but then him coming out of the bushes after church, I was sitting there like, dude, pack it up.
You can't just do that. You can't just jump scare your freaking
ex-wife.
Even if he is completely justified, even if he was unwrongfully, everything got taken from him wrongfully, Don't do that, man. Come
Don't do
on.
that. That's weird.
That's not a
We
good
need to
look.
rescue Asgore from this before he finds even more embarrassing ways to ruin his
can't
life.
forget- can't just-
eggs.
And people blame Toriel for going on that drinking spree with Sans. Like, if that happened to me, I'd be three glasses deep. I don't know.
I only
Three
blame
buckets of
Toriel for how she didn't consider Chris going to sleep and how loud they were downstairs. Like, she was drunk, but I do feel like she and Sans could have been a bit more courteous, but I don't think that she's at fault for wanting to see other people. I think that we see a very recurring theme of, like, not being able to let go of the past. Like, so many characters. Carol, Asgore, Tenna, Alvin, you could even say, if he's holding on to
Absolutely.
Gerson's hammer for selfish reasons. And I even had the thought that perhaps he was in cahoots with the Knight with the promise to resurrect his father so that they could be reunited, and even if it's only in the darkness, because it's clear that he lives in Gerson's shadow.
That brings us back to, like, Night Gang Doom Cult conspiracy stuff.
Yeah, the fact that Alvin could be... Because I've had that exact thought, is like, okay, if Alvin had this thing prepped for the Dark World, then does that indicate, like, either Alvin knew about Dark Worlds before, and someone made the Dark Fountain before he could, and he missed a chance to see Gerson, or it was, like, the Knight told him to do that because they wanted Gerson for some other... Because, like, the big reason that makes me suspicious is that Gerson gets personally delivered a shadow crystal by the Knight, it's implied. Like, the Knight flies through the door, and then Gerson finds the crystal, like, in his desk. It seems like the Knight really wanted Gerson to use that crystal for some fucking reason. And it's like, if the Knight had Gerson in its plans at all, then it would have to know that Gerson would be resurrected. And if it knew that beforehand, then it implies collusion with Alvin.
I think
Actually, hold on.
So
I think that's a good point to bring up. Could not talk about the shadow crystals. Like, do we think we have a much better idea of what they actually do now?
I was about to
I have
say I am
something-
literally no closer to understanding it. Sorry.
Something I want to say about the shadow crystals, because there is, like, some... I feel like, because I've seen Andrew specifically mention that, like, the Knight gave Gerson the shadow crystal, and that it seems to imply that, like, shadow crystals are coming from the Knight, and the thing I want to say about that, because I've been kind of banging my head against the wall about this, is I don't know how much I buy that, because I don't think that adds up with the timeline of everything involving Jevil and the Knight. Because what Jevil fucking says, and what Sham says, is basically Jevil got a vision that the Knight was going to appear, and that the Knight was going to be involved. So that's before the Knight got involved, but also by that point Jevil had already been locked away because he heard from a strange someone all this weird shit, and then Sham had to lock him up. And then by that point...
Hold on. Didn't the Knight, like, bring up the fountain, and wasn't Jevil only was Jevil locked before or after the fountain?
Oh, we want to talk about Dark World history, folks?
I mean, as far as I know, I believe Jevil had to have been locked up, like, before, basically, like yeah, because, like, Dark World history is going to be a bit abstract, but from what I understand, it's like it was the strange someone first, and then the strange Knight.
Molly, can you
That is correct.
This is, like, new information almost to me. When does Jevil mention... What is the instance of Jevil talking about having a vision of the Knight that you're referring to?
It wasn't Jevil, it was King in Chapter 4 saying in Castletown that, oh, Jevil told me about the Knight. It was
and also Jevil does
told me
mention the
about
Knight.
I don't think
he does mention the
that
Knight.
wasn't specified to be before, because the King... That conversation was, he told me of the Knight's brilliance and my rise to power. It's a shame that he had to be tricked away by his closest companion.
Yeah, that seems like it
If he told him of his rise to power, he rose to power when the Knight came. So if he was told of his rise to power, it would have been before the Knight came then.
Yeah,
it would also have to be before he was locked away, because it would seem that he then had to
Go
be
ahead,
locked away.
Molly.
But
I mention this because the one reason I'm pressing on this is because in Chapter 1, there is a very clear distinction made between the two. Strange Knight is highlighted in red, Strange Someone is not. So they are two different people.
Another thing I do want to note is that we may be being slightly misled into thinking that the Knight specifically gave it to Gerson, because Gerson does mention seeing the Knight pass through his study just before the Fun Gang arrived, but that could be separate from whoever gave him the Shadow Crystal for all we know.
I feel like if the Knight did give him the Shadow Crystal, he would have mentioned it, or at least even noticed it, who it was, because like
no, I
he
think,
was looking at
like,
the night.
If he was given the, I have a feeling that he was speaking somewhat euphemistically when he says like, "Oh, I found this in my desk. It really seems like someone maybe wanted me to use it. I get the sense." It's like before we came in, he says the knight was literally in the study. It's comical what the time span, but like he says, literally before you came in the room, the knight was here. It's like, okay, the knight probably, there may have been an exchange.
Okay.
There's definitely
but I want to go
precedent.
I do want to harp
Wait,
briefly on this.
I have a question. It could be like, couldn't it not be the case? Because again, you mentioned the comical time span where it's like literally he was there in the other room, and then during the screen transition, the knight suddenly appears there. It could be the case that he was referring to before, like he met the fun gang over in the dark area. So like
I
before
did
he
just
left
go
to
back
study.
and look at the dialogue that Gerson says when he gives you the shadow crystal. It doesn't even. He just says that he finds it in his desk drawer. He doesn't even like know who put it there. So
Yeah, there's no
my
indication
personal
of
take
that.
is that I think that the shadow crystals are maybe given to them by somebody else, not necessarily the knight. Like obviously the one we get from the knight comes from the sword.
So
but
would
what
that
if the sword is
imply
given
that like
to the knight by
at least
someone else?
the whatever condition the knight is in is caused by that strange someone, which is definitely Gaster?
Well, I
think
don't
it's
want to.
possible.
I think
Spampton calls the strange person on the phone, probably got the shadow crystal from them. Jevil had the strange somebody give him the shadow crystal. Gerson, somebody put it in the desk. And
Okay,
wanted
that's
to
the
use it,
strange
but he
thing.
didn't.
That's the. I do want to say a quick thing. The strange thing about that is with Spampton. Spampton didn't even have one. Spampton's was in the Neo body.
That's right.
Yeah, this is what I want to
That
get
is
in
true.
order here, is because in my mind, if you're gonna, I don't think that for sure the shadow crystals come from the knight, but in my mind, the argument against that is Spampton and the fact that the shadow crystal was in this random robot and was not given to Spampton, who was in direct correspondence with like the person what drives you insane. Because like I still don't think I'm rereading this conversation that with Sham and chapter 1 about Jevil, and it's like what is implied by King later is that Jevil met the knight before anyone else did, and then foretold of the knight. And that lines up with what Sham says, is like, one day Jevil met a strange someone, then began to change. Recently a strange knight has appeared. Like, that lines up with if Jevil was the first one to be contacted by the knight, and then the knight appeared unto the masses later.
So here's a question then. How would the knight be able to appear in the Dark World without creating the fountain first?
Well, the knight.
Something
the
gets
knight,
trapped in darkness. I don't know.
The knight could have made the classroom dark fountain first, met with Jevil, and then dipped.
Yeah, exactly.
But another thing, this is just making me think, maybe it was a mistake to directly link the physical shadow crystals with the strange someone in the first place, because it seems like, with Spampton as a great example, the strange someone is not necessarily handing out crystals like candies. The crystals could come from the knight, and that would make a lot of sense, because the knight already is a shadow crystal holder, so maybe shadow crystal knight, but strange prophetic someone is Gaster.
Could it be the case that the strange someone is like guiding people to the shadow crystals because like Spampton is like praying and stuff to the Neo body, so he seems to want something from the Neo body specifically that he thinks will make him free, and it's likely that he learned about the Neo body from the strange someone and like the strange conversations.
It's possible.
chance.
And someone wanted to speak. I wasn't looking.
Sorry, that was me. I would like to just quickly raise two things. One, which is a genuine personal question because I'm confused, and the other is about the shadow crystals. I feel like, well, the Lightners know about the prophecy, right? It's like
they do. Yes,
the Lightners
they
know
know a lot about it.
The Ralsei and Lancer both know about the prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But the prophecy involves the knight. So how did King, if King knew about the prophecy, how did it need Jevil to tell him about the knight?
One thing that I actually want to say about that I know is that the whole castle is like oddly in like the black and white like theme, which is directly the how the knight appears, like how they visually look. So like I'm thinking that like maybe
catch.
like he did actually see the knight at some point, and maybe he just heard about them from Jevil first.
Well, we know he didn't, because he asks us what was the night like, and then we don't
He
tell
never
him when
met
he goes
the
to
To
the
knight.
house.
rage bait him. Yeah, and it's
It's
mentioned
so
like
funny. He
I can't remember
literally
that.
did all that shit he did was just off hype. He didn't even meet
What a
the knight.
parasocial asshole.
Literally,
Yeah,
what a
Platonic
parasocial
ideal
relationship
of
with
the
the knight, bro. That's
I
crazy.
will act in the knight's hand by the knight's will.
It's like, bro, you don't even know them.
Bro, you don't
You're not
even
on the
know
team.
them.
Biblical literalism,
It's great.
that's fine.
Bro, what a
But-
simp.
Well, on that subject, though, something that is interesting about that is just, like, the way that events play out, it's kind of like, from what I remember from Sham's dialogue, the knight appeared, and that basically inspired the coup. Like, the knight showed up, did their
Yeah, that's
thing,
what it sounds
and then
like.
King just was like, yeet, I'm gonna yeetus the other kings into the dungeon.
Because as we know,
Wording
Jevel
is so
prophesies.
bizarre.
Yeah,
that's
Jevel, he could be
fine.
prepared for that. Whatever,
And there is
yeah.
precedent for Jevel having a form of foresight, though, because in both the fight path and the mercy path, he does foretell something that's going to happen. He
That is true.
mentions the queen returning, and he also mentions
The
the
roaring.
knights.
Hell's
and the
raw
roaring.
bubbles from the depths.
Yeah,
he
so, like-
definitely he either like just has the prophecy, which maybe makes that more special, or he understands how the prophecy does apply to the game Deltarune itself, which gives a Gaster connection. I am unsure.
Here's a relevant question on that.
I have questions.
Do we know for sure, like, which darkness do and don't know the prophecy?
No,
Because, like, I
know
don't think
two
we have
for
any
sure.
indication that, like, we know Tenna at least doesn't know the prophecy, and
Tenna doesn't,
chapter.
It seems like Lancer is at least somewhat aware of it. What I find interesting, too, and Alvin mentions this in the church, is that the Lightners don't seem to have the complete prophecy, because he mentions that only so much of it has been transcribed.
True.
So, like, the Lightners probably have the first 5 or 6 books worth.
Well, considering Jockington
Actually-
is mentioned by name, it's pretty safe to assume that they don't have the full prophecy.
Yeah.
yeah.
Jockington could be like a
Jockington does
biblical
have a lot
name,
of
like
fans,
Adam or something.
That's
He does
true.
have a lot of
Jockington
fans.
is
What
Jockington.
What if it's he's actually just mentioned in there and everybody's like, oh my god. it's
Jockington has
Jockington.
merch. He has zines. Like, there's Jockington zines in Sans' store. He has memorabilia on one of the lockers. Like, there's something weird going on with
is
Jockington.
important.
Maybe he just is. Everybody knows that he's the prophet. Maybe he's like everybody knows that Jesus is going to their
That'd be
high school.
hilarious if the prophecy is just incomplete and the one thing it mentions is like, oh yeah, by Jockington grows a beard, and they're like, oh my god, it's Jockington. Oh
Holy
my
fuck.
god, what?
That
Yeah,
actually
everybody
brings up another
everybody in
question,
the
though.
whole light world is like, Jockington, when are you going the beard, bro?
That's great.
Beard countdown.
That
By
brings
the
up
way,
another
I
question.
just
though.
want to think it's hilarious that they specifically put out that Jockington grows the beard picture, right?
Yeah.
As a teaser for the
Yes.
chapter, and all of us, every single
thought
one
it
of
was
us was
gonna
like,
be
oh,
in the Dark
Jockington's gonna
World.
be in the chapter, just like Birdley was, right?
What I find
Oh, we were
interesting.
so innocent back then.
Tricky Tony.
Yep. What I find interesting is just how barren the Church Dark World was in terms of NPCs. Like, we had
Yeah.
NPCs, we had enemies and stuff, but in terms of characters with names, it really is just like Gerson, Jackenstein, Miss Mizzle, and the
Gerson
rest are
doesn't
just
even
like,
get the name though.
he
He's
doesn't
old
get
man.
named.
He's just the old
yeah,
man.
but
Point
you know
taken.
it's him. But yeah, it's like interesting because the other Dark Worlds felt so much more populated. Like even
Yo,
TV
you hop
World,
off Balthazar, hello?
I mean, I love
Uh,
The
The
one
enemies are very
Balthazar
big
fan.
No, two.
Awoken.
I'm right there with you.
But like TV World, you had Tenna, you had La Nina and El Nino. Oh no, La Nino and El Nina, and then you had frickin'
Ram.
Ram, and you had Tenna
Oh,
himself,
frickin' Ram.
and Mike, even if he was off screen. So you had like multiple recurring characters in addition to all the encounters like the Pippins and the Zappers and all of them.
In
But-
addition to Rules and Lancer coming back as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are repeats, though. But
yeah, those are
I think-
repeats.
I think that chapter 4, like, I agree with you. It tonally it occupies a niche that is similar to like Waterfall and Undertale.
Oh,
where
for
it-
sure.
It dials
For
back
sure.
the hijinks and like the crazy characters, and just more lets you focus on traversing atmospheric areas and soaking up some lore, which is very nice.
Does
as
that
an
mean
point.
that Jackenstein is the equivalent of Onion San?
don't
Maybe
get me
the
started on
equivalent.
Onion
Maybe
San.
the equivalent of Mad
Dummy? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good.
yeah.
The there was something to quickly bring it back to the Shadow Crystals, much to the chagrin of everyone else. I do think there is something to be said. This is like such a cop-out answer, and I acknowledge that. But the idea that it is like they kind of manifest of a like at a point of almost like narrative twisting or narrative. I hesitate to use the word here, but like almost like I know, like obviously they go to the secret bosses, but it's almost like I think maybe it was mentioned in Jaro's crystal video of like they form here because this is a point where like things are going when they're where there is a secret, they kind of are a self-fulfilling secret in a way. I don't know, there's something in there about like a, I don't know, going off the beaten path.
I feel like if you want to talk about, if you want to talk about the origin of Shadow Crystal, we need to talk about the book in the egg room in chapter 4.
Oh, that's a great point. I need to
go for it.
Pull up that text. Let me pull up the
I have it
Deltarune
here.
text.
I've got it.
Okay.
And so wept the fallen star, making rivers with its tears. Then slowly from bitter water something grew. It looked like glass.
There you go.
So that just
you.
reminds me. I had this thought that I was going to bring up before you mentioned that what if the shadow crystals specifically are from the Knight as the Knight's way of trying to influence the prophecy in their own way if the Knight isn't like 100% on board with following it to the letter and might be trying to reclaim some autonomy or like shake things up, because if Des is the fallen star and the glass came from the Knight, who we do see crying when it first appears, like that could be something tying it together, that whatever happened to Des got this power of shadow crystals, which could be seen as maybe like an antithesis to the prophecy glass.
I think that's an interesting interpretation, but when you use the shadow crystal in front of some of the prophecies at the end of chapter 4, it says, or I think it's all of them, it says, strangely, the prophecy's text does not warp when you look through the shadow crystal.
Yeah, that's a great point too, though.
Interesting. I didn't even know that.
I know that either.
I think this is a good point to bring up what I think the shadow crystals are showing, and I think it might be like later points of the prophecy, like just points of the prophecy in general. Because in chapter 3, when you use it after you get it from the Knight, it shows the TV smashed to pieces, which should normally only happen if you don't recruit everybody. And this is gonna like go wild into like Susie breaking the prophecy in general, because it seems like from what we see in the prophecy with like the Lord of Screens cleaved red by a blade, like it seems like the prophecy said that Tenna should die, and Susie, like by helping him like get back to normal and saving him, like that's like one of her big like breaking the prophecy bits.
I don't feel like he's still cleaved by blade, like that.
He has been
thoroughly
thoroughly
cleaved.
But she makes it a better outcome. He doesn't just stay broken. She's able to do something meaningful even if that part of the prophecy still happened.
Yes, sure, but the shadow crystal, my point is that it's showing something different than, like, the prophecy does not specify that he is, like, being smashed to pieces only happens if you are violent in chapter 3, whereas he is cut regardless.
Well, another weird thing, too, is when he used the glass in the light world, I forgot to check in chapter 3, but, like, in chapters 1 and 2, there's some weird stuff, like Susie looking mean, like her pre-character development self.
From what I recall, when I tried to use them in my playthrough, it didn't work in the light world anymore. But I'm pretty sure there's, like, hidden ones in the code that are unused. Like, for example, I think there's one with Undyne being frozen. That's unused.
That's the chapter 3 one, which, like, as far as I know, you can't use that, but it is in there.
Yeah.
And that's so fascinating.
I wonder if the shadow crystals are like, if there's a possibility, because there's a lot of the shadow crystal is like is where the whole like Chris sees right through their hand thing comes from, right? And all of the like supports the whole like
there's
their hand or their arm. Like I almost wonder if it's like some kind of like, you know, glimpse into the future in some cases. Like
that's what I was thinking.
Like a glimpse into the future that follows the prophecy to a T.
That
or
follows
something.
the prophecy.
Yeah.
Another thing though about Chris's hand, so like I saw this interesting take somewhere that it's possible Chris lost their real hand in whatever incident happened with Des, and they have a goner hand, and that's why there's that creepy gray seam on their hand when they wash their hands in the therapy room. like, there's something that happened with Chris's hand, and the gray seam just feels very conspicuous as a detail. Like, something weird is going on with Chris's
Sorry, the
hand.
term goner
I
hand
agree.
is inherently very funny.
Oh, it is very funny. I don't
So
disagree.
you get, the scene where the hand goes away when in the 1225 machine. The first
Yeah.
shadow
I feel like this is
crystal
a good
you look
point to bring
into-
up the 7 flying aces from the chapter 3 egg room, where they're like you floppies are monochrome, but you colored us in with love.
Yeah,
So-
I saw this amazing art the other day, too, where Chris was like a vessel that escaped from the shelter,
yeah.
but then by being loved by the Dreamers, they gained color
Yeah, I've
and
seen that
identity.
one.
That's what I was thinking exactly.
Oh, that's
It's so
cool. I
cute.
never even considered that.
Editor, put
I-
that on the screen right now.
I don't
But,
know
uh,
exactly what that line about poppies being monochrome means, but I have a gut feeling that it's the key to literally everything. It's like
I think it's
Goners.
very
It's-
significant.
It's clearly Goners
Also,
to
yeah,
me.
like goners, yeah. And it's interesting because you see, like, the bird in Hometown that's, like, telling you to not wait for Onion and hangs in the library, who is basically a colored-in version of that one Gaster follower that everyone thought was a giant head for the longest time.
Mhm.
Like, there's
and
some
he does
weird
seem to be
trippy
going
stuff.
mad somehow, which is
But yeah,
worrying.
going back to the Chris hand thing for a moment, the
Mm-hmm.
1225 machine, you have the dialogue where you couldn't see your hand, but also the chapter 1 shadow crystal, when you look in the light world, they see through their own hand. But
Mm-hmm.
you notice things that are relevant to the prophecy aren't seen, or are seen in the shadow crystals. Like when they try to look through the shadow crystal at the prophecy in the dark world, the prophecy is always there. It doesn't
Yep.
go away. You know, they
That's
see
a
like
great point.
Susie, they see a bunch of other stuff. But noticeably, their own hand isn't there, which is that's 2 points for
find
Chris
your
losing an
hand.
arm, J.J. Abrams style.
Well, there's also
like
the,
Finn
the severed
Adventure
hand
Time.
conversation in the holiday house, which could be seen
Yeah.
as more foreshadowing.
Remember you pointed
Yeah.
out to me, Dorked, and I was just like, oh my god, it actually makes so much
Oh,
sense.
how about in the night fight, Susie says, as long as Chris has a hand to raise me up
Yes!
with.
That's
Susie,
amazing.
pick your words carefully.
God.
You're
Does she
doing
know?
foreshadowing.
Does she know?
Does she
Does she know?
Oh, and not just
And I
that,
don't know-
the trailer, when Chris walks up to Susie and
Oh,
holds
yeah.
a hand out for her to stand.
This does, and not to like get too like meta with it, but it is relevant that during the development of Chapter 2, like Toby Fox did start to have that problem with his wrist, and that's when the Shadow Crystal started getting implemented. So it might be possible that once he started having that, and like he incorporated that into the story.
That'd be
And that makes
crazy
sense
though,
because-
if that's
Hands.
true.
That'd be
If, like,
so wild.
10 years later, he's just like, yeah, so that was that would be so insane.
I'm just thinking
That-
about
I
my
mean-
hand a lot.
Well, while
I mean,
we're
yeah.
on the topic of the prophecy, I have to say, I think that now that we have all this information, Gaster wanting to create a new future with us suddenly hits very differently. And I think that Gaster may actually want to change the prophecy's ending
Yeah.
to something else, and that is
I
his
feel like that's-
Deltarune.
I feel like
That-
that's guaranteed
that
at this
is-
point because of his dialogue during the night fight.
That is
Where
that
he's
is
like-
his new future. That is what he wants.
My
He-
Yeah,
You know what's really
Gaster's
fucking
gonna be on
funny?
our side here for sure.
You know what's funny as fuck is like, because after these chapters, I was, sitting and ruminating on what we'd learned, and I was like, wait a minute, okay, so what was Gaster's deal again? People
Yeah, we
always
were
people
talking-
kept saying that Gaster like made the prophecy, and we know this, and Gaster's who told Ralsei the prophecy, and Gaster wants the prophecy to continue. And I was like, wait, literally, why do we think that? Because like the
Yeah, I
first
just-
thing that Gaster ever told us was, I want to make a new future, and it's just like. There
I
doesn't
think
seem to be
that
actually much
everything
evidence
we know
for
has
that.
been flipped on its head. But in addition to that, something else that sticks out to me is the continued parallels between Gaster and Gerson,
Oh,
and how the whole talk in Gerson's fight about the author being lost in their own creation, but that creation is the story. And like everything we thought we knew about Gaster, maybe instead of the core, the creation that swallowed him was his Deltarune.
Was his
Or
so-
a special dark fountain or something.
So a couple things, because about Gaster, like and his role in like the prophecy stuff. Because what I remember saying before the new chapters came out was I was assuming basically that Gaster was trying to make his own version to basically try to overwrite what was there. He basically looked at it and it was like, this fucking sucks. I'm gonna make a new one. That was my impression. I think some of that has kind of changed, but I'm still very much on the boat of like, I just think he doesn't really like what there is, and he wants to make a new future to work with that. And I think it's it's so interesting because Toby did not need to put that Gaster dialogue in the night fight. There were times before that fight where like if you were at a point where you were going to be retrying it a lot, it would just automatically respawn you there. Like it would load your save close to that point.
Oh, yeah,
Toby made the conscious choice that time, that fight, on a save with completion data to be like, yeah, he's gonna have something to say about this because this is interesting to him.
Yeah, I think it really hammers home the point that, like, Gaster really does, like, need us, and, like, you know,
How lucky we are to need each other.
Yeah. We're
also
very dependent on each other
from just a purely gameplay perspective. It's also like good for that to exist so that the player knows, like, oh, there is definitely something if I keep going.
Oh, yeah.
If it was just a death screen
there.
and you respawn, you might just think, oh yeah, this is a cutscene. I'm supposed to die.
I love
every
that
single
he
time.
even has something to say when you die to the knight's final attack. He's like,
I was gonna ask if anyone else saw
Oh
that.
yeah, I got that. I was
That was
off
so
when I
cool.
saw
Your
that.
soul
That was excellent.
with it. You were so close.
Another thing. Oh, go ahead,
all the
Shay.
fan art with like Gaster with like the #1 player fan and the like
Yes.
foam glove, like
That's so good.
been really
it's
nice.
about
how
the
are-
Mets, baby. Love the Mets.
After chapter 3 and 4, how are we feeling about Gayer, Gaster X player now?
Bad. What are you saying?
About what?
Before we
Gayer.
talk about Gayer, can I mention that like there's a meta narrative spin, like because Gaster in the Prophecy clearly it's still very vague and unclear, but like I've always looked at the Prophecy from a meta narrative angle as the struggle of a game developer knowing that you can only make a story with like conclusions that are pre-baked into it. And
Exactly.
even back in the Halloween hack, you can see Toby grappling with this about like there's characters that say like, oh, just make this other choice, you don't have to do it, and then literally the only option is just to do the thing that you were told you had a choice about. So like that's on his mind. And to me, like if Gaster is fulfilling a sort of like metaphorical creator role as like, I don't know, he didn't literally make Deltarune's universe, I don't know how it works, but like if he's metaphorically like a creator and he talks about my Deltarune, and people in the story refer to Deltarune as the Prophecy. Like, in universe, Deltarune is specifically the Prophecy. And it's like, okay, well, maybe Gaster is simultaneously, like, the creator of the Prophecy, but also wants to break it. It's the struggle of, like, I wish that I could actually give players creative freedom, where inherently the medium makes that never truly possible.
That's a great observation. I also had a thought, a kind of thought related to all the 666 stuff with Gaster. Maybe it's not that he's meant to literally be evil, Satan-y so much as because the Deltarune religion, him being against the Prophecy, makes him a Satan-like figure in the context of the faith of Deltarune's world.
That's smart.
I was hoping someone would bring that up. I think there's a lot to say
Oh.
about Gaster as this kind of role of like, with how he also might be related to the secret bosses and stuff as a position of, like I said before, narrative sin almost, and like contrasting that with the Prophecy. I think that's a very interesting point.
On the topic of actually the prophecy in the light world, then, that does beg the question of how the light world even came into contact with the prophecy in the first place. Like, where's the like origin point of the prophecy if it's not
Yeah,
Gaster?
that's a great question. Like, Gerson obviously knew of it because his books were inspired by the Prophecy, and then Dragon Blazers was inspired by his books. So the question is, how far back does this religion go?
2,000 years ago.
I think the only line we actually get about that is through space and time, because Ralsei says it, and also the choir, I think it's part of their hymn at the start.
Yeah.
Let me pull that up.
Which is
I like to
related to
think that
Gaster,
maybe-
oddly enough.
Hey, he fell
that
into
is
his
related to
creation.
Gaster.
What if his creation is Deltarune? Like, he made the game and then,
Yeah.
oop, I got stuck in it. And
Yeah.
now I'm just sitting here, like, running it back over and over again, hoping to God whoever's playing this game actually breaks out of this stupid
This
prophecy
Deltarune
thing I
like
made.
the Matrix, because I'm stuck in it and I can't
That
get
would
out.
that would explain the chapter 1 menus.
kick the knight's ass and get this shadow crystal. Come on.
I don't
Well,
know,
like-
because if that was the case, I can't see him referring to Deltarune the way he does with like this sort of fondness that he has for it.
That's true.
I think
I mean,
though,
you
that
never
in
lose your fondness for
general,
your creation,
the
right?
idea that, you know, I think the idea that Gaster falling into his own creation is something other than the core is just very, like, you know, like, very much more accepted right now, and people are really like, well, I don't know, like, what if it was something like, I don't really think it being like a dark fountain doesn't really make like a ton of sense to me, but like just something else more closely related to Deltarune rather than just like, well, okay, you fell into the core and just split across time and space, even though it is possible.
Well, we know that he made two things, like, period, in canon. He made the core, and he made whatever he's doing in Entry 17, which is almost certainly a Dark Fountain, so it's like, I think that's where that conclusion comes from.
That's actually what I was about to question, because I'm starting to think he didn't, considering what Ralsei described, like, the Dark World as, I think it might be the case that, like, Gaster didn't make a dark fountain, but he made the Dark World itself.
Yeah, I think it had to be some kind of like super dark fountain or something. Like if he did, like it doesn't make sense.
There it is.
Maybe a grand fountain.
It doesn't make sense for me for him to just fall into like a regular old dark fountain, like the one that like Chris or like Susie or the Knight is making. Like it had to be something like really crazy that got him like extreme. Like I don't know, the fact that he's also just the Deltarune. It had to be something crazy.
Well, there's
also haven't done any new lore on the Grand Fountain.
Well, another thing to consider too is like we have to consider Gaster's place in Undertale, but also the fact that Deltarune's world compared to Undertale's is like the ideal for monsters because they're living these simple lives on the surface without being embroiled in war and tragedy. Like, bad things still have happened, obviously, whatever went down with Des, and the Dreamer's still divorced, but Azrael is alive. Everyone's living relatively safe, mundane lives without being plagued by hardship with humans.
It's the fanfiction everyone wrote in 2015 after beating the game.
Well, my thoughts are like, what if Deltarune's world was the result of whatever doohickey tomfoolery ended up swallowing Gaster?
Fucking doohickey. Also, like, Deltarune is in and of itself a product of that kind of within the narrative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a parallel story. Like, Toby literally calls it a parallel story, so, like...
Hold on. So,
That's
wait,
really
what do you... I guess what you're implying is that Gaster, like, during his time as a royal scientist, when he was trying to get monsters out of the barrier, he made, like, a not necessarily a simulation, but a different world where the monsters had broken the barrier and were just out on the surface, and there wasn't any of this war stuff. Is that more or less what you're suggesting?
That's what I'm starting to wonder, because, like, if the creation that swallowed him was the story of Deltarune, it could be that he was trying to reshape the world through this darkness and stuff to get a better world for monster kind, and he ended up being consumed by that and scattered across time and space, hence the prophecy being whispered across time and space, and so, like, it is literally a parallel world that he has been scattered across, and now he wants to create a new future for that world.
I think that is, like, super interesting. I am, like, obviously this is trying to figure out the mind of the author, but, like, I'm unsure how much Toby kind of wants to, like, not retcon stuff from Undertale, but, like, add stuff into a kind of complete... Like, obviously Gaster is going to be that anyway, but that has got me thinking.
We did see him do something akin to that in Chapter 4 by bringing back Gerson having the Hammer of Justice fight, and like I'll have all these references to Gerson doing the genocide route and
the Sans Undertale connections. But also, to be fair, the fun events in Undertale already feel like foreshadowing to Deltarune. So this might have
definitely.
I don't think that Toby's that precious. I think we really have to move on from the idea that like Deltarune and Undertale, they can't intersect, they can't physically come into contact because there's so much that's tying them together. It's just going to slow us down.
Yeah, Gaster.
I like that.
Toby
considering
definitely
the place where it rained, I think it's
in.
inevitable at this point.
Toby definitely like put like Gaster. The whole point of Gaster and Undertale, like Gaster doesn't really make much sense at all. It just Undertale in general, like obviously the whole point is that the narrative could work perfectly without him. Like he was obviously like we know he had the idea for Deltarune. He was putting that in as like a big setup to Deltarune eventually.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And like the idea that Deltarune was the original idea, and then he made Undertale. Like clearly, he would have, he has foreshadowed Deltarune and Undertale, and he's commenting on Undertale in reverse in Deltarune.
Yeah, well, not only that, but the fact that he calls Deltarune consistently a game that you can play after finishing Undertale, talking about how Undertale's on sale, so you should play it before Deltarune's new chapters come out. I feel like he doesn't want them to be seen as unrelated the way a lot of the fandom wanted them to be. I think the connections are very, very conscious, and he's gonna have some kind of payoff.
Yeah, especially with how Chapter 4 handled Gerson, like that's unavoidable at this point. Like the way that you need context from Undertale to understand a lot of Deltarune.
Yeah, something that I wrestle with is like just how like when are we gonna get when are you gonna start to get the whole like Gaster like info dump? Because something that I wrestle with is like Deltarune is supposed. I think Toby intends just as a game. Deltarune can be enjoyed if you just have never played Undertale. I feel like that is clear, but, like, if Gaster has such, like, a main, like, you know, like, role in the plot, I just feel, I'm, like, wondering here, like, when are we gonna get more about him, like, directly in-game, so that, like, casual players won't be like, who is this guy when he shows up, or, like, what is happening?
Okay, on that note, because that relates to something else I wanted to say, like, earlier, something I've noticed about these chapters, and people's reaction and perception of them, 3 and 4 specifically, a lot of things in the new chapters were to us basically things that we had assumed would be endgame material.
Absolutely.
The Knight was going to be a Chapter 5 thing. The Titan was going to be, like, Chapter 7, the Roaring. No, fuck you. Here's the Knight at the end of Chapter 3, and the Titan, like a fucking final boss type of, like, an encounter, that was the halfway mark. And I just want to say, I feel like Chapters 3 and 4 basically have set us up to put us in a position to make us realize, oh wow, we know nothing.
We have no
about
idea what
what's after
Deltarune is.
this.
There's so much more.
We have no clue.
By the way, unrelated, but the name of Chapter 3 is Late Night, which at first is like, oh, it's because it's the late night TV movie marathon. And then you get to the end and you realize, oh, it's because the night was late.
It's actually so four-dimensional.
Absolute cinema.
And then the little smile with Tenna's teeth changes to be the knight's visor thingy instead.
Wait, it is? Wait, it changes?
Yeah, it changes.
Yeah, it
to
loses
just
the
be
teeth.
like,
It turns into the night.
Oh, I didn't even
it just
see
becomes
that.
like
I
a
never
solid
noticed that.
curve, like the. Like
Oh,
the
I need to open the game
Tricky
now and
Tony
see that.
back at it again.
Let's all go. Seven
Let me look at
Deltarune
that.
theorists versus 1 speedrunner.
I think, but yeah, to jump back on what Molly was saying, that I think in terms of the Gaster info dump, as Mystic put it, like, consider that we didn't have any context, we literally had no visual or any real interaction with the Roaring Knight before Chapter 3, and already in these 2 chapters, it's like, okay, they're here, they're a big deal now, they're the story, that's what everything is. So, like, if that's possible in the span of 2 chapters, like, I think it's very easy that, like, we get to a point of the story where it's like,
if I may bring
it's
up
time
something,
for Gaster.
if I may bring up something that seems like complete tangent, remember that part of the prophecy talking about the angel that's like, in the end, like, the one Spanish, the angel will meet with its desire. Like, if I feel like I don't know how controversial Player Angel still is. I'm still full on Player Angel at the moment, but I feel like there's a non-zero chance that what like there's a 2 like sided thing where that could mean, where it's like meeting with its desire simply means getting to the end of Deltarune, or meeting Gaster for long-time Undertale players that have been looking for him for 10 years.
It's so fucking funny. Please banish me to the Gaster dimension. Please put me in the void.
I mean, literally one of the first things Gaster said in, like, his initial tweets for Chapter 1 was like, oh, have you been looking for me?
Yeah.
So, he knows very well that we want to know more about him. Yeah, something else that just came to mind.
Stop.
Oh no, Dorked said their mic is being dumb.
Uh-oh.
I hope the mic
But,
can go to college
No
soon.
difficulties.
Do we take an intermission until Dorked has fixed her mic?
That'd be
Probably only it depends on how long it's going to take, because hopefully it doesn't take too long.
There's probably a few moments here, depending on what the type of dumbness is.
Doctor's going to go and buy a new microphone. And we'll be 4
Oh, okay,
hours.
it's working now. Yay!
Hey, Doctor's
We probably don't even have to make a cut in the video. It'll be like, we'll just
I
put
just
the little
had to-
10 like technical difficulties.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Thanks,
I just
editor.
had to unplug it and plug it back in.
Classic.
The classic.
Editor,
I
make
was-
Henna do the cool
You
dance.
guys,
Go, white boy, go!
Yes.
Go, white boy, go!
that's true.
Yeah.
Look
I
at
have that
go.
as a sticker in my Discord
is
server.
that I thought that the whole angel meeting its desire could 100% be how we actually see Gaster in the flesh or bone or whatever he ends up being. Like, that would make sense. And if not that, Chapter 6 might be a good lead into that because of his association with the number.
Talking
Oh,
about
yeah,
Chapter
good
6, actually, I feel like it's very relevant. We haven't brought it up yet. Everything in the game and in the marketing, everything Toby Fox has said, everything only goes up to Chapter 5.
Yeah.
No vision on Chapter 6 and 7, and that's horrifying.
Yeah, Chapter
because-
6 and 7 is really what I'm interested about right now.
I just
where
need
it's
to like go over the sheer like level to which we know nothing about Chapter 6 and 7. The shadow crystals, they end at Chapter 5. The eggs appear to end at Chapter 5. Lord of the Hammer, there were 5 chapters. There was a 6th one written, and the 7th one was never written. There's so much. Toby has never mentioned 6 and 7. I bet whenever he does talk about anything after Chapter 5, he's not going to call them 6 and 7. He's just going to be like, the next chapters are in development.
The rest of Deltarune. Oh, it's because when you finish Chapter 5, it's going to launch up Undertale 2. And you have to do a whole other fucking run on that.
Well,
Okay,
you know,
Could you
something...
imagine?
Oh, go ahead.
Could
Go
you
ahead.
guys imagine if you released Chapter 2, like it only had 5 chapters in this chapter select screen, and then we wait for Chapter 5, we get to the end of Chapter 5, surprise bitches, 2 more chapters.
Okay,
Like
the
the
Homestead
boss-
jokes they write themselves, I think.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, Molly, you're on a point.
I actually, I thought Dork was going to say something.
Oh yeah, what I was gonna say is that, so the whole thing about not having the prophecy, I wonder if the whole one ending bit is related to Chapter 5 and not Chapter 6 and 7.
That's exactly what I was thinking, because, okay, here's what I'm currently imagining, like, the end of Chapter 5 is going to be. Like, the end of Chapter 5 is, like, where the prophecy is supposed to end, because everything in the prophecy only goes up to Chapter 5. And Susie, as we know, does not want whatever happens at the end of the prophecy to happen, so in defiance of that, she somehow makes the next chapters happen. That's my guess.
With you saying the prophecy only goes up to Chapter 5, if Lord of the Hammer is based off of the prophecy, then surely a 6th and 7th bit does exist, just it wasn't completed, right? That was the assumption that I had. Not that it was like original
The
material.
wording's a
Yeah, I
little
think-
unclear because he said there was another chapter, and then after that it all stopped. What I at least imagine he means by that is, the first 5 chapters were released. There was a 6th chapter like being written, but it was never released, and then everything stopped. That's what I
think
imagine.
aside from that, though, the fact that at the end of Chapter 4, Gaster specifically says the halfway point has been attained,
Yeah.
and we know that Deltarune is synonymous with the prophecy of the same name. It seems to me that that's sort of an omniscient hint that, like, the prophecy does in fact encompass 7 chapters.
Or maybe
Yeah, I think that's
Gaster's just
definitely the-
looking beyond the prophecy. Maybe he knows like that it's going to be broken somehow.
I do think that
if
there's
His... Oh, go ahead.
If he knows that there's specifically that much more, that implies that there's foresight, which implies that that's prophesized, though, kind of.
that is a good
kind of
point.
a catch.
Oh, yeah,
That is a good point. I guess it's unclear, like, if his Deltarune is something beyond the prophecy, and, like, the halfway
That's what
point
I was thinking.
to what it takes to get to what he envisions as a new
Because he
future.
doesn't seem to be too like preoccupied with the prophecy, considering the night fight. So it seems like he just like he has his own like narrative that he's building. That's the actual game Deltarune, whereas the prophecy,
Yeah.
the Deltarune prophecy.
The thing is, though, the knight, it's never, we have to think about what the prophecy's actually shown us. Like, the only time the knight is mentioned in the prophecy is that it makes fountains with a knife and that it will fight the heroes. It doesn't say anything about who will win or what its goal is or the outcome. It's
Yeah, the conflict's mostly with the angel.
yeah.
I think the wording of what Gaster says is the key bit, where it's like, despite you being fated to lose, you still want to go on. and then like the breaking of fate is the key part of that he mentioned. So I think he does seem, at least to a certain extent, want to break fate.
I'm curious to know where you guys stand, because a huge thing right now is that the girl with hope crossed on her heart in the prophecy is not Susie, and it's Noel. I'm very just curious. I don't fully buy it personally. I don't know. I'm not like super on board. I think it's maybe a possibility with like, you know, Susie obviously, you know, not corresponding with the prophecy, really was never meant to be there. But I don't know, I find it a little sketchy.
That's definitely some.
I can kind of get the leverage behind it because I'm mainly looking at it through the parallels of like normal route, weird route, and trying to connect that to the dragon, the chapter 3 dragon blazers, like the Tana version versus the original game. And the original game has a lot of suspicious allusions to the weird route. So I could see it like the normal route is like much more Susie focused, and then the weird route it's more Noel focused.
Well,
And we're even kind of seeing
4.
this because like the end of chapter 4 normally is, you know, Susie outside of Chris's house, whereas the weird route ending is Chris gets a call from Carol saying, "Hey, Noel's looking forward to seeing you tomorrow."
And there's also the part in before you go to the church where like the game bugs out after Susie asks about
What the fuck was that? What was
That
up
was
with
so
that?
weird.
That's
I don't know
really
what to
weird.
make of that. That was the most baffling thing. That was some actual creepypasta shit, and
Wait,
I
what?
don't know how to explain
I
that.
have no idea what
Doesn't
you're
the
talking
rain
about.
also like stop and
the
restart?
rain stopped.
Yeah, the whole
Into
thing glitches out.
the part in chapter 4 weird route where after you put the thorn ring in Noel and you're at the church with Susie before going in the dark world, and Susie's like, "Hey, what did you two talk about in there?" And then it
And
just
you can't
cuts
choose
to
anything.
like, yeah, it just cuts to like hometown evening. It's not raining anymore, and it's just a blank choice box.
And it's
Oh,
silent.
that. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Actually,
That is some creepypasta shit. What?
He still got it, bro. He
Yeah.
still got it
It's,
after all this
well-
time.
Well,
that
that's
caught me
what's
so off guard. That was like
I feel like
the second
go ahead.
shot.
I wonder
Because
if,
you
like,
just go
weird
through all
route-
that weird route stuff, you're stun locked after watching all of that, and then you're like, okay, time to
Okay, what's
recover,
your
get back to
reaction to
normal,
that
and he
shit?
hits you with the second crazy Toby Fox scene has hit the Deltarune.
Yeah.
It's like, oh god.
I remember that just because it came in the wake of the crazy shit in Noel's house, and I was just like, it got lumped in with like, well, that just happened.
Well, it's interesting to think about what the weird route's meaning is, because it feels like the world is like breaking in some respects. Like the whole scene with Noel where the color gets all distorted and stuff, that's really weird because that didn't happen in chapter 2's weird route either.
I
just
think
want
the key thing to remember is what Ralsei says at the end of chapter 4 in the weird route, where it's like there could be another ending, but what if it's worse?
Oh,
I
I need
think
to
that's
watch
my-
that part.
I think
That might be
one
the-
interesting thing that I thought about was as somebody said, like the normal route is going to be focusing more on Susie, and the weird route is focusing more on Noel. And if Noel is the intended one for the prophecy, I think it'd be interesting if, because like all this time I think we thought that like the weird route is like we're trying to do everything to break away from the prophecy in the one ending, but what if the natural course of the game is just that Susie will break away from this ending, and by the weird route, like a tragic twist of fate, we're actually like doing everything in our power to like course correct back onto the actual prophecy?
Yeah,
I
well,
can see that.
Interesting.
However, I actually have I actually wrote that down in my notes.
Ooh.
I don't think that the weird, like, I could see something along those lines, but I don't think that the prophecy is just supposed to be the weird route. Because if the regular prophecy isn't the normal route, or like at least like the bare like planned version of the normal route, then I think Susie's arc makes a lot less sense. Because if she's not, like, if the prophecy has already been broken, like, what's the deal with like anybody worrying about anything? Because it's already been broken.
Yeah.
Well,
That's why I think it's more of a course correction more than anything, because I think that there's also something about, like, the queen's chariot cannot be stopped, and you just never ride in the car in the weird route of chapter 2.
Well, I have a
I'm
thought.
not 100% convinced by that. That seems a little like an oversight more than anything.
See,
I mean,
my
like,
thought-
it's still a true fact, even if you don't see it. I don't know, it's weird.
So the way
It can't
I
be stopped
see
if
it,
it never started.
because Weird Route is so well hidden unless you already knew about it or actively go out your way to start it, I think the end of Chapter 4 is supposed to make you go back and see if you can find an alternate path and another ending.
I think
Oh,
that might be relevant, because in the Chapter 3 secret boss, like the whole secret game quest, it basically tells you how to do the Weird Route. Like, it tells you follow the white
Mhm.
cloak,
Mhm.
the
Yeah.
fast you can with ice magic. It shows you what you're doing. It shows you freezing Birdly. That's
Yeah.
just a guide, basically.
You will
So
use
my
it.
thoughts were basically that Weird Route is meant to kind of trick players in a sense that they're going back, they're trying to find a way to change the story, but at what cost? And so in the pursuit of a different ending, how far are you willing to go to get a different outcome? And it's
Mhm.
kind of similar to the No Mercy run in Undertale, but with its own themes and exploration, because it's much more focused on like how we as players have autonomy over the protagonist and the NPCs and the ways that we can abuse that power.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very much
and-
always been to me how far are you willing to go to make it feel like your choices matter?
Yeah, and
I
it
think
seems
it
to me
was-
that the player being the source of that breaking of fate is the only thing that, well, I mean, Susie is set up to also be sort of like fate demolisher agent, but because like we get connected to the game by Gaster says I want to make the new future, the player is always metatextually the only true engine of novelty and choice in a narrative. And so like in the Weird Route, if more and more of the control and agency is being shoveled from the characters to just the player overriding everything and doing what they want, then that would make sense as how to break an otherwise unbreakable prophecy.
And
But
that feels like prescient to like the meta narrative overall of like telling of the struggles of telling a video game story with freedom, like player freedom, which is I think what Toby Fox is trying to do in Deltarune. Like that's a
Yeah.
To bring
well,
something up in the Weird Route at the very end when you talk to Ralsei, only if you're in the Weird Route, he talks about there might be a way to break out of the prophecy, but what if it was even worse?
Yeah.
And he only
Really
mentions that in the
interesting.
Weird
I
Route,
didn't
which
know
is,
that.
you know.
There is something I want to mention.
I've just thought about that room, by the way, another Chris Hand thing, to go back to that for a moment. When you try to leave the room by going out the back exit, some mysterious
yeah.
figure pushes you out with their hand.
And it plays a guitar sound.
Well,
plays
it
guitar sound, and it's
doesn't. It
very
plays
quiet.
it silently. It's
Plays
silent.
it
The volume
silently.
is 0. I don't think you can say that it plays if the volume is 0.
That
It is
really
technically
interesting, though.
there.
You're in the code, which seems significant.
Yeah, shout out Halfbread. He couldn't join us
Halfbread,
today,
yeah.
but
So something I do want
Okay.
to mention before I forget is that I don't know if this matters, but people talking about fate and breaking fate. The description of Chris and Susie, at least at the start of chapter 4, I don't remember if and when it changes. I know it changes to Moss Master, but
And
it is.
Susie's changes after you get the Axe of Justice.
Yeah, Susie's changes after you get the X, but it carries out fate with a blade, which is, I feel, self-explanatory.
Yeah, and on
Okay.
the Weird Route, Chris is the dark bead instead, and it mentions that they've been torn off.
yeah.
The parallel effect that Birdly was torn off in the Weird Route. So that's another point. If you need any
Also-
more
Thank you
points
very
about like
much.
the Weird Route is the one where you can actually break the prophecy.
I do wanna say about the guitar sound thing. I just realized I think that's meant to be another find, like similar to unused script, because I'm thinking about it. The only fucking reason you would keep that in there is like specifically for data miners to find it.
Absolutely.
And I
Yeah.
feel like there has to be some correlation between that and the unused script now that I'm
On that
thinking, because
topic,
it's
actually,
like,
that's
why
very
is it
similar-
play at
that's-
0 volume?
Well,
It's very similar to the black deer in the secret minigame, with the black deer that's immediately overwritten by the,
I think
by
we
the
should-
tutorial variable.
Right. I think we should be careful because the unused script is like on another level. In terms of being like obvious bait for data miners, it is like literally variable named unused being assigned strings that then aren't used. That's unambiguous. I think it's slightly less ambiguous that like, because there's lots of ways to undo something in programming, like you can write code and you won't want to get rid of the code, so you can comment it out, or you can write like an if block that'll always be false around it, which is what happens in the Black Deer case. That's just like a variable is always true called Toriel, which always overrides that code.
Although it is a kind of similar sentiment, isn't it? Of just like intentionally having this thing play this sound, except it doesn't actually use the sound because it doesn't play it. But it's in there and it is declared to play a sound. It's just not used.
It is possibly relevant. I'm just saying that, like, in my opinion, as like a programmer, I think there are levels to this, and the unused script is still much more conspicuous than.
For sure.
Yeah, it's dubious.
There's a sliding scale of importance.
If it was just one of those that was the case, I would definitely agree that this is probably just like it could just be waved away. But since it's happened twice in relation to death specifically, like stuff that seems to imply death stuff. Again, I feel like it's very relevant.
Because like otherwise, why is it a guitar hit? Why is it a guitar noise? What does that have to do with anything?
Something else also, I would like to add, just with Weird Route specifically, is just I think there's something to be said about how normal route players have the opportunities to be much more emotionally attached and bonding with the story and the characters, the way that the characters bond with Darkners if they recruit them, and by bonding with them and recruiting them, those Darkners continue to live on in the supply closet in Castletown, whereas in Weird Route, if you're playing it entirely straight, you're only using Darkners as a tool to grow stronger, you're using Noel as a tool to break the story, you are not as emotionally attached to the world and the story in your attempts to break it, and so I wonder if that's like another big thing. Do you want to be the sole driving force of agency and autonomy in breaking the story, or are you willing to in Susie and the characters to help find a better outcome?
It's very Undertale, isn't it?
Very Undertale. It's almost like it was
almost
made by
like
the same guy.
some kind of Toby Fox game.
Yeah, Toby Fox really ripped off the guy who made Undertale. That's all I'm hearing.
We're using assets yet again. My God.
Some kind of radiation.
To go on a tangent about the Weird Route for a second, I really appreciate that he like understood that like he didn't just do Undertale's genocide route again. He did it, he totally flipped it by making it, you are forcing these characters to experience it through you rather than, Frisk, who 99% of the game is just a voiceless vessel for you.
Yeah.
This time around, rather than you feeling it directly, you're making somebody else feel it directly, and that completely changes everything.
Oh yeah, and
it's
I
like,
almost
what if genocide route
so
is freaky? It's like weird,
Yeah, it's really
It's a creepypasta.
I almost wonder.
Well, I know things took kind of a weird route just now.
I was literally just looking at your reaction to that shit. It's really funny.
It got me twice. I read it the first time. I broke during it. Went into a laughing fit for 5 minutes. Paused, regained myself, tried to read it again, and then went into a second laughing fit.
Yeah.
He thinks he's so clever, man.
It's like that.
God, it's so dumb.
It's that, and then it hits you with the fucking Among Us scene. Just
Dude, Tricky Tony took over for that one. Like, could you imagine Toby's sitting there writing the dialogue like, oh, things got weird right now, and he's just like, I could do the funniest thing imaginable right now.
His hands nefariously
hanging off of his arms, trying to drag him back to the keyboard. Dude, like,
Toby, who low-key kind of considered that.
What I was gonna say is I almost wonder if Frisk being much more of a traditional silent protagonist vessel was intentional so that he could take that concept and our expectations from Undertale and flip them on their heads. Because he had the idea for Deltarune by the time Undertale released.
Yeah, my take with the whole Frisk thing right now is that I think the message with it, my guess, is that Undertale is... Because it's still clear that us and Frisk are different people in Undertale. So I think that the message is, in Undertale, like, okay, what if the player and protagonist were two separate people, but we work together still? And in Deltarune, it's instead like, we're separate people, and we're also, like, pitted against each other. Like, we have no clue what Chris is doing at all right now, and that's supposed to be, like,
kind of pitted against each other. I have this feeling that, like, late down the game, we're gonna get, like, the Chris talks to us directly kind of thing.
Well, I mean, we're pitted against each other in the way that Chris hates us.
I feel
on the vibe I'm
they're-
getting on the main route is that Chris doesn't necessarily hate the soul, they just hate the situation they're in and are kind of doing things out of obligation. Especially like
Yeah,
the
I
ending of
think-
the game is like, oh, you promised. It feels like they're almost being wrapped into it via like blackmail.
That's
Another
my
thing to
thing,
note
too.
is that when you're
They're
fighting
never
the knight,
free. Even without the soul, they're not free because they're under someone else's control.
yeah, even when you're fighting the knight, you know, obviously the knight, or they deal less damage to the knight, and everybody's like, oh, it's because they're working together. But notably, if Chris is the only one standing, if Susie and Ralsei are down in that fight exclusively, Chris gets like a Giganosaurus Rex damage buff, like just goes huge numbers.
They
And it's
still
like-
get pissed off. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
they care
think-
about their friends.
Yeah, I think they like are just like begrudgingly like I think they're gonna come around and we're gonna have like a good connection. Now in the weird route they hate us.
Yeah.
Oh, they absolutely hate it.
That crash out in the bathroom
Oh,
was like that had me stun locked. That was like
That was
too
smart.
real, too real,
I'm
too
pretty-
real.
I'm pretty
hope
sure
so.
if Asgore didn't interrupt, because after that, if you check the health, it's like 10 of 20. We're down to like half health in the light world. If Asgore didn't stop them, I think they would have just fucking shattered it. Genuinely.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yep.
Deserved, honestly.
Yeah, and the
That
normal
would be-
route, definitely. But we don't know like what Chris is really doing at all right now. The some deaths, you know, we don't know. But at the very clear, they aren't happy at the very least with the with our existence in general. Given the whole hockey stick scene in the
Rage
closet,
Beaters.
they're not, and the fact that they lock us up in like a bird cage every night, and also
they are not
just
fond of us.
yeah, they're at the very least not fond of us, and also just the fact that we have way more choices in Deltarune. It's like one of the biggest things that we have choices that Chris is very clearly like not comfortable with, even when they are like good ones. Like they aren't things that Chris would probably do. Meanwhile, on Undertale, we don't really have much of that with Frisk. Like we have a couple things, but generally, Frisk is just chill with, doing most of the things we choose.
Add on to the Undertale Frisk thing. There's all the obvious like elephant in the room, which is a giant crease added in by Kara's existence, which is a whole other thing.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is going to be relevant for.
I think
Deltarune.
in Undertale, the way I'd put it is like there is no concrete sense of like the player and the protagonist are this and that and they're separate. I think what's happened in Undertale is we have in general the sense of a player's diverging and sort of peeling away from their embodied protagonist, and it has that dissonance, but it doesn't deliver a final verdict on like this means you're literally separate or not. And in Deltarune, we're finally getting that punchline. I think.
Yeah,
It's kind of like, oh,
it's-
this is kind of fucked up.
It's
isn't it?
much more ambiguous in Undertale if the soul is meant to be like, this is Frisk's soul and we're just controlling it, or this is like literally like our soul, like
This is Kara's soul.
especially compared to Deltarune, where it's very clear that like I don't know, it
Oh,
seems
is
much
it?
more in favor of like. Well,
Is it very clear?
it's not clear, but like it's much more like these two are very separate. And
Yeah,
even just that, like, you wouldn't think that Chris would just, like, not get along with their own soul. Like, that doesn't really make sense in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And
some
can I
things.
say-
Does
Like,
anybody
go ahead.
remember what the soul book in the library says? Like exactly what it says?
It's like it says it's like I don't remember exactly what it says. Something about it being the culmination of your
I
being.
don't remember.
Everyone
Yeah,
knows
it's,
that.
it's like the container. It's called the container of life, but I think it ends with something where it's like it's kind of still ambiguous, like what's fully going on with
Yeah.
it.
The true purpose of the soul is largely unknown, but
Yeah, the
Can I
thing I was
just say
going to quickly...
how-
Go ahead.
okay, no, you go, Molly.
I was just gonna say, I do think there's something very intentional about how in Undertale, the game only really makes you question the separation at the very end of either route.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
never really
exactly.
calls attention to it. I feel like it was very intentional in that it only does that to kind of set you up for Deltarune, like in case that is a thing Toby would ever make. And I
Which
think
is
it kind of
wild,
makes
by the
sense
way.
in that case why Toby says it's a thing you can play after finishing Undertale, because that question's in your mind after finishing it.
Very good.
Yeah, that
Definitely
makes a lot of
leads in.
sense.
Yeah.
And
Another
can I,
thing. Oh, go ahead.
Can I just say though, like how happy I was to see like finally just like it's Chris and the Soul, their relationship obviously was tense. We always knew from chapter 1 and 2 that, like, there was some friction there, but, like, seeing in chapter 4, like, okay, no, like, you are, like, an annoying tool to them. Like, you manipulate their actions, you bend them to your agenda. Chris does the same to you. They can give as well as I can get. Seeing Chris, like, bite back and, like, beat you up with a hockey stick was like, yes, we're actually, like, annoying siblings now. We can fight each other. It's awesome.
But it was such a Tom and Jerry ass bit. Everybody said this, but it really is.
Alright, intermission officially
break the barrier.
over.
So we're talking about
Welcome back, everybody.
Chris, Dark World, No Soul, Can't text that you got brought up.
Because the way I've seen people interpret it is that is this that it can't steal the fountains? But the way my first thought was like, oh, does this mean, like, does Chris need the soul to go into the Dark World itself? Question mark.
I think they need it to get out. Is my interpretation, because the souls, like, you know, chapter 4 really emphasized that we have some kind of light power specific to the soul. So I think it's that they wouldn't be able to get out of the Dark World without if they just left it, like, you know, outside of the fountain. I don't think it could seal it.
Especially consider that in chapter 4, if making that Titan was pre-planned, then, like, they're gonna need Chris's soul, otherwise the Titan is going to presumably, like, end the world. That would be bad.
Yeah, regardless of what, like, Carol or the Knight or whatever's, like, desires are, ending the world probably isn't.
Yeah.
That was always the case with the Roaring. Like, I think we all knew, like, oh, the Knight isn't deliberately trying to cause the end of the world because this is a game written by Tobias Fox.
Yeah.
I think it's possible. Oh, go ahead, Andrew.
I was just gonna say, the fact that they're leveraging the soul like that makes me think that whatever the Night Gang's plan is, like, the specific power set of the soul is getting a bit more emphasis in these recent chapters. Like, it emits light, it can banish darkness in various forms, it can banish titans and seal fountains. It also probably is what's generating, like, the light that only Chris can see, like the saving and loading and shit. So, like, it's like a super powered fucking energy source that Chris has to lug around to do shit, even if it's really inconvenient and they have to beat it up with a hockey stick.
So what I was gonna say, you had something to say as well?
It might lead into a whole different discussion, so I think you should go first.
Well, what I was gonna say is, like, Carol in this whole equation interests me because she has the fixation on red heart-shaped objects, and I almost wonder if she wanted to kind of take control of or direct the prophecy in a certain way, because, well, I don't think that Noel is the quote-unquote intended girl of the prophecy. I do suspect that maybe Carol wanted her to be, and, like, the whole thing about Noel and Chris being forced to ride on the Ferris wheel together just reads to me as possibly Carol trying to set them up in a way where, because love finds the girl, so, like, maybe she was trying to set the variables up in a way where she can have control and agency over it, because a thing with Carol that strikes me is a lack of control of her own circumstances. She can control deaths, clearly something happened to her because of that lack of control. Her husband is sick and dying, so she can't control that either, and so maybe she's desperately trying to have control in any way she can, whether that's through Asgore or Chris or the soul, so that she can have things go in a way that she wants. And Noel, of course, like, she's really, really toxic to Noel in a way that I think is very worrying. But what's striking, too, is that at the end of Weird Route Chapter 4, she is not at all bothered by Noel's condition, and I almost wonder if Weird Route leading into the wedding iconography and all of that unsettling stuff is kind of in line with maybe something that Carol wanted anyway.
Yeah.
And I think if that is the case...
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, I have had this thought for a while, that, like, if there is some kind of, like, ambiguity into, like, who the monster girl in the prophecy is, I absolutely could see it. But because I feel like it even is foreshadowed in Chapter 1 almost. Because, yeah, it's Susie and Chris that go there, but it is Noel that initially is like, oh, you know, I could go with, but then Alpha shuts that down. It's very much hinted at that there's a duo there.
On that topic, actually, that's a good point. However, like, Noel specifically asked to go with Susie, not with Chris, so...
That is true.
That is a good point. Still, I like this train of thought.
But I absolutely could see it, like, maybe Carol is invested in the prophecy such that, like, she kind of was expecting Noel to be in that position, and then Susie just kind of stumbled in, and and that's probably why Carol really does not fucking want Susie around.
I think
Susie
it's a
is
combo.
a variable.
Also, not only that, but Susie probably reminds her of Des, because there's a lot,
yeah.
if you look at Des's
Absolutely.
room and Susie's kind of punkish, rough, and brash demeanor, and right down to Susie playing Des's guitar, I think that kind of triggered something in Carol, and, like, I'm not saying Carol is a great person, but I do think there is definitely some trauma that has made Carol worse.
Sorry, Doc, you cut out for a sec. Were you saying with Susie playing the guitar?
Yeah, I think that
yeah.
Susie specifically playing the guitar and Susie having so much in common with... Oh, my mic again. Susie having so much in common with Des, I think could have triggered Carol by being reminded of what she's lost, and that, like, really setting her off, because, well, I do think Carol is a pretty awful person. I do think trauma has probably made her especially bad.
I think we should probably start thinking about what specific, like, relationship Des and Carol had when she was still around, because, like, yeah, we have this strict uptight parent and the, like, free spirit, like, rebellious teen sort of dynamic that's being presented to us. However, we still see that Carol, like, keeps providing Des with all these things, like, there's the expensive instruments, there's the dented wiffle bats and all that, and all the other stuff, and, like, the hearts in the closet and all the, like, shoes
5,000
like,
pairs of red sneakers, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
like,
10,000
so it seems like
random
Carol
records.
seems to at least, like, be supportive to an extent of what, or, like, trying to do something with Des.
Yeah,
But
especially...
if we're still thinking of her, like, trying to bring about the prophecy, like, with Noel in this case, it might be the case that she was trying to do it with Des first. Like, that's just completely, like, out of the wall.
I had thought about that, too.
Ah, yeah, I've seen people talk about that.
Especially
I think
with,
that could check out.
Sorry, I was gonna say, especially with Carol, like, snatching the guitar from Susie, like, how I initially read that is like, well, okay, it's, you know, it's, like, what symbolizes Des, and she wants to, you know, like, keep that sacred, so if that, like, was, you know, like, a form of, like, her rebellion, I feel like that wouldn't, you know, she wouldn't place that great of importance on the guitar.
I
Also,
think
like,
it might be hindsight,
on the topic of the guitar.
though.
Well,
On the topic
way
of the guitar,
Oh, go ahead.
the code. Why is the code in the guitar in the first place? Like,
Yeah.
if we know that,
That's-
like,
Convenient plot device.
yeah, like, yeah, there's obviously the convenient plot device in, like, the guitar needing to be relevant for Des characterization and all that. But, like, logistically, why would it be inside the guitar?
I
Like,
think Carol placed it there, is my guess, so that she can have an outlet, because the guitar is obviously, like, a sacred item that's special to her, like, it's her lost daughter's guitar.
And Noel
like
wouldn't
other
mess with
people-
it.
Yeah, like I think it's something that, like, other people are not supposed to mess with, obviously, so, like, it's a way to keep it hidden. But I mean...
I like that.
another
sorry.
possibility is
Another
that
thought-
Des put the code in there.
I was gonna say, yeah, another way of looking at it is that the guitar is an odd place to place a code. Like, it's a 4-digit code, presumably. I'm sure that Carol could memorize it. The fact that it's in the guitar actually makes me think that it was placed there by Des, and that the reason
That's
it's
what I
still
thought
there
too.
is that Carol is unwilling to even change that. It seems like Carol wants to preserve everything of Des that's ever existed.
Yeah, like her room is in
She
stasis.
does seem very Lusamine-esque in that sort of way.
Yeah, I was about
wanting
it.
to freeze everything.
Well, I think Carol in general has this thing about preserving the past, because I believe on Weird Route, if you interact with the snowflakes, like, they specifically mention preservation as something that is important to Carol.
There was a point I was trying to make in one of my videos, I think it was my Freedom video, of, like, the fact that, like, obviously ice magic is used a lot as this, like, it is this, you know, bad thing that kills people and stuff, but it is specifically ice magic insofar as that it freezes you. It means you can't move. It means it completely constricts your freedom, and it keeps everything in place. Nothing can
Yes.
change. Everything stays the same. It feels like this definitely ties into, you know, it's not just, ice magic is cool. this like definitely
For
reinforces
sure.
that.
Cool, pun intended.
And the
Hey.
snowflake
Hey.
imagery is also interesting because it's just naturally something that just cannot last forever. Like a perfect snowflake, just it will either break apart and melt, and it'll just it's very temporary.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there is a connection to be drawn between the way that like ice magic is so associated with freezing and preserving and keeping people in place, and the way that the roaring is said to be described in that it basically petrifies all the darkness.
Yeah, that's
I wonder
very
if there's a
interesting.
connection to draw there.
That also
think-
ties back into the depths being like with the water imagery and stuff.
Oh man, the water's gotten
water.
so much emphasis.
God,
I
Because, like,
actually.
we
Oh,
we
go
were
ahead.
talking earlier about that passage from the book about the bitter, making a river with
Bitter
bitter tears,
tear,
and then
yeah.
from the water grew something that looks like glass. That's also in the little conch shell in the Tenna game. There's lines
And
about
it's
it's
also-
surrounded by what looks like washed up glass, and so like
there's
repeatedly we
also
have
the-
this glass
There's
coming
also
from
the
the
bitter
water.
tear item.
The what?
The bitter tear item that you'll get from embezzling Miss Mizzle.
That too. That's
What
a
about
great
it?
yeah,
example.
true. Yeah,
Like
You
it's
can steal that
supposedly
item off
just
there.
rainwater.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
Is that the
The
full
fact that-
heal?
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
full
and it's a
heal.
full heal, so it's very
I
important
only thought
somehow.
you could get I got that from donating like the thousands of dark dollars to that
Oh,
one
really?
fountain.
Yeah, you
I didn't
confirm
enjoy
it,
that.
but
Oh, I'm seeing
yeah, the
Shay's
fact
mic
that
go off, but I'm not hearing anything.
Wait a
No, I was gonna say something. I went like, did you also get the max money reward for the waterfall thing?
What
the
is
gold
it?
spider.
Yeah, the gold, the
Ah.
Muffet armor.
Oh yeah, I saw people
$10,000.
saying that Muffet was referenced. And
I did not
didn't
get that.
see it.
I
That's,
just
that's
poured
why.
on
Yeah,
So
if you
sorry
donate
it was referenced.
999
But
So
G
sorry
to
was
the
referring.
fountain.
Well, just
That's
see.
so good.
You get the best armor in the game, but it also eats your money. So
We're losing it. We're losing. I was going to
Sorry,
finish
yeah, back
that
onto
thought. Though,
Anyway,
I have a
we should
thought.
probably circle back to the snow
yes,
and
the
Carol
teardrop
stuff.
item, Miss Mizzle.
Yeah, from
Good Andrew.
the fact that the shadows crystal are coming from water. What looks like glass that's made of water? Ice. That's all I wanted to say.
Well,
Yeah.
also,
that-
I
Oh
had
yeah,
a,
that's a good point.
I
Yeah.
had a tangential thought. So, like, the code being in the guitar kind of ties into a thought I had that if the shelter was around before Des disappeared, it's possible that Des was suspicious of it and wanted to investigate, but didn't go to Asriel because Asriel is very much a goody two-shoes from what we know about him. So she went to Chris, and, like, they could have investigated together. Something went wrong. The guitar was still there, but Des could have been consumed by the darkness. Chris left behind, and Carol kind of using that to kind of guilt Chris into helping to salvage the situation. But also, rain has a lot of significance in Chapter 4, the way everything closes down except for, like, the diner. And it just made me think, like, what if Carol has this whole thing with rain because this all happened on a rainy day, and that's why Carol canceled school when it was
Oh my
raining?
god, yeah.
Because
That
she
is-
doesn't want to
that
risk
could-
Noel disappearing.
That wouldn't explain why the night would then be tied into rain.
Yeah,
Like
it's
its
just
creation would then be based around like a rainy day.
Yeah, it's something. Something about rain
Yeah.
is so important, and it's it's at a high level. But I think you could be onto something there.
Yeah, I'm unsure if
And
it's
also-
rain specifically or water general.
Precipitation,
yeah, there's something-
even.
It feels like water
It's both.
generally to me.
It's rain and snow because there's
Yeah, well,
also
yeah, what
that
is
the weird
snow?
line in the room before the chapter 4 egg room about like who will something the girl who snows.
Called the girl who
and it's like,
snows,
dude,
yeah.
There's
Yeah.
also
What is this,
the
some kind of
thing-
snow grave?
There's also in Chapter 4 Weird Route when you're putting the thorn ring on Noel, and like Noel's basically like clocking that the player is there and like trying to basically see if the player can read her thoughts. She says, "Oh, it never snowed," but then you say it snowed, and then she's like, "No, you're lying."
Ah,
There's something so weird about
Oh,
that.
that's a great catch.
there is something there. I think like
I
the
feel like the
I'm
snow
sorry.
specifically, at least in that instance, is like just a euphemism that she came up with for what happened in the Weird Round chapter
The
2.
snow
It could
grave.
be that.
Yeah,
It
I think
could
it was
be.
Snowgrave. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Doctor, what you were saying about like is how I've been picturing it, like loosely of like like Des and Chris investigated somewhere, probably the shelter. An incident occurred, and where Des was, consumed or something bad happened to her, and I think this is like maybe a topic we don't necessarily want to go into, but I have been thinking that's when Chris lost their soul? Question mark? Because I think they are meant to have one, as far as we understand.
I don't know, because
they needed a new one, evidently.
The thing is, it might be just like specifically the player's soul is the only one that can seal fountains because it has the specific light power. And I think, like, if it was the case that Chris lost their soul a long time ago, I feel like what Noel was saying about them acting off, like, specifically recently, wouldn't make as much sense if they were acting off from not having a soul earlier.
Well, the acting off is because of the player's control.
Yeah,
it's not because of lack of a soul.
So it would make sense if they didn't have a soul for a while because they have been consistently acting like how Noel does Chris, but with the soul they've been acting different, which is because of us.
Well, it's not a soul; it is the soul in question. It's because it's the players.
Yeah. Like, well, it's like I know this is a topic that some people here have covered before, but like, Chris doesn't seem to have a soul without us. So like something has to have happened to it, right? Unless Chris is just hiding another soul somewhere in their back pocket or something.
Yeah, it would definitely be less satisfying if Chris just happened to have two of them.
I had a thought. Go ahead, Molly. I was going to say, like, well, we know that Carol has a vested interest in Red Soul imagery. It's possible that she tried to engineer whatever led to Chris ending up with that Red Soul. Like, maybe it swapped out their original soul, maybe she's the second voice in the Goner Maker.
I was going to say, to look, if you wanted an answer to that, look to the Goner Maker, because I think that's our only pointer we have.
Yeah, because that's exactly what I was going to bring up, because, like, we need, because seemingly get from going off of device theory at least, like the Goner Maker seems to be like on like a different level of existence at least from the light world and the dark world. Like it has all the all caps files and stuff. Like it seems to be managed by Gaster, and now that the bunker seems to be, I don't even know what the bunker is up with anymore. Like we don't have like we have no idea how anyone would come in would be able to like interface with the Goner Maker, or even know that it exists in the first place.
And what's something? Oh, go ahead.
Something that I think is really important to bring up if we're bringing in like the Goner Maker and the second voice and stuff now. The Raise Your Bat lyrics are so incredibly dense with meaning in terms of so because I'm with you in the dark with your heart as my mark, which will guide you through the way. And that's like, that is incredibly meaningful, I think. It's like, if that's implying that the singer, it's Des, I'm just going to say, like, it's a Des-themed song. Somehow Des had a role to play in Chris becoming the cage for the soul, the prophesized cage. Like, somehow Des has to be related to that.
Yeah, and one of the lyrics is, come follow me into the dark.
Yes, that's pretty.
With your heart as the arc, which, as you know, an arc is a vessel.
And you know something I don't know something I don't know if a lot of people mention is hang on, but like,
hi Kitty.
Kitty.
One thing I see people. One thing I haven't seen people mention about the ending of Chapter 3 is, like, the bunker doors close, we see the panel, we see Chris looking at the panel, but then the door opens. But presumably, like, I don't know, it's hard to tell whether, I think it is open from the inside, like because there's nothing specifying. There's nothing specifying Chris did anything to the lock.
That movement's so fucking, it just creeps me the hell out.
So that means, and then there's Weird Route you have to consider where Chris does go to Noel between 3 and 4 after a Weird Route to tell her that it was all just
between
a prank.
2 and 3. It's between 2 and 3.
Is it?
I thought the end of 3 is in the same night as the end of 2, so
it's in the same night, and there's nothing signifying that in the time that Chris was, like, washing their hands, they went all the way to the hospital, they went all the way to the library, brought Birdie to the hospital.
I was imagining they did it, after when they wake up in the couch, like, when we see those rapid cuts.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
I think it must be. Like, that's like the only time that it could happen. It's because, like, there was only one night.
To the hospital.
Yeah, I don't know
I feel
how
like
that
if
happens,
Susie,
but like the fact
if
remains
Chris
that
spent
between
that much time out, Susie, I think, feel like would comment on it, but she
no,
doesn't.
like it doesn't matter. Like literally, that is the only time it can occur because there is only chapter 2 is one day, chapter 4 is the next day. We know that Chris visited Noel, so there's no point quibbling about could Chris have done it or not. We know they did. Like somehow they found the time to do that when they were setting up the Dark Fountain.
Yeah.
Well, I think-
All that to say,
go ahead, Molly.
regarding like the lyrics to Raise Your Bat, honestly, it's implied to me that maybe even Chris like went in there after chapter 3 for a bit, which like what?
Yeah, that's what I interpreted as.
Yeah.
That's a very
what the fuck
likely
were they
outcome.
doing?
It's interesting because they're visibly
Talking with
like
the Night Eye,
scared of the bunker. Like they don't seemingly want
Okay.
to go in there.
There's
was in,
something to consider. Oh, go ahead.
That was in the backstage game, and I don't know if that
Yes.
implies that Chris is scared of the bunker, or if they realize, oh shit,
but
the player might learn
the-
something I don't want them to.
What Snowy and Monster Kids say in the at the end of
Yeah.
chapter 2 during the Light World segment. At
It
the end,
implies that Chris is
trauma.
afraid of
where
it.
they're like, do you want to be a
that-
chicken like Chris?
That
I think so.
That was what I was referring to.
But also, Chris
Yeah.
that could just be them interpreting Chris being deliberately avoidant of this place to like avoid suspicion or whatever. Like that could be that, but I don't know.
I do just gotta say, imagine if Chapter 3 released on its own, and that was our cliffhanger.
Oh, that would have been
That
brutal.
would've been
Like that would have been.
I would be pissing myself.
I think people would have started eating each other like genuinely.
They
I don't
would.
think we
Because,
would have
like-
made it.
At least chapter
some-
2, like there's a very direct line you can see because it ends this way, we know how it's going to start. Chapter 3, like even it's unclear how you even get to chapter 4, even knowing what happens. It's like, what the fuck happened then?
For sure. Something I do want to note, though, is we don't know how far back the phone calls started, because it's entirely possible that the phone calls could have started after Chris going into the bunker, hypothetically. Like, I personally think it's probably been going on for longer, but we can't rule out that this began more recently than we think.
I don't think, considering what Tenna says in chapter 3 about like making a deal with Chris and like it seemed to be related to the night, I don't think we can say that like this plan hasn't been going on for
Oh,
at
yeah.
least a little while.
About that bit, sorry, Doc. Was Chris just like just staring at the TV, just like shaking and yelling at it, like in the light world to make that
Maybe, I don't know.
Tenor? That's a
I-
very
that may-
funny.
that's
bit.
the
I
only thing that
have
makes
thought about
sense.
this for my upcoming video, and I'm pretty sure that's literally what happened. Because,
Yeah, I think
like,
it's what has to happen.
Tenna has
That's
perfect
super funny.
recall of anything that happens around him in the light
Yeah,
world,
exactly.
and so Chris would just be like,
Including the
Hey buddy,
divorce.
hey buddy, I got a deal for you. Listen up, buddy.
Sorry, Doc, you were going to say.
Well, yeah, I think that it's more likely that this has been a long-term communication. I guess it really depends on if the person who is on the phone is meant to be the knight or if it's meant to be Carol. And, like, obviously it's set up to be Carol because I'll be right there and then Carol shows up, etc., etc. Though I think I saw someone point out, oh, wouldn't it be funny if it was Asgore on the phone because he
No, it's-
shows up first.
I
feel like there's a
sorry, I
chance-
just finished like editing a whole segment where I try to debunk that as thoroughly as possible, but it would be a mistake to, I think, derail into that right now. Sorry.
No, you're good. But yeah.
There is a chance that there's more than one person at the other end of the phone.
Yeah, I saw a theory that the red text is a different speaker from the regular text.
Well, the fact that it talks about Chris in third person, I think, is a better hint than text colors. Because like, why
Yeah,
would
I
you? If you're
agree.
talking one to one with Chris, you're like, Chris's
Also,
soul
this
does
is the guy. This is the guy that made Undertale. Text colors are not a good indication of who's talking when.
It's very
Nice,
No.
Doc. You text
Red
colors.
is-
Terra theorists sobbing in their.
Red-
No. Doesn't count.
Red is usually
But,
an indicator for a very strong statement in these games as well.
Or a spooky one because Toby.
Or
was
it
that
could
way.
just be when you're in the closet and Chris is hitting you with a hockey stick, and every single one of Susie's lines has yellow text for some
Yellow.
reason.
Yeah, it indicates emotional damage. Every line does emotional damage.
No, I think the yellow serves a mechanical reason because it's telling you when Chris is getting distracted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Functionally, it serves a great purpose. I didn't
realize that my first time.
I didn't because it's every line. It's like Chris is constantly just stun locked. It's horrible.
I
I
really
was
want.
laughing my ass off because it felt like one of those meme images.
It
Like every
did.
single
I
line.
want
Boom
like a
sound
fucking. I want a mod of that scene, but every time the yellow text shows up, it's like really high bloom, really high lens flare.
Yeah.
Just like
Vine bloom.
I
Yeah,
remember.
Chris.
Yeah.
I think they have
Super,
some sort of
loud
special
mind boom
attack.
as well.
Yeah, Susie and Noel
Carol.
talking about how Chris has a small ass. Like,
Do it to Carol when she says you are welcome anytime.
oh god,
that
just
was-
Voice acting that was fucking torturous because I do the thing every single time there's colored text where I go, "Hello," into my microphone.
I just remembered in chapter 4
Genocide.
Castletown, when you bring Tenna to Castletown and you go into Tenna's room, and Rolls is there. I think Tenna just straight up says that
Yeah.
Rolls has a small
He
ass.
does.
He does.
He
Yeah.
does.
It's so
Yeah.
mad.
Yeah, it's a follow up to the Queen joke where
Yeah.
he talks
Yeah.
about his ass, and then
That's
in
what
the
I
next
was
I'm
room-
here.
for
Oh,
the
hold
record.
on. I gotta. Oh, I see my thing rendered. That's why I was hearing chapter 4 music.
So good.
Hell yeah.
I thought it was
Oh,
someone
God.
from chat playing music, but no, it was Premiere Pro telling me, "Oh yeah, this 7-hour clip that you gotta edit down for the main channel." is
Speaking
done
of multiple
rendering."
people on the phone, though, I love all the memes with the
group
Teen
chat.
Night group chat.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah.
I love the
Speaking
one
of-
where
actually,
Gaster's
speaking
in
of-
there and he's just like, "That is not good."
Oh, I love
Yes.
that one as well.
Chris,
But-
collect my 7 eggs.
On
Spe-
the
Collect
Speaking-
my eggs,
On the
Chris.
topic of Castletown, actually, I think we need to talk about the Rudin that knows the player name now, because he's becoming relevant.
Oh, if only
It
someone
looks-
mentioned the Rudin.
Oh,
mentioned
yeah,
the
looks-
player
again.
name.
It looks like one of the
3 years
flying
ago.
aces.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it.
What's
Well,
up
is
with
it-
that?
Which is weird.
Wait, but there's
The weird
okay.
thing about that is it should be it would seem that the egg room in chapter 4, like the secretary Rudin, would be the 7th flying
Yeah.
ace. But
There's only
it just
one
looks
missing
identical to the
flying ace.
Castletown one. So who's the real 7th flying ace?
Is it like is the one in the chapter 4 egg room like just a Chris like a mental manifestation of it or something? Like
Well,
is anything in that room real? I don't
Something
know.
I would want to address is that the different colored Rudins all turn blue after you get the egg, I'm pretty sure. I did notice when
Do
I was
they?
going over my footage, something strange happened where they lost their individual colors and were all one color.
Do they for sure, or is the
Oh my
color? I heard
Don't
the color is
remember that.
randomized.
Oh,
in
huh.
general.
If,
Is
Maybe-
it?
that,
I don't remember. I feel like it's always the same.
Let me pull up my
I thought so, too.
playthrough. I'm gonna pull up my playthrough
Mike,
because
pull up
So
Deltarune. Mike, pull up the egg room.
yeah.
Mike. Oh god,
Let me find that because I noticed when I was editing there was just something kind of.
Let me check the
strange.
wiki.
the if that goddamn Rudin is like, I initially was just like, oh yeah, it's like obviously another thing of like I mean
Okay, so
was
they're
the thing that made
orange.
me make that video.
I see them all orange in this clip, so maybe it is randomized. But in the
Oh, yeah,
first
'cause-
room, they're different colors. But then let me see
Yeah.
what happens after the egg, because I remember something odd happening.
beat before egg and after egg. I love Deltarune terminology.
So blue
so
circle.
confused. Blue, Pippus. Blue is seeming to be really a major color in Deltarune.
The wiki
Normal
doesn't
things
mention.
that
Why
normal
is
people say.
Chris blue? We still don't
That's a
know.
great
Okay.
question.
It looks like they don't all turn blue.
Ah.
So that's interesting.
And on the topic of them being randomized, it doesn't say that they are in the wiki at least.
Okay, well.
Yeah, I just remember seeing like a room with all of them suddenly.
Wait,
blue
no.
when they might have been-
It's true. It is randomized.
Oh, okay. It's the
Okay.
second room that I think it's randomized, because in the first room, I believe,
Huh.
there's set colors.
Here's
believe
what the
so.
wiki says. When the area is entered, each Rudin in the map is randomly colored either blue or yellow. The one exception is the leftmost Rudin in the entrance area who will always be colored pink. And that's the one that says the pink ace was suspicious. So it might be another Among Us reference.
Oh, so does
Okay.
it? I didn't.
Either way, it's interesting that that one Rudin's color, like the normal default green color, kind of got scrubbed away, and now it's suddenly looking like one of the flying ace Rudins.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, the fact that we haven't really explicitly talked about the Forgotten Man yet, which is weird.
Yeah, is this
that's like
egg room time?
that's gigantic
Yeah.
lore, but also it's like, what the fuck?
What
do you
is
do
there to
with it?
say?
Yeah,
Like, yeah.
There's so much text and subtext, and
So-
it also kind of doesn't mean anything. It's like maybe it's I don't know, maybe it's just Gaster.
I've seen
I-
debates.
I gotta.
Do we
Go
think
ahead.
it's like a part like Gaster? I don't think it's Gaster anymore.
I'm on the fence. It could be Gaster, it might not be. I don't think we have enough information.
I literally don't know if it's Gaster.
I mean, the
Because
the connection.
the Eggman says he can only talk on the Forgotten Island. So and Gaster can just talk in the Honor Maker. So
Yeah,
it's
the connection to
not adding up.
to Gaster and the egg was, let's be real, pretty tenuous to begin with.
Yeah.
for sure.
I will still never get over the fact that egg in Windings is the path of a knight. I was like really thought I was cooking with something there, but it's just nothing. But yeah, I just don't know what the deal is. I felt like somewhat confident that the eggs were like, I don't know, just a weird little Easter egg thing that just adds to the overall, like, you know, feel of Deltarune. And now,
Yeah,
oh
no, they're
god,
central now. I don't.
Okay,
I don't
They're just
this
so
is
Yeah, I really
this is
wonder
such a
what's
can
up
of
with
this
the
is
eggs.
this is such a interesting can of worms to open because I've been actually thinking about this a bit. I needed to open my screenshots of the game because I screenshotted like as much as I could of the third
Ooh.
egg.
Nice.
smart.
But I was thinking
at
about
least
the
we-
dialogue.
We have a guide for it now, which is strange.
Yeah, because I think Andrew was the one that put me onto this. At least like his schedule, right? He mentions that like, oh, here's my schedule. Which Andrew put me onto this. It's very clear this is just a hint for every other egg in the game,
Yes,
aside
it
from
is.
this one. I go to sell the donuts. It's near the bake sale, or considering
tree
the room
room.
it's in, you're
run
doing
around.
donuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Toss the leftovers
Throw
in
it
the
in the
dumpster.
dumpster.
Self-explanatory. I lit a cool on the windowsill. The long-ass hallway with all the windows.
Long asshole.
Yep.
Which means, all we know about Chapter 5 right now is its egg is in a wheat field, I guess.
Do we want to talk about
Yeah,
how?
harvest
Backwards
the
from
wheat.
100.
Do we want to talk about how it looks like Braddy's house actually has donuts in the windows and the machinery? The hissing is machinery making donuts because that's.
I thought that was just a joke.
It
I
doesn't
thought
kind
that
of
was a
don't
bit.
actually want to talk about
yeah.
That's
I thought that was a
Okay.
bit.
There, you know, one thing I can mention because I just fucking remembered this. Caddy's house, the door to it. It mentions in Chapter 4 for some reason that it's locked with 3 codes, but for some fucking reason, 3 codes is in red text.
I mean,
I think
it's
that's
like-
it.
it says
that's
it's
just Toby
useless
Fox
information
is being
after.
Toby Fox.
Like,
think
it's
that's
just,
just
what are
just
you
a joke.
doing?
Joke.
I think
it's
it is.
funny.
I think it is tricky, Tony. But it's just like,
It's really
what are you
funny.
doing?
What is he doing?
Also, by the way, are there only 5 shadow crystals?
Yes.
Yes,
That's the
Sham
implication.
says
Because yeah,
Sham
Sham
says
says
after-
He does
there's
say
2
that.
more
I
after
forgot
you get the
about that.
3rd one.
Mhm.
I have
Figured
to
there was gonna be one every
imagine.
chapter, but
So my thing right now with the purpose of the shadow crystals is that it seems like they all combine or something to make the pure crystal for the they have to have
Yes.
some
That's-
relation. to
That's
the
something.
Twisted
That's another
Sword.
interesting thing because
My
does the pure crystal have any other use than making the twisted
I don't
sword?
know. My idea for it is that maybe because you have to have the thorn ring for the twisted sword, but I don't feel like it would give you nothing if you just didn't do the weird route. My idea is that maybe there's some kind of like defensive armor thing that's like the counterpart to
I
the
was
twisted
thinking-
sword
Holy
that for
mantle.
some
The
reason
twisted
I was
Yeah.
thinking.
I mean, you could
twisted
always
stud.
My
maybe the
theory-
pure crystal itself could just be the armor,
it could
Well,
be, yeah.
The thing
It could be
is,
I was
or it
thinking-
could be a weapon.
in my
I
playthrough,
had-
But
Yeah,
it
it
was
was
no
no
the thing I
longer
remember with
called
the
like a
twisted
weapon.
sword, I was thinking back in chapter 2, I was like, oh, how are they gonna account for what happens if you like abort the snowgrave or the weird route and take the thorn ring for yourself? I was thinking like, oh, that's probably not intentional. Nowadays, I think maybe that is how you get the twisted sword. Like
We
you
still don't
specifically
have
have to initiate it, and then and only then.
We still don't get the thorn ring back in Chapter 4. Like, we
Even
still
though-
You might
don't
get it
have
in
it in our
Chapter
possession.
Well,
5.
now it's
because
on
there's a
Noel
good
in the
chance
yeah,
pure weird
now
route.
it's
So.
on
Yeah.
Noel, yeah. So
So I'm
There's a
thinking
good
Like,
like
that's
chance
just locked
that-
in.
maybe the twisted
Yeah.
sword is like exclusive to like you did the weird route to the Thorn Ring and then went back to normal, went back to the main route.
So something weird I noticed in the bakery is that on my file it was no longer called the Twisted Sword, it was called the Twisted Stud.
Oh,
What?
what?
Real?
Let me
Oh, wow.
find it in my footage, because I remember finding it incredibly odd.
That is incredibly odd.
Huh.
That is incredibly odd.
I don't remember it changing.
It's very, very odd. Some could say.
Yeah, I'm
No,
trying
I
to
don't think I've ever
Weird.
heard anyone mention this either.
Some kind of. It must have
Hold
gone
on.
on some kind of
Twisted
strange
Stud was my
path.
nickname in high school.
I do think in the meantime, I do want to touch back on the Forgotten Man's dialogue. Because I was trying to touch back on that. I feel like I have an easier time looking at this dialogue not from like the literal what does this mean for the world's lore perspective, but I'm trying to think more in the perspective of this is the Forgotten Man speaking to us.
Yeah.
The player, definitely.
Because one of the things he says is that he basically existed before everything, and that there was a time where the whole world looked like this, referencing the kind of like Game Boy palette of
Yeah,
the
retro
Chapter 3
video
Eggman.
games. Yeah,
And
like 8-bit.
and something else he says at the very end, which like there's also just it basically just confirms like he's the one that wrote the secret letter for the V-Day newsletter. He says whether 11 hours or 11 years, Deltarune will be waiting. It has been nearly 11 years since Undertale. It may well be like
2026
Like,
I don't know,
is 11 years.
Yeah, 2026 is 11 years.
but like
Up to
but
5
point
times.
being that secret V-Day letter also really sounded like it was referring to Deltarune as in the game, not
Yes.
the world or the prophecy
you
per se, but the
enjoying Deltarune?
game.
Yeah.
I think that was the man behind the trees, Valentine, because that kind
Yes.
of
Yeah,
makes sense.
absolutely.
That's what
confirmed.
I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad
There's no
most
doubt
people are in
anymore.
agreement with that because everybody was like, "Oh my God, is it Gaster?" I'm like, "Gaster doesn't talk like this." Like,
I thought it was Gaster. Honestly, I think
I
there's
thought it
enough
was Gaster
overlap
as well.
in the way they would still speak. It's not completely ruled out in my mind.
Yeah, I think it could be.
nowadays,
I
I think with especially with how we see him speak in 3, it's different. You know, the cadence of
Yeah.
his voice is different. The way he talks is different.
There could be a connection, though. We don't know for sure.
I do
I mean,
love.
Gaster just isn't the Forgotten Man. Like people forget.
I also do love the 11 days or 11 years line.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
Also, I checked my footage, and I think it was just a reading comprehension thing in my eyes, like, misconstruing the SWD being so smushed together in the font, I think.
Yes, it's
I just-
SWD.
I'm very happy to hear that.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, what's going on anymore?
Every
Yeah.
copy is personalized.
Yeah, it's. I don't even know fully what to make of the Forgotten Man dialogue. Honestly, it's so because then oh my fucking the reason I say it's such a can of worms because there's this and then you connect it to the chapter 4 egg room where like there's like an implication of therapy for Chris involved and everything.
And there's also the
So-
connection when you get the egg in chapter 3, Chris's status changes to like enjoying the youthful days.
Yeah,
I like
there's so what we know now. There is a specific connection to Chris that the Forgotten Man has. There's some specific connection and the Forgotten Man also has some specific connection to us and is like basically the only other character that can refer to Deltarune as the game at the moment. Like he knows this is a game and is referring to it as such.
Yes.
Well, there's
But
also
then-
the whole creepy tail thing.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck is that?
It's somehow okay.
I
So
don't know.
I was gonna say like, I think the Eggman. There's 2 levels to the Eggman, Forgotten Man. Like one is like the literal, what is he in universe? What is his nature? That's almost incomprehensible. But we can look at it from like, there's a relationship he has with Chris, which we know that that's much more tangible because like there's the incident behind the tree. It's hinted that Chris saw something there, then had to go to therapy for it, has like repressed the memory completely to the point where they can no longer recall, you know, the Forgotten Man, who's been forgotten many times before, he says. And that ties into like the fact that they're lost in the forest. Yeah, like the line about lost where the forest would grow, the children followed the pointed tail, the poor children. It's sorry, I may have just derailed exactly what someone else was going to say there, but like, yes.
I don't think
It's
we have
weird
enough.
as hell.
My take is I don't think we have enough anything about the tale to make any sort of conclusive judgments about it.
The tale
Because we
is
have basically
definitely,
nothing.
like, the furthest frontier of, like, unknown weirdo lore right now. That's, like, the newest. I have no idea what the tale of hell is. It's clearly supposed to be important, but I think the best we can do is conflate, like, there was some incident in the forest, highly traumatic, weird, spooky meta level shit, and we also know that Chris has some involvement in Des being lost, probably, which is likely also traumatic, likely also spooky meta game-breaking type shit. I really want to say that those two are related somehow.
Yeah, I would.
Feels like they are because of the where the forest would grow. The children follow the pointed tail being in the egg room, and also, if you think of like thinking back to the second sweepstakes, like where the path you take to get to the where the forest would grow and the poor children and therapy, like those all like seem to end in the Eggman, or at least in the tree. So I think there might be because the specific phrasing has always intrigued me, where it's where the forest would grow instead of like in the forest or where the forest grows or grew or will grow. It's where the forest would grow.
Yeah,
I don't
initially
wanna
it's looked at as
necessarily-
a bunker area. But
I'm about to say I
that's,
didn't
like,
want
the
to be
only-
too explicit, but yeah, there is a big clearing where
Yeah,
a forest could grow, where there is a big fucking shelter that seems
Yeah,
important.
that seems about
Ugh.
right, because otherwise, like, that clearing doesn't really have much of a purpose. It seems very deliberately carved out to fit the shelter.
The thing that confuses me, though, is that the thing that Chris encountered was clearly to do with a tree, or like a man behind a tree. And the shelter, like, if we're saying that there was an incident and something happened and then the forest was cleared and the shelter was built, like, that shelter looks way too old to just be from Chris's childhood.
Hold
That's
on.
only,
It is
like, a
true.
few
Hold
years
on.
Oh,
ago.
I think the
Hold on, I
shelter
think-
existed before whatever happened with Death, and
Hold on, I think I have. Okay, might sound like completely off the wall, but I think I think I'm onto something here. So I don't think like there was actually a tree, like because in the chapter 4 egg room, like the way it's done, like Chris sees what's behind the tree and then draws the tree over it. So it feels like the tree is like a representation of their oppression of whatever's supposedly behind the tree.
No, I think
So
in
that-
the first line of that interaction, I'll double check, but I think it says that Chris tried to draw what they saw behind the tree.
Hold on, I'll have a look as well.
Yeah,
I
that-
do not remember it well enough. I unfortunately did not record my own version
I
of
found
it.
it.
I'm
Yes,
You know,
they
there
began
might
by
be-
sketching what they had seen behind the tree. So, like, that's before any, like, the repression that there was just a single tree, copium kicks in. That's, like, the outset.
I just
Oh, you're
realized
like
there's kind of-
analyzing that line and not just taking it literal, like the thing they had just seen in the dark room. That's how I took it, because
That's how I took it
that's
as
what I
well.
was gonna
they
say.
bump
That's
into
kind of what I
the
was
tree
thinking.
in the dark room, but you can't see it. So Chris is just
Yeah,
sketching
yeah.
what.
And I think you have to
can't see.
check that before. You have to
Yes,
check that
you
before
have
you
to check
see
the, you have to check the man
yes.
behind the tree before you paint. You have to. It can't happen
Yes.
otherwise.
Okay, I'm kind of making another like smaller connection here at least, because there's Chris seeming to repress whatever is behind the tree. And if I want to connect this to the shelter at all, Noel in chapter 2 does basically like mention like, oh, don't you miss exploring? Remember when we used to go behind the graveyard? There was nothing interesting there. So there's very much Noel also being kind of guilty of very deliberately omitting things from
And
anything
that ties back
associated
to,
with the shelter.
Look, if the
that
thing
ties back to
behind
where
the
I was-
tree was the friend thing, you know, with the pointed tail or whatever, what the fuck is that thing? What did it
don't even
do?
get me started.
but that's not a man though. That's like a cat thing.
yeah, it is. I mean, I think like
It's been very funny to me to see people immediately, like, just cobble together these disparate pieces. Like, we have friend, we know that it's maybe a cat, and we have a pointed tail. So instantly, there's, like, fan art of, like, friend cat with the tail stuck to its ass. It's him. It's the guy.
we did it,
But, like,
folks. We
what
solved
is
Deltarune.
friend? What is
Yeah,
that thing?
I don't know if I
never
was just like
understood.
lost on this and if other people understood. I don't understand what's going on with the friend and the fact that like the beginning of chapter 3, like the amalgamate just has the two like you know, yellow
It's
and pink
Susie's
eyes.
chair in the dark, and then it's also summoned by Mantle, and then it shows up in the darkness in chapter 4. If you
And it's
in
part
one
of cat
particular
peddlers,
room.
It's part of
too.
cats.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
wait,
Cat
which
pedders.
room?
What is it's in the basement? in chapter
Mike's
2. What is
room,
this
it's in
thing?
everything.
Okay,
Well,
so what
Go
I've had to say about it, because the friend encounters we've seen is it shows up in the mantle game as like a fodder. It shows up at the beginning of chapter 3. It shows up
Fodder.
in like the. I mean, that is what it is. And then in chapter
Debatable.
4, it shows up in the darkness. But it also shows up in the Bat Tat minigame if you chain at least like 40 of the blue cats and then hit one of the meteors.
Huh.
Yeah.
My speculation, way back before, like, when we only had, like, the new sweepstakes pages, before the chapters were out, was... I was looking at the chain of pages, going from egg to rare cats, then, like, wrapping back around, and I was like, there's something about the way that it shows this thing related to friend, and then all this stuff about the egg, and then it wraps back around to egg, that I'm like... Okay, well, both the man behind the tree and egg stuff, and also friends seem to have some ties to whatever the fuck Cat Petters has going on in relevance to this, so...
But
I guess the
outside
two
of
have
that,
something to do with each other?
Also,
The thing
Noel
is,
talks
outside of
about
that-
glitched cats, so like there's more weird stuff
Is
going
friend
on.
one of those?
Maybe. Honestly, maybe.
Back
That
to-
actually would be an interesting idea.
back to the idea of the Eggman and like whatever traumatic incident happened there. Again, bringing back to what I was saying about the very specific wording of where the forest would grow. The way I always took that was specifically like an out of bounds thing. Like if you think about it, like hometown, like the boundaries of hometown are all the trees and ironically enough the lake, which is water.
Also,
So,
you
I
got
think-
the Sword Quest game. To get the ice key, you have to
have to
cut
destroy
through,
it. I was
go
gonna-
out of bounds
just about to
in the
mention that,
trees.
Yeah. That's also what I was going to bring up.
Yeah, like the
And so, what if when they say when like Noel and Chris and whoever else like was exploring out like around the woods near the graveyard, what they found like was the place where forest would grow, which is out of bounds, where there should be a forest here, but there is nothing because that's where the game ends. And
I
like
think-
that's where they found whatever's
Interesting.
behind the tree.
that is very interesting. I like the way I see
Which
where the
wait,
forest
hold
would
on.
grow-
Which makes sense because if you remember in chapter 2, in the egg room, the tree is outside of like in like
Oh,
darkness
yeah.
area. Like
It is,
it's
yeah.
not in the actual
That is
tile set. It's outside.
That is very good. That is a very good point.
It's also out of bounds technically in the therapy room because you can't see it. It's like in the black
Exactly.
space around the doors. The only place where it's inbounds is in chapter 1, really. And I
And three, I
guess in
guess.
chapter 3, but that's a whole huge sequence break
Yeah,
as
how
it is.
debatable is that? Yeah.
There is a repeating connection between the Forgotten Man and like the out of bounds, because even in chapter 3, if you don't go out of bounds per se, the way you start that
Oh yeah,
is
with
by
the Croak
asking.
X.
It's
To
by,
go
it's by
nowhere.
asking
As well.
it's by asking the one Darkener that you want to go nowhere.
Also, you have to go
What is
out of
nowhere?
bounds of the battle screen with the tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you have
Is
to,
it-
like, the way that the secret video game in Chapter 3 ends is the character literally leaving the bounds of the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there is
Yeah.
there a thematic link you can specifically? Because this is really solid evidence. I was thinking like, is there a thematic link you can draw between the idea of like maybe repression or something and like
I think-
you are
wait, I
putting
think
it
so,
outside
because-
of the picture kind
Hold
of
on, hold
like
on.
you're putting it out of frame. You're literally putting it out of frame.
Yeah. And also in video games, sometimes when like you'll see like things like Mario 64 or something, where they have like an enemy that's out of bounds just because they like it was in the level originally, but like they took it out and they didn't want to leave it. They just put it somewhere else.
And you
like
know that Toby Fox watches Pen and Coex, so...
Another
That's a
thing,
parallel basis.
too, is having the realization. So the tree in Chapter 1 is more in a normal-looking room, but Chapter 1, it's really not that abstract in its placement. But Chapter 1 is probably the chapter that has the least branching, going off the beaten path out of all the chapters we currently have. So that could be like a symbolic thing of Chapter 1 being the safest, most straightforward, but as you go further into the story, there's more room to kind of branch out and do different
As
things.
you're making more choices, there's
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
yeah,
In
that's-
chapter
that's a-
1, it feels much more like just a random, like, glitch in a game rather than, like, I mean, going out of bounds, you can consider it a glitch, but you know, it's not like you do anything like super crazy to get it, and it just like the weird thing about it is that it just leads you to a complete, like when you exit the tree room, it just leads you to outside the bakery, which is not where either of the loading zones were to get into there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question actually. Do we think that whoever the man is was what Chris saw that they're trying to repress? Because it seems like the man like might be their therapist, so it might be the case that it's something completely different that they saw.
The fact that the man says you have forgotten me many times before does imply that he's the thing that Chris is trying to not remember.
Which then begs the question: what's so scary about this man? What's so?
What if they were a strange someone?
I have a thought.
And then there's also the fact that man appears in the light world a couple times, because it's one time in chapter 2 in one of the cars. In chapter 4, he's also in the diner.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But what I was going to say is, what if, seeing the man behind the tree, if the man was near the shelter, because there are trees surrounding the shelter, that might have been what motivated Chris and Des and whoever else was involved to actually start investigating more thoroughly. Because what is this mysterious thing going on? And maybe it became traumatic because of what came after it.
I like that. I think, like, this is going to sound weird, but it would feel kind of strange for Chris to have two, like, unrelated, independent, traumatic experiences.
Yeah.
Like, obviously that's not how real people work.
As a character in fiction, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
It's like, these definitely feel... I like that idea of it becoming, like, this man behind the... I mean, this man behind the curtain... I was about to say man behind the slaughter. Man behind, you know, the tree, the curtain, metaphorically, whatever, is tied to the shelter, feels, if not the evidence all lining up, at least thematically...
It would be a very elegant solution to tie these disparate...
And maybe that's just
on that note. On that note, actually, what do we think? Like, because we know the knights seems to be able to go into the shelter at least, and we know that Undyne and Carol go into the shelter sometimes as well, and it's very likely that Asgore, when he was the police chief, also went into the shelter with Carol. So, like, what do you? How long has this like shelter thing been known? And like what sort of like ritual has been going on with their
how far
back? I was thinking earlier about like what the actual purpose of the shelter is, and it's a question that just gets directly brought up. I forget by who, but
by
someone.
By Alphys.
Yeah, by Alphys.
The Queen.
What is like the danger that this shelter is gonna prevent, like shelter people from? And I don't know, the whole stuff with the rain and the snow earlier made me think like maybe it's some kind of like insane storm that goes on, since both...
It might...
the
roaring itself might be some sort of like biblical type flood thing.
It does mention a hut as an ark. There's a pretty famous ark, you know.
The ark and the rain and an apocalyptic event. And
it's carry you through the waves, or whatever the lyric is.
There's definitely
also the song from the sea.
Song.
And the fact that Carol is like just so protective of, or like doesn't want Noel like out in the rain or whatever. Like, I don't know. I feel like
we're going back to the water discussion.
Something else.
It seems unavoidable.
Something else I do want to say is that it's interesting to me that Alvin also seems to have some familiarity with the shelter, because he gets very uncomfortable if you try to ask him about the shelter.
Not just him, also Miss Boom as well. Like,
Miss Boom mentions it. Yeah, like,
I think it's very likely. Is there any dissent with this that Alvin has the Deltarune code?
Oh, it's very possible.
I imagine so.
I think it's pretty likely. I can't imagine who else would have one.
I initially thought Toriel, because she has Deltarune, then I realized that's dumb as fuck, because like that's in Deltarune. Toriel has the Deltarune as her thing, because it's a royal crest. Or in Undertale, I mean, and Deltarune is literally everywhere, so like it would have to be just the church.
Go ahead. I actually had a thought about why the knight wanted to capture Toriel, and I think regardless of whether it's Des or Carol, it might have been specifically as part of a deal with Asgore, because Asgore really wants his family life back the way he wanted it, using Toriel in a dark world as a way to kind of, quote-unquote, make her see the truth and push her back toward Asgore. Maybe that's part of an arrangement with Asgore's involvement.
This would
The
not
idea of
help.
darkness
This would
is
not
like-
help the Asgore stocks. Is all.
I would,
I'll say.
Yeah,
would disagree
I hope
for
Asgore
two
doesn't know about
reasons.
that, because that makes him sound like
I wouldn't
an
imagine he
irrepentant
would, if this is
asshole.
true.
My thought
yeah.
on the Knight trying to capture Toriel is, like, honestly, unless we don't understand what the fuck that purple bean does, I don't think it actually wanted to. I think it was just dicking around.
Yeah, I got that.
Like,
vibe.
could've
That's
just-
the only way I can interpret it too.
Well,
It's
it,
like,
go
well,
on
it,
my
wanted it wanted Undyne, so maybe Toriel was being the bait to get Undyne to
Yeah.
show up, and
Yes.
Undyne was the
But
real target.
if that's the case, why doesn't Carol just send Undyne to the shelter? Because like Carol and Undyne already go to the shelter. Like 'cause apparently
We don't. I think like this will drive everyone insane, but like I'm very strongly of the opinion that like the knight could not just have wanted Toriel, because like it literally Toriel is sitting by the door in a fucking ball unconscious for hours, just
Yeah.
diegetically hours
yeah,
on
it could have
hours on
taken
hours.
Toriel at any time. The door was
Yes.
open.
yeah.
Is
You
it
see how-
stupid?
Like,
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know.
You
Yes.
see how
have no
easily
clue.
like the angel, the knight deals with Undyne. Like,
Yeah,
the knight could have just shown up and be like, and seems to be in cahoots with Tenor and Summer. Could have just shown up, whoop, grab the ball, and fuck off. You know, like
Yeah, like
it's-
the knight was never even threatened there. Like even if the Lightners beat it up as much as they can, they all got slapped to death one shot, didn't even have to try. Undyne shows up, it immediately just grabs her, overpowers her instantly. Like there was never a reason it had to abort the plan. It could have so easily just grabbed Toriel and fucked off, and there's
I
nothing
think-
anyone could have done about it.
I think
Yeah.
it just wanted to stall for time for Undyne to show up, and
I'm
that's why.
completely of
But
that.
why
belief
is the
as well.
question?
Yeah.
Like, what does it need Undyne for?
again,
I
like,
think
that's the
because
thing,
she
right,
has the
of-
code.
But then
right?
why
But they
couldn't
can
it's already in the
they
shelter,
obviously
though.
can already go into the bunker because they can open it even without just carrying Undyne.
And it says, and
No,
it
but
says on the
I
phone,
think
police.
it's because to not tell other people the code, right?
But
Well,
Undyne,
we know there's a
but
sacrifice, and police are involved with that.
it is called
sacrifice.
Oh, yeah,
police
yeah.
sacrifice. I think.
What the fuck is happening in this goddamn game anymore?
I think it is legitimately like Undyne can normally access it to some degree, or at least is aware of it. But she needs to be like how Chris sometimes takes the soul out to make sure stuff happens. Undyne needed to be there, no questions asked. So the knight had to
There's
quote-unquote
also-
intervene.
There's also we don't know exactly how much Undyne even knows because like
Yeah.
in chapter 1 she makes the point of saying like this town is so boring nothing ever happens.
And she
Yeah.
doesn't
Like,
believe
she-
in dark
if-
worlds.
And she doesn't
Yeah, she
recognize
doesn't
the
believe in
knight,
dark worlds.
really. She's not like, yes, the knight, let us fight. She's like, who the
Like,
fuck are you?
If
Go
she
ahead.
was hired by Carol to be like a peon and she knows nothing, like she
Yeah.
was probably hired because she knows fucking nothing.
She
Yeah.
probably got the code after Asgore was fired, but also Alphys
Yeah.
in Chapter 2 mentions there's some tension between Carol and the police, and how she wonders if maybe the police are just getting in Carol's way. So it's possible that Undyne had to be eliminated for whatever it is Carol or the Knight wants.
And also, if like Carol is working
we fully
with
entered into the Toby Fox fever dream section.
I think
I'm just
we should
along for the
start-
ride at this point.
Yeah.
I think we should start power scaling. I think that's what we need to do.
Roaring
Yeah,
fraud when old
So
man
Roaring Knight is a
Roaring Gerson
fraud.
versus
we can
the Knight.
agree. Gerson,
The real
Gerson
powerhouse
solos,
Gerson.
low
Well,
key.
actually, hold on. On the topic of actually, somehow we got onto this. The Knight and Gerson. There's a very high likelihood, or I think it's basically confirmed, that Bess was a student of Gerson's, like in his class, because Azriel was part of Gerson's class.
That would actually explain why the Knight would want to give Gerson a Shadow Crystal, because if Des was one of Gerson's students, then she would think fondly on him, even if
She's
she
like, this guy
were,
rips.
even if she were like warped. And you could still kind of apply that to Carol Knight if Gerson was held in such beloved esteem that even Carol would probably respect Gerson.
Everyone loved
And
Gerson.
I
it
also
seems.
feel like it's relevant that the Knight never like does anything to Gerson, like just flies around, ignores him, because like, and Gerson also doesn't really give a shit about the Knight at all. Like,
Yeah.
It feels like they're like chill with each other almost.
I think the Knight has a vested interest in the idea of reviving the dead as Darkners, because whether the Knight is Des or Carol, if Rudy dies from his illness, the idea of using a Dark World to resurrect him would be pertinent. So Gerson could have been a test to see if it's even possible.
Yeah, that's not like Chekhov's gun. That's like Chekhov's missile launcher.
It feels very, very, very deliberate.
Well, people were calling that even since chapter.
Oh yeah, like, this is not a new
We've had the idea that Rudy's gonna get revived by a Dark World for a while.
I think it even came up in the last Deltacast, but
I probably did, honestly.
Piles of Rudy's dust.
Honestly, who was surprised that Rudy made it through this chapter basically unscathed?
I saw Rudy in the church at chapter 4, and I like popped off unbelievably. I'm like, holy fuck, he's still alive.
I
was
Next
surprised.
chapter though, Chapter 5, putting my money on that.
I think either
I was surprised
chapter
to see him
5
in the
or...
church. I was surprised too, but then in the fucking hospital, he's like, I'm gonna go to the festival tomorrow. It's like, no, stay in bed. You're gonna die.
Yeah,
That's
he's
a
gonna
death flag.
I feel like chapter 5 could end with just like, yeah, Rudy's dead.
You know what's gonna happen? He's gonna watch like Noel and Susie in the Ferris wheel make out sloppy style, and he's gonna cheer so hard that he just collapses to dust instantly because his heart gives out. Like,
speaking of Rudy and shipping, though, it's so interesting to me that Rudy is like the biggest Suzelle fan, whereas Carol is not. She's the biggest hater.
Yeah, it's because Rudy's
homophobic versus homosexual.
Yeah, Rudy knows what it's like. I have nothing else
On the
to
topic
say.
of chapter 5, because we haven't at all discussed like where we think chapter 5's going.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So
I did want
we know
to-
chapter 5 is going to take place like at least partially in the festival, and we have a
you were
pretty good
saying,
idea.
Molly? Oh, sorry.
Actually, no. Go ahead.
Like we know that chapter 5 is going to at least take partially part in the festival, and we have a good reason to believe that the Dark World's going to appear in Flower King. So,
In the fields of
like, how are we imagining that that's going to come about? Because what I'm picturing is like we have the festival like take up like kind of like chapter 4, where we have the Light World section take up the first half that goes on for a while. We have all the festival stuff, all those subplots that are going on with that like resolved there, and then we have like the thing that triggers the Flower King stuff happening. Could be either Rudy's death or like Sans and Toriel at the festival, and Asgore somehow sees that, gets jealous, and then we bring it into what Gerson said about chapter 5.
I think
Asgore
Soriel's
will be
going to be
making
part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Soriel's definitely going to be part.
yeah, like literally, I said it on the stream. It's gonna be the scene from Election Truckung, just like Sans versus Asgore, ultimate like alpha male pissing contest, the pettiest shit you've ever seen.
A vote
how
for
we get there
Asgore is a
from the
vote for the
festival.
barrier.
Yes,
So, like, I have a
exactly.
thought on this, but I think Sans and Toriel represent something that's deeply upsetting, not just to Asgore, but to Chris and to the Knight and to Carol.
Moving
and that's
on.
moving
Moving on.
forward, things changing. And so I do think that Sans and Toriel dating and actually making it more overtly romantic would like be a huge breaking point to really kick things into gear. And Asgore's so desperate to prove he was right all along, that there was so much more that Toriel couldn't see, reclaim his
His
family life he lost, because he's like, oh, I just want Asriel to see that we're normal, a happy family again. Like, he cannot accept the idea that she doesn't want to be with him
Speaking
anymore.
of Asriel, do we think he's going to come back chapter 5?
I can see
When
him
that
coming
dude's
back.
coming back. That
I
is
think
It's too early.
Since like day one, I have viewed that as the cliffhanger of chapter 5. I don't
Yeah.
know now.
I
really
think
don't
end of
know.
chapter 5.
What's happening
we
with
might see
Papyrus?
Asriel.
when are we gonna hang out with Papyrus?
Apparently,
Never.
Stan said whenever Asriel comes back, Papyrus is also going to show up.
I personally think in terms of chapter 5, Asgore will make the Dark Fountain. And I'm like maybe 30% convinced on that. That's all the other opinions I have, honestly.
I think it
seems
could
like-
be Flower King, or it could be the festival itself, because his flowers are going to be all over the festival.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
I think he
that's a
said
good
something
point,
about
actually.
him, like, about his business being good for the festival. I think Rudy says that or something. It's not
Asgore's big
No,
plan to
he
get
says
back
it.
on his feet is to start the fucking roaring in the middle of the town festival. It's
This'll
gonna
fix
work,
it.
guys.
And don't forget me,
Look,
your
I'm going to
eggs
prove everything.
Titan.
I'm going to start the apocalypse. Thanks, Asgore.
I
think
wonder
so.
if we're ever
I'm
gonna
really
get
going
like
to
a
do it this
finally
time.
like full power Asgore fight, because he's always been kind of potential man in Undertale, where he's like he's holding back. He's like, oh no,
I mean,
you know, he's holding back. He doesn't want to fight you.
If the black shard he has is actually a shadow crystal, he might just be a shadow crystal boss.
I think we want to make a very clear distinction between black shards and shadow crystals, because shadow crystals famously are not black; they are transparent.
Yeah.
A good point.
But also, I think there's something to be said about the likelihood that Asgore will be the final boss of the Dark World by virtue of not wanting to let it go, not wanting to live in reality. He's really just so desperate. And if it is Flower King, things like the wedding photo and the wedding flowers could all manifest in some way.
Yeah, on the topic of-
I think he would also be the main boss or a main boss, because like I don't think Toby would want to stick like what's clearly a main character into a secret. Yeah.
On the topic of the Flower King Dark World, there's also like, this is like completely like irrelevant to basically everything else. But I was thinking, if we get a Flower King Dark World, the 7 like flowers we see, like we could have like them be like vessels for like original like fallen child lore or something.
And they all have their personality traits.
Oh yeah, finally color theory.
What if we have the evil versions of the soul traits, like that one video that I made that I want to redo because it was badly written.
I've been seeing that going mad on TikTok.
And before the flowers all turn into like little boss monster type creatures as a reverse of Flowey and Asriel.
I do. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of Undertale stuff going on with those I mean, obviously, but I just wonder like how deep they'll dive into it, because he really could just be like, this is the justice guy, and this is the frickin' perseverance person. I don't know.
I hope he doesn't.
I kind of doubt that'll be relevant. Even in Undertale, that wasn't relevant. I don't know why he grabbed that up now.
I know that, but it's just weird that, like, because it has to reference it to some degree, I feel like. I don't think that'll happen either, but I just wonder, like, what the degree
It's also
of
a little
that will
suspicious that Gerson, like, mentions, like, at least 2 of the soul traits, like, justice and perseverance, very, very plainly. Which I thought was, like, perseverance especially struck me, because perseverance is the soul trait of the items he sells.
All right.
yeah!
Theory about the Chapter 5 secret boss, if it's Flower King. What if you walk into a secret area like a back rooms and Ralsei is secretly kidnapped and replaced with Flower Ralsei, and turns out that's the secret boss?
Let's go.
Gosh. I saw
Ralsei
now.
I saw
on the topic of Ralsei, actually.
go ahead.
Do we what's the state of what do we think Ralsei is at the moment?
Oh my god. I am no closer.
Burdened with knowledge.
Before we get into, I just want to say, Ralsei, I don't, again, we're way past, Ralsei is definitely not evil or anything, but he's still, like, that guy can float and use, like, fire magic to, like, brighten up that one battle. Like, he still has tricks in his back pocket.
Him learning to fly in, like, the last sequence of Chapter 4 was like one of the most comical, like, hey, we got some extra money in the budget this month, where are we gonna add it?
Yeah, like, why can't he float?
Why not? Sure. But like, because I was always team Red Horn Headband. That always made the most sense to me.
Yeah.
However, Chapter 3 made the really strange decision of like putting the Red Horn Headband in really, really random places.
It drives
like
me
with
crazy.
The red antlion especially drives me crazy, but there's also the door in the secret game. I don't know what any of it
There's multiple places,
means.
so we don't know how literally any of them are meant to be that as a darkener, or if it's just symbolic of Chris's attachment to the headband. Headband Ralsei.
But if that was the case, it would be weird if Ralsei was still the headband, right?
It would be weird because if it was reused in these trivial contexts as well as being something extremely important, because the whole part of the idea with Headband Ralsei was always following in the logic of like the Spam to Neo fight, where the Mettaton body is powerful because it was like Mettaton's OC. It was an object that had lots of emotion put into it by a Lightner. And so we were thinking, okay, well, if Chris had all this emotion into the headband, that would make Ralsei this special, powerful Darkener. But now that it's like, okay, but it can also manifest as a fucking, like, a JPEG of an antlion, it's like, okay, that kind of ruins that.
But that also ties back into Gerson of, like, objects with strong emotional attachments being really powerful. Because Gerson's just, like, cracked.
Yeah.
Well, another thing
Yeah.
too that's I've seen Knife Ralsei thrown around, but my issue with Knife Ralsei is that sometimes he shows up like way later than he probably should if he was the knife that Chris carries the entire time. Because
The weird
like,
thing about
in the-
Ralsei is if he's an item at all, like why don't we see him pop out when you go into the Dark Fountains, like Rules and Lancer do?
Yeah.
He is true darkness manifest.
I think it
Maybe, I don't know.
There must be some bullshit like I don't know, like the knight where it doesn't even use those rules, or his physical object is always in the school closet and he moves through dark worlds themselves.
Which I feel like that's the most logical explanation at the moment.
Yeah, I
Because
don't
he
know.
straight up just never mentions it. Like he brings it up into the beginning of chapter 2 and chapter 3, where it's like, I sensed dark presence and I came over here. But nobody asks him how he did that. Nobody questions it. Susie,
And
come on.
before Ralsei is literally just a Shadow Crystal's persona. This is
Oh
not
my
a serious
God.
suggestion.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know,
take that seriously. That's kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie.
Knife Ralsei, I can't for the life of me seeing Knife Ralsei being real. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
The
see
sparkle,
how.
Doesn't make
the
any
sparkle
sense to
doesn't
me.
come out of Chris's pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ralsei being the personification of a Shadow Crystal actually would explain why he's so overwhelmed with prophecy knowledge, though, considering how linked they seem to be to the prophecy. I'm not saying this is likely, but it would be kind of interesting.
It could still be the case that Ralsei just has the Shadow Crystal somewhere.
Yeah, that's
Like
also
we have no
entirely
indication of
possible.
that yet, but
We're gonna fight Ralsei in chapter 5.
That would
maybe at
actually
this
be an
point, who the hell
interesting
knows?
Twist.
We're going back to
I think if we-
the chapter 1-2 era.
Yeah.
Evil.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
only.
Yeah.
There's only one
Ralsei.
crystal left. Like if Ralsei's got it, then we're
Yeah.
fighting his ass.
That's the
Yeah.
one thing I wish we got was dialogue for giving Gerson Shadow Crystal to Sham. I want to know something about Chapter 5 Shadow Crystals so bad.
Maybe we'll get it
We're
in
gonna-
Chapter
Nah.
5.
yeah.
We might get it at
It's-
the start of Chapter 5. If we start in Hometown, we might get to
Which
go
I
to
imagine we
Sham.
will.
You know, something I wanted to say about Chapter 5 actually for a while now, because it's more so to do with how everything seems to be wrapping up at Chapter 5, is what it feels like.
Mhm.
One thing I was on the mark about completely with the new sweepstakes pages was the Chapter 5 page, which just showed all the chapters and applicable, not applicable, certain sounds that played when you clicked on each one, etc. I was entirely on the mark about it, but something I realized recently is... Does the weird route end at Chapter 5?
Ooh.
I mean,
you know,
based on
that's-
your
Yes.
analysis.
Actually, that's exactly what I was
That's-
thinking. That
that's
was
what
my
I-
prediction.
I'm gonna
as
knock
well.
on the door here because I had the immediate day one theory about this that it was in my video. So
Ooh, all right.
So the sweepstakes show us the 5 numbers with the correlating to how big the weird route and how present it is in each chapter. 1 doesn't have anything and it's a small invisible one. 2 is huge because obviously Snowgrave, gigantic portion. 3 is invisible but large, which I think is like, oh, it's because the tutorial for the weird route, the sword route, is in chapter 3. And there's also like 3
It may also be that the Shadow Mantle or the Shadow Crystals in general are needed for the weird route later on.
But anyway, the 3, invisible, but it's like big because the tutorial for it is in there, is I think what that's trying to say. Then 4 is like smaller because even though there was a lot, it was actually it was small. It wasn't much, but it was really impactful. And then 5 is larger. And notice 6 or 7 are not on there anywhere, which is making me think, damn, is the game just going to end at Chapter 5 in the weird route? Because a lot of bad endings in games, traditionally, this stemmed from the fact that you would have to play games all the way through to get the good ending. That's how they got you to replay the games. Like, I think of Ghosts and Goblins making you play the
Hell
fucking
yeah.
game twice to get the good
Uh,
ending.
Bravely
I've
Default-
100% of Ghost
Old
and
school
Goblins.
games would often have the bad ending be the early ending. And even a
Shayy,
game like
Something-
Cave Story has this, where you can get
Yeah.
a bad ending.
Yeah.
Bravely
60% of the
Default
way
does
through the
something
game.
like this. I don't want to give plot context. Basically, Bravely Default has 2 endings. One you can get as early as Chapter 5, but you're intended to try for it in Chapter 6, or there's a true ending if you keep playing all the way until the end of Chapter 8. Then you can actually get a true, more satisfying ending, and I almost wonder if you're onto something there, where the weird route...
I also want to add that I feel like there's not much higher we can go with the weird route. Like I feel like we've hit a pretty peak of like
I feel like we can
disturbing. Like there's not much higher we can really go after that. So I feel like
Well,
we really are. It's likely that we are
I think we could go for
I think
it.
there's something
closing on
more.
an ending.
But because Gerson mentions, like, Susie is the white pen with hope, or holds the white pen with hope, so I think that's going to be the difference. In the Weird Route, you never have that big opportunity for building hope. Like, I'm sure you can still fight Gerson on Weird Route, but you're not, like, really going towards that more heroic, hopeful path. You're breaking things, and it might be that Chapter 5... Weird Route, what if it doesn't even have a proper ending? What if the game just bugs out and crashes and you literally can't get the ending of
Gaster
any
comes
sort
in
on
and
Weird
beats you
Route?
with a broom. Like, what the fuck are you doing with my game?
I think the
I'm also
only
thinking
thing,
of,
Gotten the broom closet ending.
the
Thank you,
only
Shayy.
thing that wouldn't add up to me is the Twisted Sword, right? Because theoretically, it's like a post-Chapter 5 item that you'd have after
Oh, but it'd
the
be
Weird
such-
That
Route.
links back into what I was saying earlier, though. I
Yeah.
think the Twisted Sword is intended to be gotten on the aborted Weird Route run.
I agree. Yeah.
I think
I
it
am
is.
on
At
that
this
train
point
of
it
thought
is.
now.
Yeah.
That might
I'm on
also
the train
be
of
the
thought
case
that the Weird Route might
it
just
might also
end
be the
in Chapter
case
5 and be
that-
like, okay, that's the
It's
ending
just a
of the game.
bait. It's a bait like, oh, want to do the Jane Glinky's in front of you. Oh, want to do the
What if
It might
just
also
doesn't-
be the
yeah.
case that the twisted,
Yeah.
like the twisted sword, is the thing that like at the end of Chapter 5, like you're able to get the twisted sword, and that like unlocks like the end portion of the Weird Route.
Possible.
Perhaps, yes.
But, the idea of Weird Route Chapter 5 not even having an ending, it just glitching out or stopping or freezing or something, would actually kind of be really interesting, because it technically would mean that, yeah, the game still only has one ending, you just can't get it on the Weird Route.
Well,
Here's
it
the
would be
thing
a
about
We're all
that,
second-
talking
though.
like breaking the prophecy might make it worse. You know, you bring up the Twisted Sword thing, maybe it's like the compensation for Chris being alone.
Oh.
Like you go back, like something happens in the Weird Route, Noel goes fucking like, it freezes everything, and then Chris has to go back alone, and only then and then can you get the Twisted Sword.
Maybe that's like
That
a
would be
replacement.
It's like
interesting.
it's like your
Susie's.
compensation device to fight a hard boss.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever that
Back
boss might
to-
be, whether or not it's whether or not
like,
we're gonna square up with Gaster or whatever.
I
Already
think
on
we
the
might square up
Snowgrave
with
route,
Susie, honestly.
Chris gets the cross slash ability out of nowhere just to deal with like the solo boss fight, so it's not that impressive.
It's not out of precedent for that kind of thing.
There
What-
is
what-
something
God, I wish we
interesting
got
I want
that
to
act
mention
back.
about. There is something interesting I want to mention about like the potential of it ending in like a crash or a freeze or a game break, and that is that we know from Noel's blog and stuff, and like what we see in the secret games, that Noel like seems to be related with that and be able to navigate those, and so it might be the case that even if it ends in like a sort of game break, like you're able to continue past it with Noel's help.
I just had a thought of the game literally freezes because of what you did to Noel.
The free, yeah, it really free. Oh
Like the
wait, you
world
actually
itself
might be
freezes
cooking.
over.
Hang on.
Wait, and that ties
Hang
into what
on.
the Eggman said about there being an ice age.
Yeah,
Yo,
exactly.
Oh my
whoa,
God.
Hang on.
We've
Hang
solved
on.
it.
We've done it.
all
I,
coming
Toby's
God, I did-
sweating as he hears us talking about this.
Actually,
right?
Just
hang
the
on.
ending
That dialogue, not fully related.
It mentions
to Weird
about
Route, but
dinosaurs,
that,
right? Which
That
tie
dialogue
into
is
Susie.
interesting. That dialogue's interesting because he mentions like, oh, the dinosaurs in the Ice Age, and then he's like, wait, but was that your world? Did I get something mixed up? That's another fucking allusion to just existing between worlds, literally. It's like he's mixing up the lore of like our world, Earth, and
Yeah.
Deltarune's.
oh yeah, that's definitely
Earth
how I took
lore.
it at the time.
But,
Because you got shattered across time and space.
But to go back to Weird Route, honestly, I could see it ending like that. I could see it being a thing where it's like, because there's the moment in Chapter 4 Weird Route where it's like, you know, Susie asks what you and Noel were talking about, and it just like breaks. It just kind of breaks a bit.
That's what I'm getting at. It feels like Chapter 4 Weird Route is setting us up for, like, what we're doing just cannot, the world cannot sustain it, because in addition to that whole glitch, there's the freaky color distortions in the Thornring scene in Noel's room. It really feels like...
Could you?
There's also the fact. Hold on. If we go back to the meta angle of all this, like, we take the prophecy and like the regular route as like being about like being on the game's script of like just trying to follow the game as intended, as normal, and like what would be the way to break a game and just like totally go break free of like the developer intent. It'd be the weird route. It'd be like, and like being able to break the game and like reach a crash or a freeze or completely bug everything out. That would be literally going against what the script would say.
I mean, it's complete narrative sin yet again. But it is also running into that problem, right, of that was mentioned earlier, of, well, going against developmental intent is difficult in a video game where you can only do what the developer said. Is Delta just going to delete itself off your PC once you finish?
I mean, Undertale tried it.
Maybe Toby can finally figure out how to do that after the 50 attempts that failed to do that in Undertale. Jinna wrote.
Shout out to RPG Maker One Shot, the original free version of One Shot that I believe does delete itself off your computer if you kill Nico.
Good for it. But this has all been a lot of conjecture, obviously. But the idea of like you can reach a new ending, but that ending is literally just like destroying the world before the prophecy can conclude itself is really funny to me. Like I'm gonna make sure the prophecy doesn't happen, because I'm just going to literally destroy the universe before it has a chance to. I win.
Yeah, the prophecy can't happen because there is no thing for it to happen to.
Yeah.
And Gaster's just like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, hey, that is a new future.
Yeah.
There is no future.
The other option, if we go with like a non-standard game over type ending, is it could just do and the whole world was covered in darkness thing from if you quit the game.
The whole world was covered in ice.
Ooh, yeah.
Which is like water, which is the same thing as darkness. It all makes
sense. And the darkness freezes, paralyzes things. Yeah.
The other thing I was thinking of with Weird Root and like why it stops at 5 in that page, I mean, there's the obvious thing of like Toby just has never talked about 6 and 7, so who knows? Maybe it does continue after that. But going with but assuming it doesn't, because it feels like everything is like tying with like chapter 5 being sort of a climax for at least a lot of the current threads. Like remove Gaster and like all the super big picture shit, like talking about hometown, the like fucking Vince Gilligan production shit going on here.
The holidays and the dreamers.
Chapter 5 is like
we're gonna need to have so much exposition in chapter 5 to explain what the hell the Night Gang's up to, honestly. Like, if that's the case.
My other idea of it is like, what if, because the way we're seeing it is chapter 2, it changes a lot of stuff in the sequence of events. It's a huge sequence break. Chapter 4 is not as much of a sequence break, but it does something that not even chapter 2's Weird Route could do, which is change the ending of it. So what I'm thinking is like, does it end at chapter 5 because chapter 6 and 7 are just gonna be fucking different if we're completion data.
That's also something I was thinking about. Like
I'm not even
that's how you entered
like
the Gaster dimension.
Like I'm not even talking about the sequence of events is different. I mean, there is a different chapter 6 and 7. Just period.
The game is
different. I can see that for sure.
That's possibility. Yeah.
You have to do an Undertale genocide run.
The question is like, what could possibly, and we have no vision of it. It could be literally anything. I mean, that's scary.
We're reaching the point now where, in retrospect, like we were hitting this before with chapters 1 and 2, where we had no chance to guess at some of these higher conclusions. We can guess like, okay, these plot points A, B, and C will have some payoff at some point, but trying to figure out what that'll look like and where the game's gonna go, like we're never gonna get it.
There is something that we can talk about though, because we talked a lot about ice and we talked a lot about that kind of stuff, and there is something that has not been resolved in these 2 chapters, and I kind of expect it to be, which is Ices, who I swear everyone here's souls is going to be important somehow.
It has come back in both new chapters, in the weird pipe thing in chapter 3 for some reason.
Oh, the pipes! The fucking.
What if the man behind the tree is Icy?
Let's not think about that.
You've done it, Dolt. You've done it.
Icy is the real cryptid.
I don't know. What if this is just Toby's like messed up little creature that he just like throws around?
Honestly, I'm inclined to believe that.
Yeah,
I think that's the safest play.
I think Icy is going to become plot relevant when he crawls out of a sewer to like eat the nice cream rabbit, so that Burger Pants has to date Asriel instead of him at the end. So like.
Assy
I
Pets
can
still
do
has
that.
a
In my
shot.
mind, I just
Let's
can't
go.
fit the puzzle piece of Icy anywhere, to the point where I'm
Icy-
inclined to believe he's not just a piece of the puzzle.
I wouldn't be surprised if Icy was just meant to be a funny thing that gets people speculating, but
Yeah.
is kind of just kind of an
Red herring.
in-universe cryptid.
It's just like a cryptid.
Yeah, exactly. I really feel like I'm jumping.
Now
off
what's up
shadows
with
whenever I think of
every
it.
Okay,
man,
speaking
though.
of ICE, speaking of this is completely off topic, but what do you think of the world's best ship with Burger Pants and an ice cream guy?
Oh, I mean,
Oh,
this
God.
is
Sure, we
some
don't-
day one Undertale stuff, but I mean, we've got
No,
the,
have you
Yeah.
not seen the new? You haven't seen the new stuff.
Oh, they are.
Oh
going
no, none
hard
of you
with
have
it.
seen it.
I've
You mean
seen
like
it in
what?
chapter
like
4.
oh, like in the
What do you-
chapter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, yeah, I've seen.
The
I've seen
Pizza Arena
dialogue.
stuff. I see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
mean,
was talking
not
about the
icy,
new
nice cream.
dialogue. That's like
Oh, no,
making it an
yeah.
actual
Pizza
canon
Arena.
thing.
No, I
Yeah,
don't see
yeah.
that from my reality because it's not compliant with my
Yeah,
headcanons.
unfortunately, we have some of the
Yeah,
strongest Azzy
that
Pants
scene
shippers
was
in the entire
erased
world in this group
quickly
chat.
after.
Okay, so
Oh,
sorry.
okay. I
But
was
no,
like,
it-
what do you guys? How the heck did you guys not see that? It's so good.
I will say,
saw
I
it.
only saw it
I
on my
did see
second
that.
playthrough. I missed it the first time. I was
It's
really
so
happy to see
cute.
it. It's really fun.
It was
It is
adorable. Also, the
Yeah, I'm
lesbian
just surprised-
vibes between
It's just
Caddy
very
and
surprising
Bratty.
that Toby is just straight up acknowledging old fandom ships suddenly.
Yeah,
I'm
it's like-
surprised how big
Like
the new
Soriel, Nice
chapters
Pants,
were for
Caddy, and
ships.
Bratty.
Oh, gosh,
Sans and
yeah.
Toriel was never a fandom ship. That was like the fucking most heavy-handed hinting.
It was
That was pretty
heavy-handed in Undertale.
Yeah, some people
just
were like,
didn't
oh,
want
it
to
was
admit
left up
it.
to interpretation. Ah,
Soriel was always like the ship.
asterisks.
It was so
I will be
vanilla that
right
people were
back.
embarrassed to ship them. It was so obvious.
Yeah,
Bishop Toriel and
That's a good point.
Carol.
I'm surprised it's
I
like
hope-
people are
much
like,
more-
my favorite fandom ship is Alphine, and I'm like, fandom ship? Dude, that happens in the game.
I'm surprised at how much like Chris Noel stuff we got there for a bit before the before the nightmare
Yeah,
stuff
actual
happened.
good, good Chriselle, like the happy
Yeah.
one, not the weird fucked
Yeah.
up Snowgrave one.
It's
Yeah, I have
cute,
like,
and
I think like I feel
I'm so happy for Gumi. Gumi's got so much content now.
Oh yeah,
I like am surprised how little I care about the Deltarune shipping situation. I'm like I like Chris and sorry, I like Susie and Noel. I think that's cute and it's probably important to the game and everyone can have fun with their dolls. And I'm like, oh yeah, cool. Whatever.
have
I'm
you
like that,
seen?
but also
have you
as
seen
you
all
can,
the
so it's
unused sprites? How many
I
sprites they made
have.
for the Susie Noel stuff? It's
With the
Toby,
Toby
Fox
Toby
is
makes
evil
Temmie
Yuri
put
factory.
Yuri in and then takes it out. Unbelievable. It's not fair.
the sheer amount of like Susie and Noel. If there was any ambiguity, I know I said you got a little bit of like Chris and Noel if people are angling, but like it was buried under a fucking landslide of just like lesbian
Yeah.
lizard deers, just absolutely.
I
Also, there's
gotta
also a
wonder if it was
weirdly-
partially in response to people being like, "Oh, it's a one-sided relationship," and then Toby was
Yeah.
like, "No,
It's still
y'all read
cannot-
it wrong. I'm gonna make sure
It's
you
like,
get this
all right,
right this
bet.
time."
There's also a weird amount of like cruisy stuff, like the weird like hair sniffing scene in the secret backroom thing. I don't know what the hell she was talking about. What, Susie?
That
what's wrong with
fucking
you?
scene where Susie's making a dark fountain and like they
They
hand
grab
the
the
knife to
knife.
Susie
Oh,
and
yeah.
then they're blushing.
Yes,
It's
they're
so
blushing
good.
so
That
hard.
was insane. Like
It's
why-
great, and
I
then it's
still
followed
don't
up by
really
my
understand.
favorite sprite in the whole game: diagonal
Hey,
facing
diagonal,
Chris.
diagonal,
Chris.
It looks so goofy.
They're
The
so
world
scruffy.
doesn't
I
ready
love
for a
it.
diagonal Chris.
So-
It's
I
straight
kind
out of Earthbound. They're so
it looks like a
spunkly.
different game entirely, honestly. when they first
Imagine we
announced
got canon Chris, Susie, Noel, Polycool, because with the battle thruple foreshadowing it, just that would be
Honestly, the fact that
I don't think
rules
anybody
card-
had bisexual polyamorous rules card on their bingo sheets for the
Oh,
new chapter.
I
That
did,
was
I did, I
crazy.
had
The
one.
rules,
That was-
the rules,
insane.
the rules polykill was fucking killing me. I fucking love everything. So it doesn't work.
Starwalker.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
where he's
when
like, oh,
Starwalker
we'll make
walked
it
on-
work, and then they
when-
disappear, and then 2 seconds later, so it's not working.
Yes.
So I have
when
the laser point,
Starwalker
though.
walked on screen, I lost my goddamn mind.
Star
I think I
Walker
laughed for, like,
coming
at
on
least 3
screen
minutes.
to take
Starwalker
away the
is
polykill was so
pulling
funny.
I just like the fact that we know that rules card, like, it was if Toby woke up and made chapter 3, is like, alright, first priority, we need the players to know that rules card fucks hard, and that's like, we haven't seen the side of it yet.
And he has a small
we need the
ass.
players to know that canonically rules is hot.
Yeah, like, that's basically all he does in chapter 3, is just like, okay, cool, good to know that about you, rules card.
You know, the absence of rules card in chapter 4 also really does add to a very different atmosphere in it, and I think it was the smart choice to not have him there because.
But
he
picture
would've
this,
really...
Dorked. What if rules tried like rizzing up Gerson? Imagine that.
That would be so funny.
I think that is legitimately the only outcome, and Toby had like a draft of that, and then was just like, no, we can't.
Oh no, Rules and Gerson is a fucking
He shows up as a
inscrutable
statue in
pairing.
Second Sank, right?
No, wait, no.
No, but Starwalker does.
Starwalker does.
Yeah.
Starwalker does.
I couldn't remember if Rules was in there too, but I know Starwalker is.
Yeah, no,
He's too
Rules
busy
just
trying to show off his
doesn't
ass
show
to the
up
queen.
outside of TV, outside
Oh
of
yeah, he
the
shows up in
Castle
chapter
Town.
4. He's in the light world portion of chapter 4. That's right.
Yeah.
So he's still
Yeah,
in
he's
the
in
chapter.
Castle Town.
I keep forgetting that because I skipped that in the
There's
speedruns.
so much.
Dude, the bed skip in chapter 4. It skips so much.
Yeah, look out.
It brings you right
It
to the
really
church
does.
dark world. I mean, you skip the church, you skip the Noel part, you skip
Oh my
the
god.
You skip Castletown.
the rain. Yeah, you skip the castle town, you skip all of it.
Easy game. Thank goodness.
I do think it's funny too. The bed skip in chapter 3 takes you directly into the first board. So you're like, oh, time to go to sleep. Hi, Tenna.
The
Yeah.
game.
There's not that much to skip, but it does skip it.
I really, this is like not a theory or anything, it's just personal opinions. I think Tenna is my favorite final boss out of any of the chapters so far. I think
Tenna.
I mean,
I think it blows
It's
King
hard-
and Queen
it's-
out of the water at least.
I like him as a
I mean, it's
character
not
way
like the
more than
Titan
the
is
others.
offering much competition. It's not a character.
Oh, no,
There's,
sorry, not as in like a character, as in like as in a boss fight specifically.
It's like a
Oh.
unique boss fight.
If
think
you
if I
ignore
wanted
like the
to-
punch-out segment, then I'd say so.
I think if I wanted to touch on how well like I feel just like about 3 and 4 as a whole, like this is related to Tenna, but like I love chapter 4 a lot, and I think it's kind of what the community needed for a lot of things. Like, I think it is the fucking just massive dump of like new information that we
truth-nik.
needed. Yeah, chapter 4 was the truth-nik, but I think 3 is my personal favorite because of how weird it is, and
Oh, it's
also
delightful.
just because of
Say
Tenna.
that again.
Yeah, I also came away from the
because of how
chapters that way. That I
weird.
like chapter 3.
Because of
a bit
chapter
more.
3 is my favorite because of how strange it is.
I like
That's my
chapter 3
situation.
because there's no feeling like when we were playing. I was playing chapter 3, like for the blind, because you have the secret, like especially the secret S-Rec room. Like everything that happens with the original game is like absolutely insane. Like on a blind playthrough, not knowing whatever the hell's going on.
I have like
If you
a
deep in the lore, everything back there is like edge of your seat, like how far is it gonna let me dip my hand into this cookie jar? It's just like,
Oh, yeah.
how far can we take this? As soon as you see those like white pixels come on screen going north in the raft, I was like,
Oh, yeah.
okay,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
doing this.
We're doing
Also,
this.
I
yeah.
do want to note the quizzes in Board 1 are genius because they really play with the fact that you are not Chris, you don't
Yes.
know everything about them.
The
And so
fact that they
there's some-
actually, if you idle long enough, they actually like select the one that's actually accurate for them.
They like
I didn't
call
know.
Genius.
It's not even if you
Alright,
idle; they do
wow.
it immediately.
That's cool.
They will
Oh.
immediately select a pie, and they'll also in the unused board they'll select to the cowboy show for Asgore.
Should we talk about the cowboy show?
Swordsman?
I will leave the call if we talk about. No, that's not true. That's not true.
Listen, I think it is absolutely incredible that the mic room has immortalized some of our fun brain rot with all the mic
And
theories
someone
and the
actually
in the
friend
server.
inside me thing.
It's so funny.
A friend
it's
on
a
the
friend.
inside.
I consider it a love letter to the fandom. I love it.
Yeah.
I love
It really
so much.
is.
It's so great.
Another
I'm-
thing too is that because Asgore does like cowboy stuff, we could potentially see some cowboy imagery in the chapter, but it's like I feel like there's superhero stuff too, and there's flowers.
The
It's like-
sequel to Woody Theory 2.
Yo.
I mean,
Get
that's
ready for
literally
another
the thing.
2 years of
Woody-
it. Making
I
What
saw
he's not
Spooky
done
Dude
yet.
uploaded that.
Yes.
Yes,
Spooky
yes,
Dude
he
fucking
did. Very,
uploaded
very
that.
good.
It's the
Yeah.
franchised. It's gonna decrease in quality with each episode, like Tennis said.
I was one of the people who was too bad at the game, where I got A rank on the first board and then S rank on the second, and like
I did the same thing.
It was really cool to like go back and retry, but like I don't think I have felt a chill in this game like the getting to the end of it in chapter 2 and like board 2, and then just the aren't you forgetting something?
You know,
I'm like
I was going insane. Like, oh my god,
genuinely
my stomach sinked at that.
I got mantled on my first playthrough.
I can imagine.
Good for you.
Just
So
that
you
line,
didn't
aren't
fight.
you forgetting
You didn't
something?
beat the knight until after chapter 4, right?
Yeah, I went back afterwards.
I beat the knight first time round. No, because all my chat, it was like so early on, so like we were really split on, because there was a good portion of my chat either saying that like just go on to chapter 4, or like no, like beating it doesn't do anything, and I thought it was like just a Spamton Neo, like, you know, like a Snowgrave Spamton situation where like you could just you can attack it like infinitely, but there is no like actual end if you do that. But you know,
so
I just kept trying. And...
Dog, I have my chat in sub-only mode. They weren't saying. I moved on to chapter 4, talked to Sham, and he was like, "Oh yeah, maybe you could have won." I'm like, "Okay, I have work to do tomorrow, but that's for tomorrow. I just want to play the game. I want to get ahead of everything."
I'm like the opposite.
I did not move on to chapter 4 until after I beat the knight, and I was like 5 hours at least on the knight, or maybe 6 or 7.
I needed to play the chapter
tries.
immediately so I didn't get spoiled on it, because as the large content creator, I gotta make sure.
So
Yeah.
thank you for bearing that burden.
I took 4 hours the next day before I finally beat the knight, but I got to her final attack like 3 or 4 times before I actually beat her.
Oh
my god.
So that was the worst part, getting to the big supernova attack and then screwing up.
I only got to that once.
Oh yeah,
I got to that attack like 4 times and died to it 4 times.
Yeah,
That's
it took me about 15 minutes to beat it, so I probably should have just done it on my day 1, because I could have beaten it real quick, because you know.
Andrew?
They're out here hitting me with the Sands Gaster Blaster spin cycle move, and I'm like,
everyone has
who do you think I am?
Everyone uses that.
Yeah, why does everybody use
You think
it?
I'm gonna die to that? Who do you think I am?
I just realized this is hang on. I just realized this is a perfect place to say this, Mystic. When I got to fighting the fucking knight, the one thing I want you to know, the one thing playing in my head with those goddamn shorts of you going, "Welcome back to the easiest Undertale."
That's exactly how I felt with the sword corridor attack. That like
this time the knight is mogging me while making sure to say "Alpha Skibbity Riz" or whatever you say in those shorts.
Okay, alright, it's not like that.
I do wonder if there's gonna be any like nerfs in future patch updates to the knight. I don't know if it.
I don't imagine.
I
don't think
stay
so.
that way.
I could think that widening the sword corridor may be a little bit nice, but
I would.
think
The only change I would make to it is that I'd make the telegraphs actually accurate at the end of the sword corridors, because
better telegraphs
they
would
aren't.
be better.
I just want the after images that make it hard to look at the sword corridor gone.
Yeah,
Is that actually hard to look at after a while?
Yeah, I think in like an alternate mode for people with visual sensitivity issues would be nice, because that fight has a lot going on.
That's a good point.
I
want them to
go
ahead.
I was gonna say that the knife fight is just generally like one of my favorite fights, just instantly across both Deltarune and Undertale. Like it might be just the best one Deltarune right now.
See, I made the mistake.
Mechanically fun, yeah.
I made the
On the
mistake
topic of the
wearing...
knight fight.
Oh, go ahead.
On the topic of the knight fight, can we bring up the fact that Penumbra died like before the game dropped, but Nightmare Knight survived. Nightmare Knight is going strong because I'm pretty sure a lot of the chase remakes.
If you want to
part
talk
and
about music and shit, like it's funny that in a way Nightmare Knight is real, but also like it's the same fucking motif we've had since chapter 1. Like
it's not that much closer to being.
But now it's connected to the actual
now it
Nightmare
is the
Knight.
Knight's theme, so I guess that does make it real in a way. Like it's the song that sounds the most like Nightmare Knight of any motif we had to work with. So
when I was listening to it, I instantly clocked it. I went to double check, and I was like, "Damn, Toby, you really did that."
Yeah, well, I
Crazy of him
think
to
it's
do.
meant to be like a light homage to Nightmare Night while still being its own thing, the same way that
Yeah, it's not
Metaton's
literally the
themes
same melody, but it definitely has a lot of similar elements.
It's
It sounds
evocative,
similar.
and I think it's intentional. Because I think even the instrumentation is kind of similar.
I
The
think like
intense
the
beat, yeah.
no, you go.
On the topic of Nightmare Night, this is gonna be a weird segue, but because I got reminded of this because the original Nightmare Night uses like the Kirby sound font, like I think Kirby Superstar, Kirby Dream Land 3.
Yeah, I think it's.
And I remember when I
Dreamland
saw
3,
like
yeah.
when I saw both the Knight and the Titan, they both feel like Kirby final bosses. Like
Yeah, actually,
Like the-
Yeah,
I can
that's
see
why.
what
Titan Knight.
That's why I'm so attached.
Any opinion?
The
I think
the
it's
Knight's
insane.
blade attack,
It's
like the weird
crazy
blade
that, you know, we
thing.
get that motif all the way back in chapter 1 with the door and the chase, like
Yeah,
da
it's so
da
cool.
da 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 da, and we're like, oh yeah, that's like really similar to Nightmare Night. Like it's not quite the same. It isn't quite the same, but it is really evocative of it, and it's so funny. You know, the Knight shows up, and that's its theme, and we're like, oh shit!
Oh, there it is. There's the payoff. There's
I
the
think
one.
Why
it was
did Toby
always
give the knight the
intended to
door
be-
song?
I think
Is
it
he
was always
stupid?
meant to be associated with the Knight because Black Knife was composed in 2018, I believe. So, like,
how do we know
Toby
that?
composed a lot of this in advance. Metadata. Shay's brought this up before, but, like,
Yes, the metadata for
Oh.
the soundtrack has some dates in it.
Interesting.
Black Knife was finished in 2018. Toby
That's
Fox sat on that for
wild.
7
Right.
years.
Wait, before or after
God
the chapter
damn.
1 dropped?
I think before. I don't know. I just know
before
2018.
Wild.
TV World was 2016.
Yeah,
Oh,
TV World was
yeah.
made in 2016.
Oh
Wow.
my god.
It
It's just
honestly
like,
kind of sounded like because I remember hearing it and I'm
Yeah.
like, this sounds very just Undertale.
He was
It sounds like
Yeah,
Cold
this sounds like,
Hammer,
like this,
check it.
this sounds like
No,
exactly.
you want to know crazy depths to things that he's been waiting on. Gerson's famous "I'm old" joke. Hilarious, right?
Ancient.
Yeah.
I found a post on the Wayback Machine, a tweet he had made in 2015, right after Undertale came out, saying, "I was thinking about having a character say I'm old, but then I opted against it." But you go look even further back, and you look before the Halloween hack, his first Earthbound ROM hack,
Arms Winter
or whatever,
Quest.
2006. Had a character called the Starman Senior, which is edited of the Starman Junior enemy, and
Oh
it
my
has
God.
the text blurb above it that says, "I'm old."
Holy shit.
Amazing.
19
almost as
years.
a lot of people in this call is
19
hilarious.
years.
all the
Beautiful.
ideas that Toby's ever had was when he was like 14 years old, and he's just been saving them in a bag, and he's gonna run out one day and he's gonna die. He's gonna turn
Well, he
to
mentioned
It's full
Susie
into
can throw
pieces.
Ralsei into the quicksand and has the "won't anybody help me" from the quicksand lecture he had in his class.
Do you think that
he dreamed about?
professor will ever know?
Another thing too,
He's been
like
sitting on that for a decade.
even Ralsei predates Undertale because he mentioned in that one interview that Ralse was a character that he had for like some RPG Maker games he never finished.
Yep.
I'll see as an enigma. I will, on the topic of Black Knife specifically, I was thinking like, it is like, the fight itself is one of my favorites, but I am not a big Black Knife. I think Black Knife is a good track, but I just obviously compare it to Sans a lot because it's big hard boss, easiest fan game or whatever. But Megalovania just rips in
Vivat,
such a
Vivat,
way.
can I stop you right there?
Yes.
I thought you said big hot boss instead of big hard boss, and I didn't
that's
question it.
I mean, look, my proclivities are private, but I know, like,
Toby Fox would never have double meanings in his text or speech.
Toby Fox has never had
No,
that.
he would never
Something
do
I
that.
do want to bring up is the part of Black Knife that sounds similar to Lost Girl. I think that was probably meant to kind of evoke that feeling, even if it also still evokes the chase. And my big brain thought is like, what if Lost Girl is an iteration of musical ideas for the chase, just altered enough to be harder to connect to it immediately?
All right, Andrew, get on the case. I'll leave that to
The
you.
hard thing about linking Lost Girl and the Chase is like, it's theoretically they already overlap. Like it's the part at the end of Black
You're linking
Knife.
A to C through B as opposed to. It's like
Yeah.
it's complicated.
It's not like note per note.
I wouldn't
but
necessarily. Those two, I don't think really have that much in common with each other because it's specifically the B section of Black Knife that has
Yeah.
that. similarity. I don't necessarily want to call it that because it's not quite the same, but it's like
it's not quite the same, but it definitely feels like a conscious compositional choice, because sometimes in music a leitmotif will be referenced in a way where it takes a moment for you to oh, my mic cut out. But sometimes a leitmotif will be referenced in a way where it takes you a moment to even realize, wait, that is a leitmotif, but it still technically is calling back to it, and so it could just be like a little subtle Trojan horsing, or like some way of making the player go, hey, wait a second.
I have more complicated thoughts, but that would require a deep dive music analysis,
well, yeah,
which I don't think we have time for today.
Like, I did do an impromptu analysis at the start of one of my streams about the whether the motif is there. The short story is that, like, kind of, like, it's simultaneously deniable but also plausible. Like, there's a string of, I think, 6 notes which are identical but 2 are swapped or something, and it's like, it's audible, but it's not a clear cut.
I have a follow-up question then. Would there be a similar link to the Lost Girl section in Raise Your Bat to the one in Black Knight?
Oh no, that's just directly quoted.
That is
Lost Girl and Raise Your
directly.
Bat is 1-to-1.
Yeah, it's 1-to-1. We need the obviously me and Andrew need to team up to bring you the Lost Girl. We gotta bring your machine out of retirement.
Hey, Shayy, do you want to make that video for me? People have been asking for that ever since the game came out, and it's gonna take
Honestly,
another 4 months to do a sequel.
That would be popcorn.
I can't edit like that.
I don't have time to do it. But...
Sounded.
It is interesting to think about.
You're too busy
though,
ramming it up.
Because Lost Girl, it's kind of just been used as mood music throughout the new
I noticed that a
chapters.
lot in chapters 3 and 4.
Like, certain songs would be used as more situational themes than character themes, even if they were initially intended as character themes. And I even remember Toby tweeting about how Lost Girl was intentionally meant to be like a character theme, but ended up becoming something more.
Yeah, I remember that.
Because the motif also shows up in the diner scene with Susie, even though that's not remotely related to the holidays, and it's just a really sweet Chris and Susie bonding moment.
Even Ralsei gets it.
Which is
She's not even a lost girl.
Yeah, lost thing. Yes!
Lost thing.
Or lost
Treesicle will be
creature.
right all along. Is that Treesicle? I don't know.
Lost
Honestly,
girl,
yeah,
I
it
mean,
is,
they.
Honestly, knowing that you can get the Ralsei plush in his room almost makes me regret giving it to Susie instead, because him having a cute little plushie and being so delighted by that is just so pure.
It's cute. Having this black, like, solitary confinement void room with a single Ralsei plush in the middle for him to enjoy and enrich his enclosure is just a beautiful scene.
And then you still get,
Space.
and then you still get the icy cryptid plush, which the narration is still like, this is the objectively best thing in the room still, even if you have the Ralsei plush.
That's so devastating.
Speaking of the Ralsei room, I don't know if any device theory heads want to give a shot at this, but it does seem to bear some certain color and, I would say, visual similarities to a certain chapter 1 menu. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but if it's just...
green does seem to be relevant, especially now with Gerson, like, the green freedom thing for some reason in his boss fight. And we have seen the green, like, come up with that original menu and the battle box, and also Ralsei.
Yeah.
I think it's building up to something.
Is it just because Gerson's green, though? Is his freedom green? Is his, like...
I mean, I think his... I
Maybe.
mean, there is...
It's weird to say, though.
Like, he is... Gerson is green. That is tick.
He is
We've done it
green.
first.
You don't say.
Round of applause. I think, like, you can definitely make a link of, like, oh, well, the green heart in Undertale was about facing your fear. It's about, like, I don't know, it's about not giving up. Like, there's something to do with the tone of the chapter. I don't think that the green soul, like, I think that's a coincidence between the green soul and ghosts and stuff and the code green, as it were, in my head, the matrix green.
Can someone pull up the color picker and be like, which MS Paint green is this?
I mean, I think it would be close. I think the green soul is a little bit lighter green off the top of my head. I just searched up green soul and surprisingly it didn't give me the image. Oh no, there it is.
I think
on the note of the green soul and actually the Gerson fight, because I remembered something that does kind of is relevant to device theory things. aside from the chapter 4 weird route, just confirming with that one choice prompt. Susie says, like, right when the soul like turns green around that time, Susie just straight up says, "Yeah, Chris helped me out."
Yeah.
Which I think also confirms that what I said, at least way back when I was like, "Hey, why does the soul use the same animation when it leaves Chris and goes into the battle box as it does when they remove it themselves?"
Oh.
And
yeah, that's a great point.
And I think it's interesting that Susie specifically goes to Chris to be like, "Help me out here," as if she knows that the soul is like a part of how the combat works. I wish I could see from her fucking point of view what that looks like.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think saying that she knows the soul is how it works is sort of a bit much, but like she probably has an intuitive sense, because Chris is considered by the UI to be like the leader who commands the party, and I don't know, like, clearly that manifests more directly than just offering verbal guidance.
The thing is, I say that because she does know the soul is a thing. She sees it, like, in the fountain. She sees it when we're, like, you know, sealing the Titan. She even asks Chris after that, like, "Hey, what's with the red heart thing?"
Yeah, sees it in the
it's
she just
strange
only
that
thought
she
to ask.
Never thought to ask before. Yeah, why did she never thought to ask before?
Susie, ask more questions so you get more answers, please.
Yeah, I do
Susie,
think
please.
that there is a lot there, though, with, like, what is happening in battles from, like, their point of views. Because, like, it's really weird. Like, it gives the impression that, like, what is Chris, like, somehow giving orders on, like, each direction to, like, hold the shield? Like, how is that exactly working? It's all very vague and dubious, and I don't know if
also,
there's an answer.
the
Keep in mind
music
the
is
shield
diegetic.
is the shield is Susie's axe.
Yeah,
so
like, she's blocking. Like, she's the one blocking the things, presumably.
But we're the ones doing it.
I think the best way to consider it may be as like a dialed back version of what we see on the Snowgrave route, where like the soul implicitly has some level of control over the party. It radiates out from Chris. And on the weird route, we take this to an extreme where we can control Noel completely against her will almost to do these actions because she's in your party, so you get to control the party. And so
It's
yeah,
like
I
a
think
weaponizing of that game trope.
Yeah, like the
I
benign
think so.
version of that is just like the soul manifests a sort of global control over the party to dodge attacks and stuff like that.
I do want to
I
mention,
feel
Doc,
like
Doc, you mentioned the music being diegetic.
Yeah,
Which
I believe
is-
that comes up a couple of times because
It
not
does.
only does Chris play several themes on the piano, but I believe some characters actually reference the background music.
Yeah, someone mentioned like,
Do
it's
they?
when Chris is doing the piano once when they're soulless, and then when they're, I think if you like play Rules' theme or something,
Yeah.
someone says like, "Oh, that's fucking Rules." Of course, it's Rules.
Ralsei goes, "Oh, that's Mr. Rules' theme," which I like that they call that specifically. I wonder if, like, in universe, the music is just emanating off of Rules'
got a
card.
It could be just him. To be
He's
fair.
got a boombox.
He does.
Something
But
fucking
you know, we bring
Wait,
up a
so
point.
wait,
The music
hold on.
is
Actually, wait.
diegetic. It
Before
also was
before we
in
move
Undertale.
on from that, like, does Susie react to that, or is it just Ralsei just says that and she has no reaction?
I think Susie reacts to some background music related thing, but I can't remember the exact
If you play Dark Sanctuary on the piano, Susie says, "That sounds familiar. I thought Ralsei was humming it a moment ago."
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good
Yeah,
catch. Wait, it might be the case that Ralsei is the only one that can hear it, and Susie.
I mean, Chris can
And-
also hear it because
Chris-
when
Yeah,
they
Chris
play
and,
notes.
and
Now,
Ralsei
I want to
and Susie
present a
can't hear
crack
it.
theory to you all that I presented in my Twitch chat. They liked it. So, Chris plays a shit ton of the music on the piano, including maybe even some tracks we haven't even heard yet. You think that when the Dark Worlds are created, the music is actually music that Chris wrote, and it is just becoming part of the Dark World?
I remember
like a
hearing
hell of
that.
music that is.
I've heard that before.
That's a fun
Like they-
idea.
They are the one who wrote the soundtrack to Deltarune.
Yo,
You know what that means
the
for
narrator is
Undertale?
Toby Fox, but the composer is Chris. Let's go. Diegetic composer.
I saw a theory somewhere that Raise Up Your Bat was written by Des and Azrael, and I don't know for sure because it is a Blood Crushers song, so it's just kind of like,
I don't know if that I don't know if Raise Your Bat has to be specifically written in the past by XY characters, because although it contains this like kind of profound metaphysical hinting at the heart and Chris's soul, and like I don't think that makes sense if it was literally something that existed before without context.
Yeah, it would make it kind of make less sense if it was...
Yeah, I think it's more that Toby deliberately wrote the lyrics in a way that was supposed to tie the song to Des, but also kind of foreshadow something going on between Chris and Des to kind of
and the Lost Girl motif in there as well.
Yeah, of course. Because I think one thing I'm noticing with Chapter 4 and Chapter 3 to an extent is, like, I think Toby specifically set up certain plot points so that we would wonder and try to figure out what's going on, because, like, things like Des or Carol being the knight, I think he wants us to try and consider them both, because he left possible hints for both of them, but also possible red herring details. And then with, like, is Susie really the girl in the prophecy type discussion, I think it's pretty clearly... I personally think it is Susie, but Susie is still going to break or write an ending for it. But I think he wanted players to doubt, because there might be some merit in...
Actually, on that note, I feel like that's a good time to move on to something I'm surprised we haven't touched on yet, which is the final prophecy that Susie breaks at the end.
Oh, that's a great topic.
Ralsei about that one.
Ralsei dies. Ralsei dies. It's sealing the Great Fountain. It's the end of the story. Metaphor for the it's done. Tick.
I don't buy that, because if that was the case, I don't think Ralsei would care, because he doesn't care about himself.
I don't think
she specifically says something about like especially you wouldn't let that happen.
Yeah, Susie says obviously
yeah.
But but the other thing is that the prophecies always emphasize it's never saving the world, it's saving the worlds, plural. And like if it was just we're gonna delete the dark worlds to save the worlds, then you only saved one world, Chief. You didn't do it.
I do see that, but also like there is.
I think I have an idea. Because it has to be something that the heroes do. It can't just be something that happens to them. Otherwise, Susie wouldn't dismiss it as something that would obviously not happen, because then that wouldn't make much sense.
We know. Go ahead.
I think, and especially because with all the like Ralsei saying all that stuff about, he keeps repeating it. Susie's so kind. Susie's so kind. How can she be so kind? I'm almost certain that Susie is going to kill someone, and I think that's why she acted in the way she does. Because obvious, and the thing, and specifically, I think it's going to be Chris that she's gotta kill.
As in, she has to, or she chooses to. I feel like there's a distinction.
I don't know.
The same difference if it's a prophecy.
Same difference, really. Yeah.
I saw
the prophecy says.
Yeah, I saw a take that she has to take the soul and absorb it into herself as kind of a parallel to Azrael and Kara in Undertale.
The thing is, though, is that it doesn't relate to
These all seem to come
enough.
from nowhere.
No. I think it would relate to Ralsei, because obviously you wouldn't let that happen, because you're the third person here, and you would stop whatever is going on between us.
Wouldn't it be more directed towards Chris if these were the cases, though? Like wouldn't you say
I don't think
Chris
so,
obviously wouldn't let that happen?
Yeah, that can.
Okay.
No.
Okay, thought about that, because I remember in part 3. When I was talking about Susie, the main things I was concerned with were how is she going to react to the fact that the dark worlds can't be brought to the light world, and the other thing,
she's taking
because
it
the first thing
well.
we got that right away. The second thing,
took it surprisingly well.
The second thing, how is she going to react when she finds out the Soul and Chris are different people?
Yeah.
How is she going to react when she finds out that the things Chris has been saying haven't been exactly their words?
Yeah.
And that's something that was even built up during the Chapter 4 Noel house scene.
And just consider, right before the final prophecy, Susie asks Chris what is up with the red heart thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I need to go back and look at that dialogue. That's really interesting.
Are you positing a relationship between those two things?
It could be.
So. It is related to...
It could be.
Maybe it could be the soul... but then it's only maybe the soul returns to its... Or the soul escapes its cage or something like that.
I don't think 'cause it has to be something very obvious. Like Susie has
Susie's
to
not gonna
understand
get what
it.
the fuck that means.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's very true.
It has to be very direct with what it says.
I think it has to be directly related to Ralsei somehow.
What we
I
know
think
about...
So,
What is that dialogue? I'm
I
trying
do
to
think
find
that
it in the
Susie realizing that her friendship with Chris is built off a lot of our actions and
also,
Chris's
not to
will
mention
happen,
that Chris
but-
is just working with the enemy. That's also another thing to
that's
consider.
also
I think
true.
that if that was part
Yeah,
of
but
the
Susie
prophecy,
doesn't
that
know
would be giving that away. So that's not going to be
Yeah.
referenced.
I don't think that-
Yeah, no,
of that.
Yeah, that wouldn't be
I don't
saying
think that will be in the. I think that will for sure happen. I'd be shocked, genuinely, if they never had any kind of fight about it. But I don't think that that's the final thing of the prophecy.
Yeah, I think
think-
all we can say about the prophecy is based on the fact that Ralsei's goal is to keep Susie away from it. He never mentions Chris. It's always Susie can't see the final prophecy.
that's
So
a good
it's
point.
something to do
I
with
do
her
think something
directly.
happening to Ralsei is
It might be the
still
case that
worth
Chris already knows
considering.
it.
Yeah.
But Ralsei having the blood spatter on his face after Susie sees it and smashes it, I feel like that's very deliberate. I feel like that's very deliberate
That's a good point.
visual storytelling and foreshadowing,
Like
something
passing on.
involving
Yeah,
Ralsei.
okay. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. I think I don't know.
The thing with that is that I just can't see why. The why doesn't really make any sense if that's the case. Like
So,
with Chris,
I-
it makes perfect sense.
I was
Because we
thinking
had- 'cause-
about... I was thinking about the last prophecy for a bit, and specifically since it's related to the end of the prophecy, and what we know from Ralsei's summary of it, what the end means. We know at the end the roaring will happen. At some point it is going to, because only then, when the roaring is going to happen, they will appear at World's Edge to banish the angels' heaven.
Shining with hope.
I don't know what the fuck World's Edge implies, but my guess is something very bad happens there.
Kind of barrier.
It's the border between there and out of bounds where the Eggman lives, obviously.
I mean, it could happen.
It could be the boundary between light and dark.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
I think sealing the Grand Fountain is still in the cards in the sense that, it would be permanently separating the light and the dark worlds.
I think the way that the thing that's kind of messing me up at the moment, from a wider perspective, is the difference between the prophecy and the legend of how is that Ralsei's deliberately speaking that with his own biases, because he mentions the way that light and dark are quote unquote in balance doesn't seem very balanced, because it mostly seems like the light is over here and then the dark isn't really connected or something, which is why I'm I could kind of see the dark, the Grand Fountain being closed as an action to permanently, although separating these two worlds is the only way to save both of them is the kind of way I've been excusing, but I'm still not really very sure.
We also have to remember what Susie says when you're sealing the fountain about wanting to keep things the same as they are, about wanting to
Susie doesn't
make
want
sure
an
that tomorrow's the
ending.
same.
She wants things to go
Yeah.
on forever.
Yeah.
Which I think is
invest in the
interesting.
fate theory now, folks.
Gerson is supportive of this notion.
Well, Gerson encourages her to write her own story rather than following the
Which
prophecy.
I assume
and
means
I
write
think,
her own ending.
Yeah, I think the thing is, people like to use that slide with her holding a sword as proof that it's not actually Susie, but I think, given the white pen filled with hope thing, it's possible that Susie will get a sword later that is the white pen filled with hope, and that's why she's shown with that instead of an axe.
That makes sense to me.
Maybe. I think that regardless of if Susie is by her existence subverting the prophecy, because this is a big argument that everyone's gonna
Yeah,
have,
that's the
obviously.
argument.
I think regardless of if she is or is not the girl and has or has not already broken the prophecy by virtue of even being with the heroes, I think she's still being set up as the shaker of the what is set in stone. she's already
Yeah.
doing little violations of like I'm not going to wear ribbons and stuff.
Oh yeah,
and-
she is like going in defiance of predestination. She's being set up as like the key to this better ending by virtue of her willingness to do what she wants and follow her own heart.
Yeah, I guess that's all.
The
really had to say.
the whole I don't know like what I've heard of time loop theory. I don't know if this is like the same like train of thought. But when I first like, you know, heard about the whole like, you know, or the Gerson fight, like she'd rather not have the ending. Like one of my thoughts was like, what if the ending is just like it results in Susie just like resetting everything back to square one, and thus that's how she gets that ending where nothing changes.
Yeah, epic
forever.
Azrael.
Azrael, hi
Yeah.
Flowey.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
the
for
reason
me,
I don't see that happening is because one, that's like Undertale Azrael again, and two, because I think that's going to be something like that's going to be like a character arc for her. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like it'd be way more
Except in the
impactful
end.
for the story for her to just
Mhm.
grow past that.
I don't
I-
think. Well, here's my somewhat strange take on this. Usually, when it's brought up in the context of fiction, of a character not wanting an ending, that's usually a negative thing they have to move on from. In this case, though, there's a couple things that make me second guess that. Is that one, we already have Carol showcasing a very negative, like an obviously negative version of this mindset, like bronzing a snowflake to keep it from melting, being unable to obsess with the past. Asgore's like that. But when it comes up with Susie, it's in the context of like, your whole life is predestined to lead to one climactic point, and after that it's all over, nothing else matters. And she says, no, I'm just gonna keep on living after that. That feels like thematically different to me. Like it sounds
I think-
similar, but like
I think
Susie
it-
is being put on a pedestal for wanting this instead of discouraged.
I think it
That's-
really ties
that's
into
true.
the Delta. I first of all fully with you on that. I think it fully ties into the idea of Deltarune kind of being a story within a story. Like the prophecy ends, and that's when the actions, you know, the story within the dark world is done. That's all, like all the fun and adventure over. But we are still like, and in some games that would be the whole game. But we are observing Deltarune through both the light and the dark world, so we could still be watching them go about their lives without the fantasy, without the fun. In 11 days or 11 years, Deltarune will still be waiting. You know, it won't be. It'll still be happening regardless of whether there's any dark world fun or whether the prophecy is still there. You know, because we're seeing
But then
more than
I
just
think
that.
we get into we start going against like the message of Undertale, because we need to also be part of the thing that's moving on, like, and that's I think what banishing the angels heaven, at least to me, makes most sense to be.
Game
Is
of
like
us.
game's over, we get out of there. That's the end. We have to remember, and that's what Don't Forget's about. Like, don't forget the characters, don't forget the story.
Yeah.
Something along those lines makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, Deltarune
So
will
I
only.
think
Sorry,
an
you-
ending that just
that's
makes
also a
everything.
very like pre-chapter 3 take, though. I mean, that's not necessarily wrong, but that's all theories that people have formed or readings that people have formed just using chapters 1 and 2, where now we have more context for what these things actually mean to the universe. And saying that the game has to follow the same messages like Undertale was about how you should move on from fiction before you corrupt it with your own perverse sentimentality.
I
that's
think
well and good.
Toby wants us to kind of. He wants us to draw comparisons to Undertale, but I think at the same time he's going against some of our preconceptions from Undertale. Like, I think the Weird Route is a great.
Right.
Yeah, I think the Weird Route's a great example of this because instead of being like, it's so nonchalant from the POV character's perspective when you're doing all these awful things, no, Chris gets pissed.
Yeah. I think, I mean, my opinion for a bit has been, like, Deltarune is very concerned with endings, and less so concerned with its beginnings, hence the, like, malleability of the Dark World history and of Light World history, for that matter. I've always been of the perspective as, like, Deltarune is the type of media that will, like, within the construction of itself, it will only end when it is, like, thought about for the last time. Obviously,
That
this
makes
is,
sense to me.
Again, I think of things very non-concretely, especially when it comes to a game that will probably finish in, like, freaking 7 years or something. I'm not gonna try to predict the exact ending, but, like, those, like, the vibes to me of, like, Deltarune will have to end. Like, the video game Deltarune will have to end. Everything ends. But I think that's how Susie's kind of perspective is, like, kind of maybe bleeds into ours a little bit of, I don't know, maybe it's just me seeing the follow-up to the game that spawned 1 million AUs saying something about, hey, you know, life's like a movie, write your own ending, keep believing, keep pretending, etc., and so forth. I don't know. There's something.
No, that makes sense, especially because Toby is so inspired by other works, in addition to knowing that his work has inspired so many. And I feel like Chapter 4 really does draw attention to the idea of iterative stories and the way stories build off of previous stories, but can still form their own identities. And I think also trying to solve the prophecy can only get us so far when the story's setting it up to going against that prophecy too. Like the idea of even Gerson emphasizing not to get lost in the prophecy to a point where all you see is blue.
On the topic of like inspiration and all that and like derivative work, I feel like it's very prescient for us to talk about like Mother 3 in the context of Deltarune, but I don't know how much we can talk about Mother 3 without going into spoilers, that, you know, spoiling Mother 3.
Yeah, that's a hard part when making references to other games. Like, there's a lot that could be said about Moon and potential parallels to Deltarune, but that would probably be better in its own video that has the obligatory spoiler warning for
I do just want to put that out there, that I think there's definitely a lot to think about when it comes to the like how Mother 3 and Deltarune seem to be like conversing in many ways.
Oh, I agree.
Mother 3 came to mind for me a second ago, but not because of anything in the game. I hope this is a real quote. I vaguely remember it. It was like about Itoi being asked about Mother 4 and saying that it would have to be made by the fans or something. Is that a real thing? Does anyone know
think
that?
he said something along those lines. I think it was actually during an interview with Toby or something, like a conversation with him.
Maybe. In any case, though, like that's pretty much directly what Gerson was saying there. It's like the story became too big, it consumed me, but then I left the pen there for the next generation. And Toby obviously has built his entire career off of deriving from people who inspired him, continuing in the legacy. It's like that's obviously a big deal to him. Is like my role in this is only finite, and eventually I leave it to the next generation to pick up my ideas and do something new with them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He literally wrote that into the game in Gerson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is in the video. Yeah.
It's a very similar. Oh, go ahead.
On that note, I think it's also interesting to think about how Gaster might tie into that aspect of it, because like I think almost as much as Gerson, and we've already established that they themselves have parallels between each other, but Gaster is aggressively like a Toby stand-in or like a developer stand-in for Deltarune. So I'm curious to see how that ends up tying into that.
Too many author metaphors. Every character is going to be an author self-insert like a Stephen King book.
Hell yeah. Gaster, the G in Gaster stands for Gerson.
All I know is,
I guess.
when I finished this game, my most anticipated game changed from Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 to Deltarune Chapter 5.
Honestly, Mood, I think
true.
just Chapter 3 and 4 were so strong. They really did what they needed to really set up the hype. But also, considering that 3 through 5 were originally intended to be one package, that just makes me wonder, Toby, Tricky Tony, what are you going to do with Chapter 5's ending? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think if we thought the cliffhanger for chapters 2, 3, and 4 were bad, any of the previous cliffhangers are going to pale in comparison to whatever the hell is going to happen in chapter 5.
Yeah, chapter 5, it's just going to end with like a cut to black, and it's going to be a character we don't know talking. It's like, oh, everything's fine, and they're like, wouldn't you concur, Doctor? And we're all like,
or chapter 5 ends with like the one-shot bit where like Chris walks out of the game window and points at you, and then is like,
Deltarune
I am
chapter
non-binary
6.
I mean,
and use they them
That
pronouns.
literally happens in the secret game. I wrote that down in my notes while I was
It's
playing.
gonna happen to your actual window, and then Chris is gonna say that the Deltarune Chapter 6 is an ARG you will play on the internet, and then like walk off your monitor.
I was
and it's like,
talking with
okay.
Molly about that. Like, somehow it becomes like Inscription, where the final act is like a real life ARG where you have to go to a real life place and get a geocache or some shit.
Yeah, Toby's sitting there on a stool.
I have never
We're gonna
played
need to go-
Inscription, so I
gonna
did
need-
not know that. That is wild.
I feel like I have less theories than I did before. Like the game is now that we've gotten more, it's like it's become more narrowed, more focused.
That's probably for
But
the best.
I don't know
really.
all the Amori parallels. I know Toby tweeted about it a long time ago, saying, oh, I have an idea for a game, and someone's making something very similar, and a lot of people, including myself, think that tweet is about Amori.
Oh,
And,
it's
I also do
most
that.
likely Amori. I don't think like
There's
the
so
stories
many
will be
there's so many
one-for-one.
similarities, especially with all like the death stuff, finding the
Yeah.
truth. I mean, not to spoil Amori,
we need
but
to be
the
careful with
entire
what we
game is
say
about
because we don't
figuring
want to spoil
something out.
Omori.
Yeah, figure out a thing.
In my mind, the comparison to Amori was settled because it has a fucking dark world that you go to, which is a
Yeah.
fantasy version of reality.
And also
Yeah.
the characters very superficially similar, like Susie, Aubrey, Chris, Sunny, like Basil. We have Ralsei. Again, very. There's
Yeah, they're pretty
definitely
similar
parallels,
characters.
very very shallow.
I feel like the key difference between Omori and Deltarune is how
It's a
heavily
good
involved
game.
Susie is as an active major player in the directions and arcs of the story. Because it's not that the friends in Omori didn't have meaningful arcs or growth,
Friend inside me.
but Omori definitely placed a lot more emphasis on Sunny as the centerpiece, whereas Deltarune feels like it's a bit more branching in terms of who are the characters.
I'm
at
just
its
noting
lot more of an
the
ensemble
Yeah, I
piece.
think it'll go a bit faster to list the similarities between two different games and the differences.
Oh,
but-
for sure. You can
For
also
sure.
draw a
Yeah,
lot of
I mean,
parallels
we'll
between.
talk,
I was gonna say Persona 4 and Deltarune also
Oh,
definitely have a lot of
yeah.
similar vibes.
There's some strong. This is strong.
escapism games.
Yeah.
Yep.
Funnily enough, there's a few games about being in a weird little town and trying to escape.
Yeah, all the stuff with Des and all the 1225 stuff and all that just reminds me so much of the.
Oh, it's
the
very
stranger
similar
stuff
to
from
Omori.
So
I,
it makes me
I
wonder,
see
like,
it.
is the main climax of the game going to be figuring out what happened, and that's the big thing that puts everything together and it completely recontextualizes the game?
Maybe.
The 1225 Easter egg with the fucking gumball
that's
machine is that whole thing has me convinced that one of those last few chapters is going to be just full Yumi Nikki fan game. That is my ultimate hill I will
Yeah.
die on. It has to happen things.
When I was
That is
doing
just that's a creepypasta bit. That's a staggering wins video, Molly. That's just a staggering wins
It
video.
was. That's what it fucking felt like. I was looking. I remember putting that in because I saw it in I think someone in Andrew's server mentioned, oh, put that in there. I didn't know what would happen if you did. I just tried it, and then it fucking took me there. I was like, what am I looking at?
Yeah, it's so
What
cool.
am I playing?
That's terrifying. Do you know what this means? Toby can do this whenever he wants now, and now we will never know if like one of those staggering wins hoax videos is ever real or fake or not.
He could.
It's just so funny because, like, even with all that stuff, to me, again, the theories, they feel narrowed now or focused in. Like,
Absolutely.
We're locked in.
I sort of have an idea of where the story is going to go. Now, obviously, I don't know the exact.
up
I
Up
have
until
general
chapter
vibes.
5.
Yeah,
in
well,
my
I see
mind,
what you mean.
I feel like I haven't personally been slapped on the wrist, but it's just like, it's definitely, there's less optimism in my mind about being able to predict further than like a chapter
Yeah.
ahead, because back in chapter 2 days, we had a certain set of puzzle pieces, and we're like, okay, this is the rest of the puzzle. We're gonna make this last until chapter fucking 7, God help me. And it turns out those puzzle pieces led until like mostly the end of chapter 3. Like most of the big like foreshadowing that we had to work with, that was the next chapter, and then it was gone. Like, oh, so like I think we have a pretty
It felt
good.
like
I am a passenger on Toby's wild ride.
Yeah.
Basically,
You can
yeah.
never escape.
We have a
I
pretty
think
good
enjoying
for
what he
chapter
gives me.
5 now, but like
I
beyond
think it
that,
might be more
oh, yeah.
fun. I think it might be more fun to just analyze what we have and try to make sense of it, like we've kind of been
that's
doing.
what I'm
because-
trying to do. I have
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
what
my
my
next
literal
video is gonna
only
be.
late game prediction. The only late game prediction I have is that you will go in the bunker at some point, or the shelter, excuse me, and we will go
That
into
is
the big
such an
door in Ralsei's
Oralist name,
castle.
by the way. Can we talk about that? Bunker
The
is such
Bunker
a much,
just
so
sounds
much
Bunker
a
better.
goes so
name.
much harder.
I think it's because Bunker has that hard K sound, and that just kind of feels
Makes me think
crunchy.
of golf.
bunking it.
bunking. It's like a bunker bed.
But,
Shelter has just
yeah.
that soft leading sound, so it doesn't quite have that same oomph
Shelter
to
is
it.
But I'll
Go for
I'll
it,
die on the
Shayy.
hill that we're gonna go into the shelter and we're gonna go into the big door in Ralsei's castle, and that's my 6 and 7 predictions. That's all I got. I got
good.
nothing else for 6 and 7.
I
man.
thought I
Like-
misinterpreted. I thought you meant that you'd go into the bunker, then come out the big door in the castle.
Oh, that would be
Now, that would be insane.
That would be
cool.
Maybe we'll
Okay.
get access to Carol Holiday's secret underground network of closets that all connect to each other.
That's how she runs to the church. That's how she stole the night. Yeah.
It's like
Okay.
the little tunnels in
Dude,
in
them
Snowden
like
Undertale.
kind of like low key confirming that the closet is where the knight was hiding out. It's kind of crazy work.
You know what's
though.
really funny about these
funny.
chapters is like in terms of the Chris Knight debate, there is a huge amount of evidence both for and against Chris Knight. If we didn't have the fucking Knight reveal make it all irrelevant, like,
Yeah.
so Closet Knight is real, but also we're confirmed that King never knew who the Knight was, and also Chris can move arbitrary distances without
But
the
now
sword.
Yeah, I
Chris
just
has
I get
been
to gloat
knighted,
infinitely because I said
question mark,
I went out on a
asterisk?
limb. Oh,
I will
sorry,
say,
I spoke over you.
um,
What'd you say, Mystic?
Go
I
for
was
it.
just saying, but now Chris has been, if he beat the knight, Chris gets knighted, like, question mark, asterisk, that's like what it's called in the files when, like, the, you know, the
Oh,
knight,
yeah.
like, makes them kneel, like,
I love that. It's like the ultimate Aura farm. Like it's
Yeah,
like
it's
it's like
so
in,
cool.
in The Dark Knight Rises where Bane walks up to the one rich guy and just lays his hand on his shoulder like casually and just kills him.
Yeah.
That's what it reminds me of. Like I don't even need to exert myself. I'm just gonna boop, and you're gone.
I do want to say, though, in terms of the whole debunk towards Carol Knight because of how could she have gone from the Holiday Manor to the Church Dark World so fast, I feel like we can't really use realistic time and speed that much because Susie's able to run from Metaton's house into Castletown, grab Kenna,
Yeah.
run back to Metaton's house in, like, the blink of an
I mean, at the end
eye.
of chapter
No.
3, they get out of Chris's house and hightail it. I mean, the knight is
Yeah.
fucking hauling.
Look, I
No,
will
I'm
say,
gonna put my foot down there. I don't think that's comparable because one is like, what are we gonna do? Literally wait in front of the closet for 2 realistic minutes while Susie? No, that's just like a time.
That's a
skip.
funny. That's for. Yeah.
When it comes down to logistics, the order in which characters can leave a place. If characters leave a place first, and another character leaves second, but that character arrives first without passing them, that is like a violation of like just logic.
yeah, that shouldn't really be like at least from a base.
We should
I
not
will
have to
That's a
ignore
fair
that.
point.
The only character we can accept doing that is Sans.
Yes,
Actually
I will.
true.
I will say that if
Actually, on the topic of Sans, are we going to talk about Sans?
I was, yeah,
I feel like
know.
I'm done.
I feel like the thing with Sans is, like, we have more evidence towards Sans originally being from Deltarune's world, but we don't have much more than, like, really subtle things, and we don't have much tying him to the main plot yet.
Yeah,
I
just
think
don't
Chapter
see-
5 will have to do that by virtue of the jealousy and the thing that sparks Asgore's whole deal. So Sans may have a bigger part to play because of that.
I have a bet for how Chapter 5 is going to start, okay? Because
Ooh.
Chapter 5 is going to... I don't know exactly, like, what the very, very beginning of it will be, but it's going to be kind of like a Chapter 2 thing of, like, we're gonna have, like, some ominous fucking flashback kind of thing happening. It's just, you know, white text on black screen. Then it fades to white, or it's gonna show something, like, just really fucking, like, hype. And then it's gonna play whip crack noise, and it's gonna cut to Sans waking Chris up. Santa's gonna
It's
wake
kinda
us up.
great.
I'm betting you
No,
right now.
Santa's gonna wake Chris up, walk up to the window, undo the window.
Oh my god.
And say,
oh my god.
It's a beautiful day outside.
Oh my god!
And everybody's gonna lose their minds.
On this,
Sans
Santa
Yeah,
it's
has
like
to
you
wake
should be
them
going
up.
to the
He
festival.
has to.
Surely.
He has to.
What if
I
it's
will
the
give
sound of a
Toby all my money if he
trombone?
does it.
Yeah, it's hard to
Just
say
incidental music.
where Sans fits into everything. Like, he seems like he's gonna important, but he's also not really
He's just
been, like, built
still
up
haven't-
much at all. But he has, like, the don't forget, like, you know, like, note in the lab. Like,
We
I
still
don't-
haven't figured out any
I think,
way in which he connects to Gaster too.
In
Like,
in relation
that's
to
complete-
Gaster.
Sans being important, I think is like okay. I'm pretty sure. I'm at least think it's a decent guess that Sans is from Deltarune and then went to Undertale at some point. Like,
I'm pretty sure
willing
the
to guess
the
that.
song, yeah.
But I think what makes him important is mainly the context that happened. Like in Undertale, he's from a different universe. He's embroiled in this chaotic shit. The question to me in Deltarune, I don't think he's necessarily already important or already embroiled. I think we may see him become embroiled in this weird multiverse spanning shit. We'll see his origin story. This is how Sans got his glowing eye. Crazy.
I think we will see why Sans is so resigned and kind of depressed and hopeless in Undertale.
Yeah,
I don't know if it'll be directly to do with him, but like that he will do a big thing in the story, because I don't really fully see Toby
we can
making
already
Sans super important
see
twice.
kind of a line, though. I mean, if he has this relationship with Toriel, like, imagine being, like, ripped away from that, and then you have to, like, be in this same universe with, like, pretty similar to the same people, but nobody knows you at all.
I think the question of why Sans is depressed in Undertale has more to do with... The real question is, why is Sans meta-aware in Undertale? Because, like, the fact that he's aware of the constant resets that Fly's doing... Here's
a question, though. Do we think Sans, something went wrong with his memory, and that's why he doesn't recognize Toriel in Undertale? Or is he just, like, willingly blocking that out?
He might just be pretending to keep it from being awkward, because if he already knew Tor, maybe that connection is why he was willing to go back on his no promises thing. Because
I think that's likely. It's like, because, like, what are you gonna do? Even if he does remember Toriel, you're gonna bring that up. It's like, hey, you remind me of someone I knew in the last universe that I lived. Like, that's not gonna go well. So he's probably just gonna keep it under wraps.
Andrew, you cut out like pretty legitimately there, so I just heard assorted Sans noises. It was really
there was an old lady in another universe who was basically the same as you, and we
one of the
babies
babies
jitterbug together.
You were divorced, and we had a fun time drinking at your house that one time.
Those bones were jittering all night.
All right.
Those goddamn, those fucking, but at the fucking end of chapter 4. Toby.
Gosh.
Toby
well, I think there's also the question of why does Sans not like keeping promises? We might learn that in Deltarune.
Remember, Chris, you promised.
Oh, true.
Oh my goodness,
You
yeah.
promised. There's a reference to that.
I remember your promise.
Well, I think in the reason he doesn't like making promises in the context of Undertale is that he knows he can't keep them because everything's gonna get reset.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I think there's some stuff that's definitely... I wouldn't want to read back on all of Sans's stuff.
But that's probably why he's, he's going to end up in Undertale's world somehow, and he's going to be like,
he's going to get...
shit.
So what are we thinking with...
Oh, sorry.
So what are we thinking in relation to... Wait, you go.
No, I was just gonna say, back to, like, how would a casual player experience this? Like, how would somebody who, like, I just wonder, again, like, how are they gonna fit this in, and, like, how are they gonna present it? Because, like, a Sans origin story being fit in there makes sense if you've played Undertale, but if you only play Deltarune, it's like, okay, so this guy, like, gets all this stuff, like, learns meta stuff, gets a glowing blue eye, and then disappears? Like, what what exactly is gonna happen?
We can assume the crux of it will be in the execution, yeah.
They're gonna Sophie Dracula him.
We might not get the full beat by beat origin story. What I'm currently thinking is, like, Sans's origin story will happen more as a background Santa's origin story will happen as more as a background incidental thing. My mic keeps cutting out, stop that. But, like, the idea that he seems like just a guy, but things are building up all around him, and that leads to him being yeeted to Undertale, and it's the aftermath of being yeeted to Undertale that creates that origin.
Yeah, I think, like, it'll be a thing where we can, like, fill in the gaps. It'll be like, oh, something weird and bad maybe happens to him, and it's like, okay, we can, X, Y, Z.
Yeah, I didn't literally mean we'd see Sans drawing the Gaster sword. Which
no, I know. I'm just curious at, like, how they're gonna, do...
There's no skeleton
like,
in the
all of it.
prophecy.
And just, like, how important he'll be while also, like, not having it rely on, like, the Undertale frame of knowledge.
I was pretty early on in, like, after chapters 1 and 2 of being like, none of the Undertale characters are going to be particularly important. It's one of the reasons why I was always relatively anti-Papyrus Knight. I don't know if I still believe that, but I still think, like...
Undyne is currently our MacGuffin.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Undyne is, like, being like around, like is someone who we're chasing after, but like I don't know, I don't think she'll be like.
The Asgore is going to be important, really important next chapter. Apparently.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, I really don't know. It seems like my goose is cooked, as it were. But
Yeah,
we'll see.
I don't think that Toby cares about making Deltarune rely on Undertale, because like there's those two weird, bizarre facets of Toby's brain. One of them is like, I'm gonna foreshadow WD Gaster 10 years in advance for a payoff.
Andrew,
And the
you
other
keep
half
cutting
is-
out, and it makes your sentences really funny.
Am I
And
cutting
go
out?
to WD Gaster.
Yeah, it's gonna be
you
fine in
looked
the local recordings regardless. I'm not sure.
Oh,
why
okay,
it would
that's
be.
good.
But what the fuck was I gonna say now?
Toby has two
Oh yeah,
sides.
talking about
the
WD
two
Gaster.
halves of his brain. One half says that I'm gonna foreshadow a character 10 years in advance. That's like not even barely mentioned in the first game. The other side is your mom should be able to start playing Deltarune from chapter 4 and not be confused about the mechanics. So it's like, I don't think Toby really gives a shit how much of the game you get. He wants you to be able to enjoy it on like a level, but I don't think he gives a fuck if you are understanding all the nuances.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like there is just stuff that he puts in of being like I don't know, it seems like you'll never find a jukebox that works or whatever. Like he puts in stuff that's like, oh, this is funny to a person who has played Undertale, but it doesn't matter if you don't get it, kind of.
Yeah, well, he
I mean, that's a very
encourages
small
people.
example. But...
He encourages people to play Undertale first, but he also knows that they might not all play Undertale first. Another thing, too, is I think of the Undertale returning characters that are going to be the most plot important, it's definitely the Dreamer family, by far, and the others are more like, they're still important, but they have their own subplots.
The thing that's getting me about Sans is that in the midst of all this and all this foreshadowing about him being from Deltarune, and like there's something going to be weird happening with him, and maybe even Papyrus to an extent, none of this connects him to Gaster like at all.
Yeah.
Which is strange, because like his connection to Gaster is one of the few things that we've been thinking about for forever since, because of the Gaster blasters.
Yeah, I
and
wonder
such.
if the connection with Gaster is yet to develop through this game or something
Despite
like that,
them
you know?
both being named after fonts.
The logic of it is really
that's
is really
true.
interesting, right? Because
It doesn't seem like Sans is like blood related to Gaster anymore, because like they're working on completely separate like layers of existence.
it's
Unless-
strange.
Oh god,
because- yeah.
unless we're reaching like a double Mobius strip around time loop thing where Undertale Gaster like is with Sans in Undertale and then gets shattered, brought back into Deltarune, which then goes forward, which brings Sans into Undertale, making a weird Mobius strip.
He gives birth
I
to
mean, there's
Sans
also the whole thing I brought up earlier about what if the world of Deltarune is something Gaster created as his experiment in the world of Undertale that led to his shattering, doobly-doo, and that would explain the UI elements like the green save screen.
But that wouldn't really explain how Sans came from Deltarune into
No,
Undertale.
it really wouldn't. It would lead to some weird time loop stuff either way.
I mean, Toby Fox is famously a Homestuck fan, so I can see it.
He
happening.
is, yeah.
Oh,
I know some people... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I've just if it's just because I've heard of this theory since like chapter 1, but I feel like I just become less and less like believing of the idea that this is like completely just Gaster made all of this.
That's
Oh yeah,
fair.
I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, it's more like there's definitely some weird Gaster stuff going on with, like, the initial save menu and the Goner Maker and stuff, but the world still feels pretty alive.
Well, yeah, I think I'm still all in with, Molly's established take of the, whether or not Deltarune exists on its own, irrelevant. Gaster is the reason that you are part of the game. He makes an interface,
Yes.
gets your influence in the form of a red soul, and that's what his role in this is directly.
Yeah,
Andrew, you're
I
cutting
can
out
see
again.
I do think it's just so interesting though, because I am thinking about the logic of like, okay, Sans Deltarune is absolutely like from Deltarune. Just at this point, I'm pretty convinced.
Yep.
But the Gaster we see feels like the Gaster from Undertale, especially because he literally says, like, at the very beginning, like, when teasing it, you've been looking for me. So
Yeah.
so it feels like I'm trying to wonder if it's like maybe there was a time in Deltarune's world where like Gaster had nothing to actually do with it, and it was just the prophecy as it was, and that something happens there that sends Sans to Undertale and gets him to know Gaster, and then through that maybe like all the stuff with Gaster happens, and then maybe he goes back to Deltarune to try changing things.
Okay.
I could see that.
Wait. So you're saying Sans from Deltarune goes into Undertale and then goes back to Deltarune?
Not really, but more so that Sans goes to Undertale, sees Gaster, Gaster shatters, and then goes to Deltarune at the point before like Sans had ever met Gaster or switched worlds or anything. Like there was a point where Gaster was not a part of this story, but now he is.
Actually, this is making a lot of sense when you remember the broken machine and what Toby said in that one tweet where it's like, you saw what happened, they could never fix the machine, they could never go back. So what it might be happening was that, like...
Is Deltarune what happens if you go back?
No, I think what's happening is like, after being sent from Deltarune into Undertale, Sans tries to gets in contact with Gaster to try and send him back to Deltarune, but that inadvertently creates like whatever happens to Gaster that makes him fall into Deltarune and get shattered across time and space, and then break the machine or whatever, and that makes it so Sans can't go back. So it'd be like a circular logic.
I'm so confused right now. This is sounding
I know
like
it's
some
confusing.
obvious double.
I'm trying to make sense of it.
Yeah,
We're in the skeleton vortex.
We're into
And we haven't even mentioned
crack
Papyrus.
theory.
We haven't even mentioned Papyrus. Yeah,
I don't even know what to make of Papyrus. I don't know what to make of whatever's going on with him. I'm just gonna go with what Toby says. He's just busy.
Yeah, I just like put Sans and Papyrus in a box and put them kind of away for everything, and I'm like, I'll get to you. I mean, I didn't, but I'll just deal with you later when it seems like you're important.
Yeah.
I don't consider
Sans is
myself
seeming important
I would like
now,
to say
and
a
that's
prayer,
scary.
fucking light a candle and say a prayer for the Papyrus Knight theories.
I'm
They are hanging on by the world's thinnest thread, made of
Viv's
duct
blowing out
tape
that
and
candle.
hope and prayers.
I'm blowing out
It's
that hope
Papyrus
candle.
with an antler headband. Okay, it's very clearly still.
And he was in a band with Des, and that's why he stole her motif for a bit.
Yo,
True, yeah.
Look,
No, Papyrus is going to show up for like 2 seconds, and it's going to be Redditor Papyrus from the Undertale art book, and everybody's going to be
Yes.
like, I am killing myself.
Aren't we glad this isn't the universe you played in Undertale? Then I'll leave.
I think
yeah, I'm racist now.
What do you... I'm racist now, human. It's like the AI Undertale rewrites that weren't actually made by AI.
I do think there might be something to be said about how Gaster seems pretty divorced from the main plot of Deltarune, which is much more...
Gaster is near. Gaster's near
Yeah,
divorced. Hey, you gotta.
Gaster's divorced. There's a lot of that going around.
Sorry, Dub. Sorry,
No,
Dub.
you're good.
It's dangerous to use the word divorce.
Well,
you were
but
saying.
the main story that we play in Deltarune seems to have very little to do with Gaster other than the strange someone nudging secret bosses along and, like, certain other smaller elements, whereas the core story seems to be focused much more on the holidays, the dreamers, the prophecy, and Susie, and that just makes me wonder if the idea that Gaster himself won't really factor in until the angel is I cut off. But if the Gaster might not factor in until the angel is banished, might actually hold some water.
Okay, so like, would this also be positing angel banishment? Well, first of all, I assume that would have to be angel not equal player. But would that be like, you reckon, like at the end of like chapter 6 or chapter 5 even? God, what if we got a freaking angel's heaven at the end of chapter 5? Surely not.
I don't want to think about that. That's
That makes me afraid.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised. We fought a Titan in chapter 4.
Yeah, we already fought we fought the knight at the end of chapter 3.
By halfway through chapter 5, Titans are just going to be your ruins of the game now. Deal with it.
You're gonna be wandering around the...
Honestly, if like banishing, if going by player angel and if assuming that we are the angel and that we're the ones that are supposed to be banished and the connection like terminated, so to speak, I kind of like the idea that banishing the angel and it meeting with its desire means that it's how we actually get to learn more about Gaster.
Yeah,
That's what I was
because
thinking.
because my one hang up with Player Angel is I feel like if that's all there was the end is that your connection to the game is terminated, that's it, goodbye. I feel like it's a bit anticlimactic. I feel like it's missing something. I don't know
you're
what,
right.
but that might be it.
Yeah.
And it's also
I
missing
feel
all
like
of like the Noel Angel parallelism, which I don't know how to
those are
integrate
so.
that.
I
yeah,
feel like those are connected to the weird route specifically.
I
It
just
could
feel
be-
like
It could be like Undertale, where there's multiple ways to interpret what the angel is, and like Noel is the in-universe angel, the one that's like the angel
weird-
of the story we play, but we also kind of represent an angel in a more distant sense.
Yeah. But like,
We
how do
need
we
to- we
both
also
fill the
need to
same
re-
role then?
We also do need to remember that we have the prophecy with the angel, with the image, where and we see Susie and Ralsei and Chris's reaction to the image, though we can see it. So,
Yeah,
like, and
there's,
like,
like-
if it was just Noel, I feel like Susie wouldn't be like, "Whoa, what the hell is that? That's scary, man." She'd be like, "Whoa, that's Noel."
That's my girlfriend. Yeah, it is.
And
I think like,
I don't know how intentional this is, but it was something that someone I was talking to noticed, and I can't stop thinking about it. But the way that the image is blocked out by pure black makes it so you see your own reflection in the
Yeah.
darkness of the screen.
Yeah,
And I don't know
we'll
how
bring that up at
intentional
some
that
point.
is.
I'm a strong believer in that. Yeah, I think
that's really interesting.
I would be surprised if that I'm like so in on that like take of it that I would be a little surprised if it isn't. But just because that's like such. It would just be so cool, honestly. And, you know,
Not to mention, we haven't
makes a
even
lot of
mentioned the
sense.
most obvious player angel foreshadowing of all, which is we literally fall into the player angel doll, like the angel doll, like in the in chapter.
yeah, that
4.
is that is some pretty obvious. Yeah,
When I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, so that's just confirmed now. Great.
I think with the like idea of us being back, because like Gaster exists. Well, I mean it's Gaster, but exists in a place where a reality above Deltarune in a way, and can seem to manipulate, like maybe give people shadow crystals or maybe talk to Spampton or whatever. But like, can he even manifest in Deltarune? Like
I don't imagine so.
world?
That's what
'Cause
I'm
then if
thinking.
so,
I don't
then
think
the
so.
only way we would be like you guys was talking about, the only way we would be able to see him is by going back into that between place. And well, with the angel's heaven being banished, that only applies to the light and dark worlds. It doesn't apply to the.
Here's the strange thing, though. Here's the strange thing, though. We were talking earlier about how Toby seems to be wanting to make Deltarune like approachable to even people that like played Undertale 18 years ago and forgot who Sans was. So, it would be really weird if in the final chapter, like at the end of the game, like you just abandon everything else that the game has been about to go meet this guy that you don't even give a shit about or never heard of
I think
before.
I think it would be once all that stuff has been concluded. Like for me, it's like the game. You go through the game and all that kind of stuff. But I do think that. But also, I do agree that those things are, especially at the moment, way too like unconnected.
I did
Classic
have
Gaster reference.
I did have a thought about this because just actually tied to the Gerson parallels, because something that we mentioned earlier was Gerson is never mentioned by name in Chapter 4.
Mm-hmm.
You only know it's Gerson if you already know who Gerson is from Undertale, and I think what might happen is a very similar thing can happen when we inevitably do get like the Gaster info dump, in that we never actually quite get his name. Because it's like, we can't fucking type in his name anyway. He's never mentioned by name.
You can't
so
do
that's just what he's gonna
WDG.
do. Yeah, so it's like there's a chance maybe like that's what the approach will be, is he's never mentioned by name. There's not too much of the baggage addressed by his name and that associated from Undertale. It's just going to be working off of, this is the voice you've been seeing occasionally, speaking to you through the program.
Whoa.
Now you're gonna
Hold
learn
on.
more about it.
Yeah, I think
Hold
that is
on.
a really good angle, actually. because like you say that there's not much baggage attached, but like if we think about it, there isn't really any baggage from Undertale.
Yeah, there's not much to really.
There's
work
a
off
tiny
of
amount.
anyway.
All of the rest of it comes from fucking Glitch Tale and stuff. Like none of that actually is real.
Also, you don't need to. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you don't need to know shit about Gaster. Like all the context we have for him
exactly.
comes from Deltarune. There's nothing to make up.
Yeah, like the
on.
Goner Maker already sets up the mystery of who is this person that could make you want to know who the person is who brought you into this game. So if it worked from that angle, rather than what happened with the my mic, if it's just focused on Deltarune specifically and not Undertale stuff, it should be fine.
Yeah.
There's something that we haven't actually like talked about, which is if we do end up meeting Gaster, what would that meeting even be like? Like, what would there be to talk about after the game is done? And I think going back all the way to 2018, I think it might end with a survey where he just asks, "What did you think about Deltarune?"
That's funny.
I refuse to speculate on this matter.
I that's broken my brain into 7 shadow crystals.
I find it hard right now to believe that it would end with some like epic boss fight, because like unless he's
I
just
don't
trying to
think
have
so
fun
either.
with us, like the only way would be if it's like literally just for fun, which would seem like it would take a lot of the the oomph out of it. If it's just like
everything
you're a player,
people
let's
were
just chill.
picturing when they were thinking about the hype and Aura Gaster boss fight in Chapter 7 is a combination of the Roaring Knight fight and the Titan fight. Like, that's all of the ideas used up for like what the aesthetic of that fight would be.
They already used his leitmotif in a battle theme. It's the world revolving, as we all know.
I still stand by my belief that I don't think a Gaster fight will happen, just because.
Me neither.
Because it's the Eldritch horror thing of why can I fight the Eldritch thing that I don't understand?
Yeah,
That's
that's what I've been
dumb.
saying for a long
worked on
time.
Cthulhu, to be fair.
There's
Like-
a weird little I bear with me on this metaphor, but I see a lot of people do who would win in a fight between like Gojo and from JJK and Makima from Chainsaw Man, and one of my friends said it's like putting an action figure up against a mannequin. That's how I feel about fighting Gaster. Like what he's not like how do you fight like. He's not a character in the video game. I mean, he is, but he's not a boss. He's not a magic mon. He's an eldritch kind of being who exists beyond.
And
I know.
And what even are the circumstances that would lead to you having to fight him at this point anyway? Especially after the new chapters,
We're
because
chilling.
Like he doesn't give a shit if you do weird route or anything.
Yeah.
He just chill with you. He doesn't care if you.
He wants to see
Like,
something.
What are you
nothing
gonna
can
do?
bother this guy.
And if Gaster is
He's
on
moisturized
like,
and
the
happy.
program layer outside of Deltarune's world, like it's like Chris trying to beat you up by kicking you around in a garbage can. Like that's obviously not doing anything to you.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt us.
Exactly.
Like there's
think
no
the-
way to access that. at a higher
The
layer.
only way that I can see is if, like, Susie tries to, again, like, it doesn't want the story to end. Gaster wants, his Deltarune to come to some kind of conclusion, presumably. But, I don't know, maybe. But, again, I don't even think that would really happen, but, like, that's generally the only way, is, like, that it's some... But, like, Gaster and Susie seem like they're kind of on the same page in terms of like what they want as well. So I don't know.
And I don't think Gaster would fight. Like, he loves these characters just as much as we do. Like he wouldn't want to like beat. I guess. Okay, hold on. He would in insofar as we would for like a weird route or a genocide route. Like he doesn't seem like the kind of person to actively do that. Like he's the one that's watching.
He would fight if we
does.
maybe wanted to, but it wouldn't matter. Like he wouldn't. There wouldn't be any real consequence to it apart from being like, oh, well, that was interesting. Anyway, time for my Gaster blast. I don't know.
I'm still standing by survey and idea that like he just ends with the survey. And, like,
I try not to think about the ending of Deltarune, mostly because like I'm never gonna get it right, and if I do, then I'll be like disappointed. Anything I can come up with isn't gonna it will disappoint me. There is a level.
I get a sort of retroactive chill when I picture like the fandom trying to theorize the events of like the Noel's house segment in chapter 4, and it's like we never had a chance. There was nothing we could do.
Yeah, I'm kind of with what Andrew said earlier, where like immediately after the chapters, I was like, we were so wrong. Like we couldn't have known what was coming.
Yeah,
I actually want to contest that because, like, at least specifically, partially also the regular one, like especially the scene in the weird route. When I saw it, I was like, wow, this is a scene I've seen in a fic somewhere. Like, you can't predict this game through theories. You need to write fanfic to get it right.
But
Which is why I think
it's true.
It's just like if you
It's
rate
not
every
predicting, it's
scenario,
guessing.
one of them will be it. But
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I do thematic analysis and not theories, because
Exactly.
it's like, yeah, you can maybe get a bit of an idea of what Deltarune is kind of maybe trying to tell you, but I'm never going to try to guess at it because, like, I'm going to find out. It's fun. I'll deal with that when I get to
chapter 7. Like,
yeah, I mean, but also like that's anyone's allowed to. I'm not saying that theorizing is wrong. It's just I don't do it because I don't have the personality suited for it. I need to be right all the time, and I can't tell the future.
I mean, I bet you're feeling really good after the place where it rained happened.
I am. That was a real shot in the dark.
Yeah,
but that was also because I didn't care about. I was just like, oh yeah, I guess maybe this will come up in Deltarune. I don't really care. I just think It's Raining Somewhere Else is a good song, and then it happened.
Yeah, like, I think if I were to tackle the night, what I would probably do is kind of break down the cases for and against both Carol and Des and what they could do for the story just based on the themes we have presented so far, rather than trying to solve which one it is, just kind of give my case for the strengths and weaknesses for both and, like, possible directions it could go without really committing to either one as my sole candidate.
I don't know. I mean, I'm still, like, that's obviously a very good way to think about it when we have very, very little to go on in terms of actual... Oh, am I not audible?
Okay,
I can hear you. You're good.
It'll be on the local recording anyway, as I said. But like, if you have very little to go on, then yeah, that's where I go. It's just like whatever works best for the story. I'm just gonna leave that as like the head canon going forward. If you have like a lot of concrete evidence to consider, I think I don't know. I'm not gonna waste time pursuing or thinking about interpretations that I think are very, very unlikely based on like just rigid constraints the story has imposed on us.
Yeah, I feel that. And like, for instance, I think it might be fun to do a video kind of focusing on Chris and like the idea that, because I've seen some people assume Chris hates their friends and isn't being genuine at all, but then there's actions they take without our input, like the goofy stuff with Susie in Chapter 4, that really does suggest that they have a genuine connection to both of them.
Who is suggesting that Chris doesn't like Susie? Where the fuck did they get that take from?
I've seen people.
Honestly, I think it's the casual base of some of it, because I've seen clips of like people finishing Chapter 2 and like Chris will pull out the knife and they're like, oh my gosh, stay away from them, you know, like, and they think they're just gonna start killing everybody.
People think that Chris going behind their friend's back to conspire with mysterious phone people means that they're not truly genuine with their friends and they aren't remotely conflicted, they're just one of the bad guys, and I think that's a much less interesting read than a much
You've
more
convinced me that I don't care about people. That's great.
Yeah.
Honestly, true. I just think it's interesting to kind of look at the evidence we have about like how they're handling this very complex situation and how they're navigating it, because there's all these little characterization moments in the new chapters that I think are really interesting.
I think that's the thing about Chris that's so just fascinating to me now, is I really am so curious to know, how the hell do you end up fucking triple trucies was real the whole time? How do you do that, Chris? How did you get here?
It's bad. Yeah, this is fucked.
Well, I mean, Queen was kind of a parallel to Carol, so...
I was also gonna say earlier, like, I feel like Carol is, like, Queen if she succeeded, basically. Like, if going by, like, Death's Knight, Queen wanted Noel to be a knight to, like, make another fountain. And then, if Death is the knight, then, and Carol's that parallel to Queen. I guess that makes a
Kinda true.
pretty good parallel.
I can't believe out of every theory, Universal Mother theory was the one that survived.
I mean, Noel would be the best knight because she's faster and can freeze her opponents. So I would
What the fuck was that from?
She can jump over
It's from-
cones.
It's
Noel
from
can
the One
probably
Piece power
no
scaling
clip.
somewhere.
Oh my god.
I know too much about powers.
But there's also the possibility that, like, Carol is making the most of a bad situation with what happened to Des, where if we go with the idea that Carol might be trying to direct or control the prophecy, then maybe she's trying to influence as well what Death Knight's actions are so that they're advantageous to her in getting her daughter back or whatever her goal is.
My
Ever
crack
since
theory
someone-
is that she's like Asgore and can't move on from something, and she can't move on about
Asgore
Des,
too.
so she's trying to cover the entire world in darkness so that Des can come back to life.
Oh yeah, if everything's in darkness, then
Potentially.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's hard to
how
be.
the- how the plans of the night game, because I think like there has to be at least some faction that is working to save Des. Like that is just mandatory. Okay, someone's got to be doing that.
I think
It's
that's why
probably
Chris
the
is in
night
it.
game.
I think
Yeah,
that's
probably
why
what
Chris
Chris
is in it
does.
for sure. But there's
Yeah.
also something about, so the fact that Des wanted to run away with Noel to a city and take her far away from hometown, it makes me wonder if Des and Carol had a pretty fraught relationship.
Yeah.
I
mean, that's
the
even
vibe
more
I get from like this came up way earlier, but I didn't really get a chance to chime in. But it was like the fact that Des seems to be much more rebellious than Noel, but like apparently got a pass. Like her parents kept buying her all these new shit. They supported her hobbies. It reads to me kind of like Des was such I don't know if prodigal is the right term. Such a golden child that like
She is described as a prodigy by Tenna.
But like she essentially got a pass to do whatever the fuck she wanted, and that was this weird asymmetry. And like Noelle, people were much harder on her because she wasn't as much of a showstopper as Des. But I also like the idea,
which is a weird parallel to Chris and Asriel also.
Yeah, it is a parallel, but I also like the idea, which is sort of brought up earlier, as Carol being like a super religious pageant mom, where like now that she's gotten embroiled in this crazy metaphysical shit, she's like, okay, I'm gonna like make my daughters fill the role in the prophecy. My daughter is going to be Jesus now because I'm like I have this weird toxic fixation
Shout
on
out
like
to that
deriving
one
my worth
thumbnail
from
of
my
Noel as
children.
Jesus.
Yeah, I think there's, like, definitely something going on, because even if she doesn't necessarily want Noel to be the girl in the prophecy, I do think she wants Noel to fill some kind of role in it, because you also got, like, the angel pageant stuff. The angel pageant stuff. Mike, please.
Oh, literally the pageant. I forgot about that.
Yeah. There you go.
Mike, please make the mic work.
And the fact that she has like the soul obsession too, it's like it seems like Carol has this really weird take on her world's religion, where she's like, I don't want to read the Bible, I'm gonna be the guy. Like I'm gonna
Yeah.
make this about me.
I'm gonna have a
she's like
I'm
no
going
single
to
guy to
give
church.
birth to
Can you
Jesus.
include that in the video?
I do find it interesting because I do find it interesting because Carol literally says, you know, if you have all the Santas turned off, she literally says, "You are welcome here anytime," in red in all caps, and it's just like that. Very much implies that she's talking to the player. She's speaking through Chris.
Yeah,
She
she
seems
knows.
to know.
That does make me wonder if she even likes Chris beyond the soul.
Oh,
Because
hell
like
no.
she's not even talking. If she is the
Oh,
voice
yeah,
on the phone, she's not
definitely
even
not.
talking to Chris. She's talking
God.
about Chris on the phone
Yeah.
with them.
Well, there's the whole forced Ferris wheel stuff with Noel that still feels really sus to me, because I don't think Chris forced it on Noel. I think it was probably the parents. And if we go with the idea that she did want Noel to be the girl who love finds the girl, then maybe she was trying to engineer a romantic relationship between Chris and Noel, because that's using pieces that she knows.
The strange thing about that would be that scene would necessarily have to take place before Des goes missing, which is like, then why are you doing this with Noel then? I don't know.
Yeah,
Something's
covering
not
all
adding
bases,
up.
I guess. I don't know.
I
Yeah,
guess.
it would be a bit weird if that started that far back, but at very
Yeah.
least it's paralleled in like the modern version of like the now Chris has
Yeah,
to go with
I can
Noel
see
in a
that as
weird
more
way.
like this is just like a regular like mom thing to do, where that just happens to parallel what happens in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like,
it's
oh,
just
here's a weird, unhealthy
interesting.
thing she's doing.
It's just interesting because telling Noel that she'll ride the Ferris wheel with you is one of the Weird Route flags, if memory serves.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, like it's seen as this almost like, yeah, it's this forced thing. It's this thing that like Chris doesn't get a say in, and kind of either does Noel.
And on that note, actually, since the next chapter is going to be the festival we know it has a Ferris wheel, that's going to come back 100%.
The Ferris wheel is going to be the final boss of Chapter 5. Well,
I mean, it could happen.
Brilliance of the Ferris wheel scene.
Oh, you're gonna have to make it now.
You're actually gonna have to make that video. Yeah, look out.
I wonder if
Honestly, I wonder,
get,
like,
fight.
the Birdley thing where if you say you'll go on a date with him and he expects, like, some Scott Pilgrim-esque battle for his affection, like, bro.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it.
That's the other weird route. But
That's
what
the
was
really
I just drew a connection to something. Oh yeah, it's like I don't exactly know that it's a vague thought, but like in the chapter for Dark World, Susie keeps coming to these prophecies, and you see her having the glimmer of like she's getting a taste for that external validation. She's like, the prophecy says I'm important, so I can be cool. And then Gerson just goes fuck no and shatters it every time. It's like, no, you will only love yourself, which is cool of him. But also like seeing that the opposite reflected in Carol in the way that she talks to Chris, just addresses them as the soul they contain. Their role in the prophecy is to be the cage, and she only values them as that. And the fact that she would essentially like ship her daughter with Chris, to use that term, as just to like make her fit the role in the prophecy too. It's
yeah, it's really.
Can you imagine, like, say someone from before chapter 3 and 4 dropped, hearing what we're saying right now? We'd sound absolutely insane.
Yeah, Carol knows about the player. Like, what?
What does that mean? Yeah.
And she wants to ship Crizel for some reason.
Yeah, as it turns out, guys, ship wars. If you do ship Crizel, you are morally bankrupt. Apparently, as what Andrew, hey, it's what Andrew said. Don't come for me. But yeah, it's so wild just to see what. Oh God.
But that's the thing. I guess I never quite finished the thought. It's not even Crizel. It's like the fucked up self-insert like Snowgrave Crizel, where it's like really that she's shipping Noel and the player.
Yeah.
Well, she's so happy with the outcome of Weird Route, so it's like that kind of lends itself to it.
Yeah.
Weird and
honestly,
fucked up.
like one thing I really hope to see. I hope Carol and Toriel try to fucking kill each other. I feel like
Electrocution will be canon.
because in the church, I have to replay it to be sure, but I think in the church when Toriel and Rudy are talking, Toriel's weirdly insistent on not calling Carol by name.
Yeah,
apparently. She's just like, oh, your wife, and then Rudy's like, no, oh, Carol. Your wife.
And she says, yes, your wife.
Well, also, she doesn't like that Carol seems to be encouraging one of Asgore's habits, whether it's trying to get back with Toriel or the conspiracy stuff, it's
or the
unclear.
charcuterie board.
The habit is having an affair with Carol. No, that's a joke. I think,
as complicated as the end of Chapter 4 with Toriel is, honestly, the more I consider her perspective and where she is and everything, the more I'm like, I don't blame you for getting a bit shit-faced, honestly. Maybe I would too.
I think that's like the
Toriel deserves it. She's been through so much these past couple
years of
chapters.
single mother crash.
Yeah, like every character in Deltarune is.
She deserves that bone. I'm telling you.
Yes, they're all complicated characters, and people have flaws. People on Twitter are like, "Oh, Toriel's terrible." It's like, no,
I don't get it. Like people,
maybe she's not the most like perfect, infallible person that some people think she is, but like.
I do.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I don't hear people saying that about Asgore. I wonder why that could be.
Why is it so important to people to decide if Toriel is like a good parent? I don't know. Like obviously it's a character analysis thing, but some people seem to take it so seriously. It's like, shit, does Toriel need custody of the children? And I'm like, you're not their child protective agency's agent. Like you don't need to.
Toriel and Asgore are both way more complex than I think most people give them credit for.
Yes, they're both flawed people.
It is funny, really, though, to say that
interesting.
Asgore desperate this card.
I just hope we get something like I just hope Asgore stops whatever the hell he's doing.
I hope Asgore just
Yeah.
gets like a good thing.
ex-husband.
I just hope he gets to do a
Like
cool
one time
thing.
it was funny, now it's like 3 times.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
too
like,
much.
come on,
My problem with the way Asgore has been treated in Deltarune so far is that it feels way too realistic in a way that's uncomfortable, and if Toby takes that discomfort and like builds a genuine growth arc for Asgore, then I think that'll be great, but
The
as
issue
it
is that
stands
he's only been using that discomfort for bits at the moment.
Yeah,
like
you're worried that he's gonna turn into Birdly, is what you're saying.
exactly.
I mean,
It's like-
I'm more forgiving
I'm
of Birdly
collecting-
because Birdly's a child, and also just the fact that Birdly is so dumb about it that I find it hard to take it seriously. Like,
I
he's
love
just
that
so
he's turned into a
social-
persona protagonist. The
That's not
dominoes
what-
are in place,
What-
Chris, and you know what that means. You're next.
Yeah,
so funny.
Birdly
Crispy
is just
chicken-
very
here's how crispy
socially
chicken come in.
inept, and he doesn't seem to understand the difference between platonic and romantic affection.
Yeah.
So I
didn't
feel
mean-
like... Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to trigger like the Birdly defense trap card. All I was saying was that like it seems like he has an emotional arc that is built up to, and then he's like has a scene where he's like, I've realized the flaw in my character. Then like the next chapter, he goes back to just being a joke and nothing else.
Yeah,
Like-
I hope Chapter
I've
5
realized the
does
error
something...
of my ways, except not really.
I hope Chapter 5 does something with Birdly to kind of bring back some of that Chapter
Me
2
too.
growth. But with Asgore, I think it's just the fact that he's an adult, and he's also been, like, told no multiple times, and he just can't accept it. And I feel like if Toby does something with that, which he seems to be building to something with the Black Shard, but it's just like, oh, it's just... Especially as an Arrow Ace person, I think I just find that stuff more awkward.
I think it's plenty awkward in all cases.
Well, I mean, it's supposed to be awkward. Sans literally turns away from it because he's cringing his ass off.
Asgore needs help
Kill you,
bad,
Chief.
but yeah, I think
I feel like
if he's
we-
gonna get a Chapter 5 spotlight, I think we can rest assured that there's going to be some meaningful grappling with that arc.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so.
But then again, we could be getting baited. Maybe he's not even important. Jockington showed up in the prophecy, but he...
The fires of jealousy are actually going to be Caddy crushing on Noel in Chapter 5. Who knew?
Aw.
Well, I will say this about the Asgore prophecy thing, and internally,
It's called
they're-
Boss 3, yeah.
yeah. So there's at least that leverage going forward of like, okay, this seems like it's going to actually be important. I did
Because
want to mention
the Queen one is called Boss,
Mm-hmm.
the Tenna one is called Boss 2, and the Asgore one is Boss 3, which is like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah, the
Thanks,
Black
Toby.
Shard was mentioned, though. The Black Shard was mentioned, and I just remembered a detail about it, which I think this is already common knowledge, but I want to mention it just here. We know the Shadow Crystal already seems to kind of like carry over its general appearance, even if it's like its name and description kind of changes. So, and I've kind of seen that as like the Light World is like trying to not acknowledge the more magical properties of it, basically. But the Black Shard, it also carries over to the Light World as the Black Shard, and the only change in its description is it just says it's an ominous, like, piece of black glass that's nearly opaque. But the thing about it, it's not just that the shard carries over, the stats of it do.
Yep.
Its
Yeah.
fucking attack
wait,
raises up by
what?
10. That is nearly as powerful as the real knife, apparently.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's a huge attack boost.
Which is what?
Also, super worth noting, Noel can equip the Black Shard.
Oh boy.
Aw, great.
Give it to her on a weird route. Hee hee hee.
Give everyone
the
the...
fact that the Black Shard doesn't change at all between light and dark, that kind of makes me think the
It
night
doesn't.
would just pop out and be the same in the light world. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah,
Yeah, Susie's like, you
Oh,
can't take us to the
yes.
light world, and then the fountain
Yeah, I
goes
guess that
away, and it's
really-
just Carol standing there with a fucking sword,
That's why
and
the
then she's like,
knight's
shit, go back.
laughing.
That would
That's why
make
the knight's
sense.
laughing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you bring that up, yeah, it wouldn't really make sense for the knight's, at least the knight's sword, at the very least, to, like, change drastically if the Black Shard is just the exact same.
Yeah.
I think whatever darknessy stuff made the night the way they are, it's probably such deep, profound darkness that it can persist even in the light.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, we
Yeah.
just have that logistical issue at the end of Chapter 3 of, like, well, someone had to carry Undyne across town unless Carol was waiting there to, like, their football receiver to take the pass. Like,
What could get darker than dark?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Noel can equip the Black Shard, which is kind of crazy work. Also, speaking of things the Black Shard can do, How about the new stat that Chris unlocks after you beat the Titan? It's the purified stat, and it shows how many Titan spawn you purified.
Or slain. If you
and
kill
slain.
them.
Or slain if
I
you
killed
kill them
them.
with the black shard.
What if you did both?
I wonder if Toby is making
Wait,
a
let
very...
me check my save, because I killed one and I purified another, so I want to see if I get both stats.
It should be purified because it depends on what you do last.
Oh, okay, well let me
it doesn't keep
check
both,
that.
and you have to kill 12 and purify 25 to make 1225 and unlock the true ending.
Yeah.
I feel bad for somebody who probably played Chapter 3, saw that they had to recruit 25 Shadow guys, and were like, oh, well, I'm going to sit there and grind it out, and then they get
Someone
to the part where...
definitely did that.
Oh, I got close. I definitely like run into every time I saw one. I got like
That's-
like I don't know 18 or something.
No, I thought it was
You
like
know-
Werewire, where you just keep running into them throughout the chapters.
Oh, where do you see the slain stat? Is it
It's on
Light World
Chris's
only?
act.
No,
Oh,
it's in the... It's
something.
before you fight the Titan. Or,
okay.
you know...
Yeah, it's after you
during-
kill the guys. It has to be... You wouldn't have it on your save file, because that'd be before the...
Oh, okay, because I'm in the mic area, so I just wasn't sure if it would be
Yeah,
visible
you haven't
yet.
actually fought the thing yet, so...
You have
don't
to
know.
kill
okay.
the Titan spawn or purify it.
Well, it has
Yeah,
save
it
clear,
gives you
but
purified
okay.
or slain, and it keeps track of the number.
Okay, so I'll just
Doesn't-
fiddle around with it
Interesting.
later.
On that note, like, what about the number you get after the sword route? What's that number mean?
Oh, you get a number after the sword route?
Oh, it's I love you, isn't it? Doesn't it work out? It's like 134 or no 143.
It's different every time,
No
I'm pretty
way,
sure.
it's I love you like fucking Amori. Good God.
I
No, I
Okay,
think
we need
it's
to-
different every
we need
time,
to
because
dig
mine
into
was
this.
not 143.
I just know it's the
I've
amount of
actually-
kill. It's the amount of entities you kill in Sword.
Is it? Because is it really 100?
Is that
Is it
what
over
the
100?
fucking... Is this about the blank stat in
Yeah.
Chris's stat menu?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, okay,
It's just the amount of things
weird.
you kill in Sword.
And doesn't it disappear after Chapter 3 ends?
Yes, it does. Also, I think it's actually used. If you've defeated John Mantle and gotten the Shadow Mantle, you don't even have to equip the Shadow Mantle. But Chris does like a shit ton of damage to Tenna, like a lot of damage,
They've
like
gotten stronger.
like way more than Rude Buster does. Even they do the 450 on a crit in the
my
speedruns,
God.
which is just like a lot. That's a lot
it's-
of damage.
It's so weird
Could it
that
be
they're just
related
against
to the
Tenna,
fact-
though. That's like the least useful place to have.
Just Tenna.
Could it be related to the fact that you actually killed Tenna in the secret minigame to get the Shadow Mantle?
It probably is somewhat
yeah.
related.
Something I would like to. This is like a random thing, but it keeps coming up and I keep thinking of it. Obviously, with the shelter, code, it's like we know it's. I'm a stickler. It's like 122 something.
Five.
Is it
Obviously
just
5.
gonna be 1225?
Obviously.
Like,
I'd be a
pretty
little
sure it wasn't
surprised
after
if
all.
it wasn't.
I think it'd be
there's
really
no other
funny.
better
Well, I was
guess.
thinking like maybe
there's three fields, so there's 3 codes. So we only have a third of the code right now.
I'm like thinking maybe it's like 1, 2, like maybe there's a world where it's 1, 2, 2, 4 because it's like it's the day before Christmas, is like Christmas Eve, and like it's before December or it's like before Death. I was trying to like think
I don't
if there was
think
any
I don't think
world
we need to
where it
complicate
wasn't
it. The game
1,
is
2, 3,
telling us
5.
something very clearly.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like,
I
is
just
there
don't-
a world of it?
I don't think it even matters. Like the game could have shown us the full code and then just not given us an option to enter it, like we already don't have. So like,
Oh yeah, it's not consequential.
but because if we could literally experiment, we could have the last digit and just try all the numbers and like see
Yeah,
what one
exactly.
works. But
Beautiful.
um,
No, I was just like, is there a way that it's just not 1, 2, 2, 5? I
it
couldn't
would
think of
be
anything.
pretty funny if that was the same code as the one that like literally Toriel used as her parental lock.
Yeah,
like,
so I like.
Yes, the codes are the same every single time, by the way.
Oh, okay.
It is always 213, and it's always 1225. Very
Oh,
convenient.
yes.
I don't have to do the
Fascinating.
puzzles. That would suck in speedruns. Yeah, I think it might actually be Toriel's parental control password, which is kind of funny to think about. What the fuck is 213?
I don't know. Maybe
It's
maybe
almost
that's when
413.
Chris was born.
Like, I'm stuck.
Maybe Chris was born on the 2nd of the 13th.
Could be a
month,
birthday,
the
yeah.
The famous 13th.
Maybe
month.
Yeah,
February.
21st of March or something. Oh no, sorry. Yeah,
Yeah, we're in America here. 213 would be February 13th.
February 13. Hold on. Was there a February 13 that was on a Friday at any recent time?
Not that.
No, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I think it's funny. People are like, so many people in my audience was like, wait, what's 1225? What's the significance of that? I'm like, oh, right, you guys are European. That doesn't work for you. December
Yeah,
25th.
I didn't catch
Even
that
I
at
got
all
it.
until
I'm gonna be real.
until I had to think about
I never
it.
thought about what the 1225 at the end of Noel's blog handle was until I played Blueprints, and it was used in an unrelated puzzle. I was like, oh, that's what that number means.
No, the
It's my
craziest
imagination.
poll that I saw from Des on Twitter, from Despy and my friend, you probably know them, was that the watch, Noel's watch,
yeah.
is set
Oh, yeah,
to the
the
time.
watch.
I didn't realize this until playing Chapter 3 and 4. The time on the watch is set to just before half past noon,
12.
which is 12:25.
Just unbelievable.
Poor Noel.
That was right. That was
every
in
single
Chapter
thing is
2.
reminding
That
her
was
of her
sitting
lost
there, and
sister.
none of us noticed.
I noticed that. I knew that.
Speaking of weird Chapter 2 shit.
Okay, well, I didn't
the
notice,
moon-
and you're smarter than me, so.
The moon being a baseball, do we finally know that's because Des made the fountain? Did Des make the moon the baseball?
That makes
That
sense.
would
That
make
makes sense. That
us
tracks.
so much
Oh my
sense.
God.
Also, how do you guys feel about Orb Knight being baseball? Because it also kind of looks like a marble. Like a marble.
Oh yeah,
I don't
when,
think
when
it
night
looks
is in
any.
orb.
I don't think it looks any more like a baseball than it looks like other balls.
It looks like just like a generic orb to me. Sorry,
It is a ball.
It is a ball.
It is a ball.
It's ball game. Ball game is important.
I don't think it needs to be a baseball. That's not like.
Yeah,
sushi.
no, I agree. It's just something I've
it could
seen
be.
people bring up as evidence along
Yeah.
with the frames of the sword looking like a bat.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, I
when,
think the
like-
bat. I want to divide those because like the bat is like the #1 piece of like Death Knight evidence.
Yeah.
That's huge. The baseball, not huge. The handedness, people bring up the knight being left-handed. That's fake. Like it changes between different animations and shit.
It literally switches.
Also, even Carol
if it was
switches
left or
hands
right.
depending.
Yeah, like it's not consistent.
It's not consistent for either of them because Carol's guitar hand changes depending on the direction of her sprite.
That's how sprites be sometimes.
How sprites. That's just how sprites be. Yeah, that like when the knight just shows up and summons the sword, quote unquote, and it looks like a bat. I'm just like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. I get it, Toby. I understand now.
I was like, okay.
Yeah, that was my
This is-
thought as well.
Yeah, this is Des. Sick. Cool.
She literally raises up the bat for the burn-in fight.
Yeah, I do think it's like I asked someone if they thought it was important, and they said it wasn't. But I'm gonna bother you all with it. The fact that Ralsei doesn't censor the chorus of "Raise Your Bat," where it's like I'm like, oh, does that mean anything? Because like I know he
I don't
censors
think-
other lyrics.
I
that
think
aren't-
that's because that's like family friendly. Like that
Yeah.
doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily have any like.
Bad
it's-
thumb.
Can I just say that when the mom is kiss goodnight is a fucking
perfect.
top tier
I love
lyric.
when the
It's
mother's
wonderful.
kissing. Check your
He's
your
doing
bass
his
are already
best
kiss
to keep
goodnight.
it squeaky clean.
Raise up your
like-
bat for a baseball
I
delay.
wonder if raise up your
It's-
bat for the burning fight will come back and if
nice.
Asgore ever fights the
hope
knight.
so. But I wanted to say real quick about the lyrics. It's minor, slightly meaningful in that Ralsei. I initially thought that he was censoring it because of like the deepest lore. He didn't want you to find out the truth. But
Yeah,
the part
me
with
too.
the deep lore, he doesn't censor. So he really is just
No.
concerned about violence and blood.
That's what I didn't pick up on until my second flip. I'm like, oh yeah, he's just being family friendly. Bad bum. We love Ralsei. His ledger is finally clean. We can all trust him again. Nothing's ever wrong.
Nah.
Also,
he's not.
this is a complete like not related to anything, but I just remembered. Since we now have the access to the second floor, or is it the second? Yeah, it should be the second floor of the castle, and we see right at the end we see Ralsei's room, and we see that there should only be space for one more room. That's another thing to go for.
Oh, yeah.
End story ends at chapter 5.
Oh,
That's a good
I
point.
totally missed that bit about only space for one more room. I wonder if it's like Noel.
Maybe I don't know.
I think it'd just be like another boss. Probably like
Doesn't it
chapter
just
5.
trail off into ambiguous darkness?
Yeah, you could probably.
That's after Ralsei though.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take it as like hard evidence that
We'll
it
have to
finishes there,
wait
but
and
it's something.
see. Plus, we have that whole floor of the castle we can't even access yet.
Yeah.
But that one's like clearly important. That one's like end game, like final boss, angel, whatever the fuck's
Yeah,
going on
that's
there.
the one that
Behind
comes
that
out of the
door.
bunker, like I said.
Oh,
So time to ask the real question. Why is Chris blue?
There are
You joke.
I know.
No, I know. I legitimately, it's a legitimate question. It's just that, like, I don't know, like, how are we supposed to know? There's genuinely just no.
The 7 flying aces. They colored it in, like, and there were the random and the important ones are blue, like the one in Castletown and the one in the Secretary art. Those are the blue ones.
Blue
it could also be something water connections because blue is often associated.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's a great observation, actually. Now I know Andrew's got to go soon. Should we start moving to wrap up since Andrew's got to go soon and it's been a while?
About 5 hours. That feels pretty solid.
Yeah, I think we probably said everything we need to say, to be honest with you.
Is there anything major there where we haven't discussed this yet that anybody's itching to discuss?
Well, besides Pluie, I can't really think of much of anything.
Pluie means rain in French.
That's another water connection.
Can I say?
It's crazy. You're going through both chapters.
Flood is coming.
I don't.
Is he safe? Is he all right?
My confession is that I don't accept the new Pluie as the actual Pluie. I still think it's that messed up, weird, turquoise creature that the community.
Yeah.
It'll always be Pluie in the community's hearts.
Yeah, that will
We
forever
can manifest
be
him into
Pluie
the
to
game
me.
as a tulpa if we believe hard enough.
I guess.
I mean, it happened with Friend Inside Me.
We never really talked about what a shock Tenna was to be this pre-rendered sprite of
Oh
a
my
3D
god.
model.
Yeah, I
You're
wanted
not
to talk about that a
prepared.
bit. I remember that was, I think, the first moment I had to physically stand up and just walk around a little bit. I needed to process it.
Actually, Molly, I have a
take
question
long.
for you specifically, Molly.
Yes.
Did you play your first playthrough on your CRT?
I did not, because I wanted to make sure I wouldn't miss any small details, but I probably will replay it on the CRT when I get to record footage. I did want to say though, my first impression, this could just be me. Dork, you might get this. I felt so much Moon RPG coming off of Tenna's presentation.
Yes, exactly.
There was so much of that.
Not just the sprite, but also the voice blips. The way they were sequenced is very Moon RPG. And I feel like Toby really leaned into the inspiration from Moon a lot more in these chapters. The role the Prophecy plays reminds me a lot of the Rumroms in Moon, and I don't want to say too much about that due to spoilers for that game, but Moon does deal with a lot of ideas that can be kind of parallel. Maybe I'll talk about it in a video at some point, because it could be fun.
There's
you did already make that Moon video that a little while ago.
That was my first reaction when I hadn't played very much, whereas now I've actually beaten Moon, so I have a lot more to say about what it is.
There's several moments in it that feel very I can see how this would be part of whatever fever dream you would have for the ending to a game that you really want to make. Because some parts of it felt genuinely feverish, and I think if I had any last words to say about how I feel for chapter 3 and 4, because I mentioned earlier, I think chapter 4 is great, and I think for especially a more traditional chapter, just it's everything I think the community needed. I have this weird personal attachment to chapter 3, and I think it's something I'll try to finish quickly.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. I think it's something I'll go into in the next video a bit, because it's some part of me is still formulating how I feel. I almost like Chapter 3's Dark World more, because I don't think I've seen anything in Deltarune, any Dark World, that has succeeded at nailing that feverish fucking feeling that the TV world has.
So I agree.
It's something about I felt kind of overstimulated in a good way between all the different gimmicks being thrown at me. I had apparently
especially the Tenna boss fight when it came to that.
I apparently fucking called. I forgot I did this. I apparently called that we were just gonna play Dragon Blazers in that one. In part 2, I literally am just oh, what if we just play that? Because of the Guest Palace page.
Because, it felt more like a Zelda game than the Dragon Quest homage that it seems to be from the interactions we have with Noel. But also, what the heck is up with John Mantle? What is your deal, bro?
We didn't talk about John Mantle. That's
we
that's
didn't
also
talk about
something
John
we didn't
Mantle
talk
and Ram at all.
I feel like the
I think
Oppenheimer gif every single time somebody says
Well, his
John
name's
Mantle.
either John Mantle or E-Ram because the song is called E-Ram, apparently. So, I don't know.
John
Take your
Mantle
bet.
is funnier.
I was calling it Nightmare at first, but I just like jokingly started calling it John Mantle, and apparently people are taking after it, and now we're calling it John Mantle. And I think that's so fucking funny.
It's about as good of a
it's-
name as you can get at this point.
I think it's because there isn't much to say about the mantle holder, because like
It's all
The
pretty
main
explicit, yeah.
the main thing about it is it sounds like it's a character we'll see again later, because when you do defeat the mantle holder, it basically says we both have work to do.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if we'll see them again, like in the actual shelter or something.
That's
I don't
what I'm
fucking know.
thinking.
Maybe they have the pointed tail.
Maybe.
Yeah, the fact
I mean,
that
they
it's
don't. They don't seem to have a tail. Is the thing.
Yeah, I don't think that thing literally has the tail, but we know the one thing we have is that thing is associated with friend. That's like the most concrete manifestation of friend so far as those little blurbs that it pulls from.
I have a friend who. I have a friend who legitimately believed that Aram was friend, like they were the same because of because of the nightmare, your best friend connection. I don't believe that, but I mean, we literally have the test of are they seen in the same room at the same time? So
friends seen in the same room at the same time.
Yeah.
Literally step one, you failed it.
I'm sad that Ram wasn't shown in Castletown. Like, poor guy.
All
I mean, he
wanted
turned to
do
stone.
was make Chris
He's gone.
happy.
Well, we know that turning to stone isn't irreversible because Lancer changes back just fine, so maybe Chris just didn't want to bring the power strip to
I never even
Castletown.
noticed that Ram didn't reappear. Oops.
Yeah, wow.
If you talk to the little bunny out in the hallway, it'll be like, "Oh no, Ram was." Wait, Chris, didn't I just see you pass through here? So like, did 8-Bit Chris like kill Ram?
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh god.
I hope so.
That would be
But
really
Chris
morbid.
just
Took him out. That's what he gets for being.
But then what about a regular route? What about a regular route then?
I would like
he
to
turns
mention...
to stone behind the vendor machine, and that's where the "nobody will shed a tear for him" line is from.
I know that, but like, what happens then if you why isn't he then recruited to Castletown?
Because he's fucking
because he's doomed by the narrative, I guess. I don't know.
And before we see Ram in Chapter 5 and he was just taking a shower.
Does that suggest that Chris really doesn't like what Ram's got going on? If like they had the
Well,
autonomy.
no, because
to
Ram gains so much sentience because they used to use Ram like a toy.
Yeah,
Play
but
with
like
the power outlet.
that's a bit different from like now there's this weird British dude who's like trying to get you to metaphorically kill your friends in the back room of the stage. It's
Yeah.
like, okay,
Also,
that's
by the way,
Maybe Chris
he's British.
just hates
Does that
British
imply that
people.
they use the British power plug in Hometown?
Oh my goodness.
Wait, no,
Maybe-
Why is that Asriel talked like this when he was a child?
British
My
Asriel.
British evil Asriel voice, my hyper death Asriel voice being, yes, now. It's all coming together, you know?
Maybe the
That's how
fact
Ram
that it's
talks,
a British power cord is why it couldn't be used in the Dreamer House, and maybe that's why Chris used it as a toy.
No, because we know that like the reason Ram is even connected to this the secret game is because like that's the thing powering the console.
Oh,
Or at least
yeah!
that's what I understand. That's how
Oh,
I
that would
understand it in
explain why
in
the TV
light
stopped working, not just because little Chris leaves it, but if Ram is knocked out, then whoopsie boopsie.
Oopsie boopsie.
Yeah.
There is a thing, well, mentioning friend earlier, there is a line of text, I can't remember where it is, but it's like, I saw you people see pink and yellow and think, oh, a friend. Being a friend doesn't make them yours. Those teeth, they bite. Like, oh, maybe that has something to do with, maybe it bit Chris's hand off. That's all I'm just trying to
interesting.
combine disparate pieces of evidence into a somewhat coalesced idea anyway.
Oh, I had one
it's like
other
a
idle
dog in
thought.
the... Yeah.
So that slope that you come down at the end of the cliffs in Chapter 1, well, you have climbing gear now. I wonder if maybe you can climb up there and find Mr. Society.
You can't. Oh yeah,
Let's
because you haven't
go.
gone there yet. That's right.
Mr. Society time.
I do
back.
hope the climbing gear is used more in the next chapters, because I did like that mechanic quite a bit.
Legitimately quite fun
It,
to use, yeah.
Deltarune almost feels like a real video game now.
Whoa, not yet.
Getting
though.
there.
Maybe soon it'll be able to become as much of a video game as Super Mario Brothers for the NES.
Maybe.
I don't know. Super Mario Bros. For the NES clears. Remember when you hit the Goomba? That was peak.
That was peak.
I remember that.
I remember that.
Well,
Wow.
Well, is there anything else we want to touch on, or should we start wrapping it up?
I
think we did a
I think
good
we're
job.
good to wrap it up, honestly.
Wrapping
We're
it
a
up.
bit exhausted, yeah.
I guess
Actually,
if you
wait.
want to check out any of our...
Then,
Oh, okay.
before that, I do want to mention like Alvin. Like we only rarely touched on Alvin, but I considering the letter and everything, and like the potential for him to be related to the third code, and like just maybe in on the night conspiracy or whatever. I am interested to see him again, and to see specifically like his relationship with Susie,
Oh, for sure.
because like
Yeah.
that's something I've been wanting since chapter 2, like because I think they could have some interesting like chemistry.
Assuming
I'm
he was
interested to see
kidnapped
their
at the end of
dynamic.
chapter 4.
Actually,
Assuming that,
true, though.
assuming that.
He is notably absent. I think he definitely has more role to play.
Also, people are going to notice that the church is trashed.
Oh, they are, yeah. That's
He's
gonna
gonna
be
walk
much
in
more
there in the morning and be
noticeable.
like, "What the?
Good heavens.
Somebody must have had
Gavel,
a banging
gavel.
sermon in here."
Asgore, what did you
Okay,
do,
okay.
bro? Because Asgore comes in at night.
Asgore, did you?
Ah, real.
Oh no.
Asgore, did you drive your truck through
yeah.
here again?
Asgore, I make certain affordances for you and Rudy, but this is really crossing the line.
So,
A second.
I know this is gonna be on one channel, so I assume all our socials and stuff are gonna be in the description.
yeah, everybody will be.
Yep. If you want to check out any of us, make sure you check the description and go follow us, and make sure you subscribe to
Subscribe to
me so that I can pass
everyone.
MysticSlime and
No,
subscriber
no,
count.
You want
And
to
check out-
subscribe to me
and-
so that doesn't happen. Okay.
And check out
Quick.
my check out the Game Jolt for the game I'm directing. That's good. Cooking with Kindness.
Cooking.
Go check it out.
I do
good.
want to say, obviously, you could just check out my YouTube. I have a Blue Sky, and I also have my own server if you want to check out my stuff. I'm not too online other than that, but I do want to say, with regards to just being on here, I do very much appreciate being able to join this one, especially because I had helped with editing the first one well
That's
before I
true.
had ever made
That's
anything of device theory before, like I was like known for any of that. Because like, I
Wild to
just needed
think
help
that it's
half
been
parts part
that
of it.
long since the first one.
Yeah, and it's been very just kind of surreal going from that to like having made everything and now just being like, oh wow, people just really wanted me on here for some reason.
Some reason I
it's-
was
Because
like,
you're
but
cool.
Why?
Molly, did you know
Yeah.
that Snapcube specifically referenced device theory by name?
I know.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
That's awesome.
That's great.
And,
Yeah,
and
it's
Salty
equally
DK Den also did that.
If you
And
need
it's
something,
gonna
be-
Wait,
easy
wait, fucking salty.
Oh,
Salty
that's
Dan did that?
awesome.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, if I remember
Holy shit,
correctly.
I didn't know that. If so, that's awesome.
Molly's
If you need
fountain's going up.
something Undertale
Yo, wait, did you say
related to
Penny Snapcube and Salty DK Dan? That's ooh.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
epic.
Oh my god.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that
yeah.
Shayy knows like literally
That's another.
everyone.
That's another oomph, Shay. That's another one because
I
there's
like
also
that.
all
Yeah,
the,
they're
all the
both- they're
MVP
both-
shit.
Yeah, I watched Penny's stream of Deltarune. I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then I told her that on Twitter. I was like, oh, you did really well. It's really cool watching somebody play the game. And I looked the next day and she's following me. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
Okay.
That's
Awesome.
hi. Love your content. Thank you.
welcome to the esteemed club. Looking
Nice.
forward to
Yeah, all
Shay's
the-
appearance on the.
Also
Kingdom
happened
Hearts
with
lineup.
Alex, Roshan, and a bunch of others too.
Oh yeah.
do
So
want
I
to
guess
I'm growing
Too
powerful.
bad that
every
Alex
day.
is stuck in the
Yes.
void.
I guess if
Okay.
we're doing self-plug, if you want something meaty to consume that's Undertale related, InvertedFate.com has my very long webcomic / animation series, and there's some playable stuff too. So yeah, self-plug.
All right, I'll do a plug too. So I'm over on my channel, Andrew Cunningham, crazy, named after myself. I do occasional videos. I do streaming once a week usually, if you want to get in on that. On Sundays, I'm working on a game, Random Access Mayhem, on Steam. It's out now. You can buy it, coming out early access in the next few months. And yep, I'll have a new Deltarune video out within the next couple weeks. So stay tuned.
Play Random Access Mayhem. It's really good.
It's a really good.
Yeah.
It's
Endorsed by
really
the
fun.
Terraria
Seriously, play it.
Calamity
It's a lot of fun.
No.
I still
I
not
love the
seen
part where
it.
the aphid goes and everything dies. I
guess
love
it's
it.
good. I guess if there's anything else for me to plug, I mean, yeah, you probably can imagine what I'm going to be doing next. I am slowly in the asset prep part of it, but I guess the very last thing I could say is I very much appreciate getting to talk with you all a bit about the game.
Likewise.
It is fun
Oh,
to
yeah.
get this far.
Likewise.
It was lovely that it happened again.
Yeah, I think a lot of us probably
How
have
lucky
videos
we
in
are
the
to
works.
meet each other in this way and such.
Yeah!
Thanks, dude.
Looking forward to the Chapter 5 Deltacast.
Yes, next year when we reassemble.
Yeah.
Soon.
yeah.
Or
Like the
or
Avengers.
or the Tenna Teep Stakes.
The 10 of deep stakes is great.
Let's go.
Are
I guess
we
we're
the
all
Delta
plugging
Avengers?
non-0% chance
look in the
that
description
happens.
and subscribe to my channel. I make funny videos and people laugh at them. If you want something really meaty to watch, you can watch raw gameplay VODs.
Whoa.
Yeah, I've got my channel is Dorked, but I also have Dorked VODs, which I have a big backlog. I'm still slowly getting my streams coordinated.
I do VODs on the main channel pretty much.
Yeah, well, I've kind of just surrendered the idea of editing my VODs, other than the edited playthroughs for chapters 3 and 4.
I once edited a playthrough of mine down to 20 minutes, and my entire comment section says, no, don't do this. We want the full 3-hour thing. And I was like, okay.
Dude, the chat
They're
loves
asking
it
me
when
to be
I-
lazy.
The
It's
chat
like
loves
the
it when I
gif
eat yogurt.
from The Boys where he's like, ha, yeah.
I have an excuse,
Alright.
though. I had 7
Alright.
hours of Roaring Night attempts that I needed to edit down, and also the part where I had to start the chapter over that I made into more of a highlights for that part. So that's the 9-hour edited version. I'll have the full VODs on my second channel.
All right, well, it was fun talking Deltarune while all y'all goobers again.
Yes, it was.
We must reunite for the Tenna Teeps.
We'll look forward to it.
Don't
looking
forget
forward to
to
it.
The
Above
Tenet
plugging
tip
myself on my
trivial.
own channel, go watch every other video that I've ever made. Go watch every
Yeah,
single
I'll
I'll get
take you
I'll get the
some
final word of
hours.
plugging. Read
Yeah.
my Karis fix on AO3 because Karis needs more love.
I'm
Best shit.
I'm dorked on AO3. I have a huge Persona fic focused on Akechi plus Persona 4 stuff that I've been working on for the past 2 years. It's all
No.
so fun to write.
Andrew, now plug election Shokun.
No, read Courier New.
Go
Even
follow Gumi Lloyd on Twitter. They make wonderful art.
Hell yeah.
I
Go-
have
go feed-
nothing else that I'm doing but to subscribe, please.
Go
Please,
feed your
I'm begging.
neighborhood crows. They like
is-
unsalted peanuts and cashews.
This is
All
gonna
right,
go on
and with that,
forever.
I think we're going to conclude this
Alright.
amazing episode of the
Bye.
Deltacast. So say bye, everybody.
Thank you all.
And that's
Bye.
just
Bye,
a
everybody.
podcast, a Deltacast.